interrupt me? Because we are getting wildly in the weeds on the power of fail portrayal. But that's okay. That's what we do. While I tweet this out to the people and stuff, you guys can go ahead and keep talking about the fake Australian nationals, which we have already talked about on stream that one time.
But it's so funny. There's just so much to unpack.
Look, I apparently was not part of this stream.
That was the Friday one, so you might have missed it. That was the week that Lucky died walking his scooter back.
John B. Acapinti.
So funny thing, I had the stream open. First thing I hear is Vesper saying, "But it's so funny, though."
Correct.
Literally the first thing I hear.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to tweet.
Yo, Team Sam X got fourth place with Chaos Thunder Dragon.
So people might hate me, but the card I want banned the most personally, because I just hate the gosh darn card.
Dallas, we're like 50 seconds in. You can say fuck.
Saved it. No. I want Guard Dragon LP banned, but so does half the world.
Is LP banned in the OCG?
I want Borreload Savage.
No, they are not.
I want Borreload Savage Dragon banned.
Yo, Sans topped with Gaster Blaster FTK. Anyways,
just because of Dragon Links. I hate Dragon Links the deck.
Dragon Link is one of those. It's like the Dark Warrior engine. It's like it's such a non-deck deck that's like, why? You just grab all the bullshit cards that are also dragons and cram them all into one deck.
Like,
and it doesn't mean anything. You've just taken the fact that like 3 of these different archetypes are generic. Because if you tried to call Dragon Link an archetype deck, what would it be? It would be Rocket, Dragoonity, Hieratic.
Wait, is
well,
this
the
also
other thing with Dragon Link 2 is that people use the Dragon Link core with random decks that are terrible and said, no, guys, this deck is good. Now watch me do this combo where I just summon 4 bodies and then go into the rest of the Dragon Link combo. See, this deck is good, guys. It's the best deck.
Listen, this gives me enough monsters on board. I could summon Saruya and then just draw as much as I want.
It's the same small brain.
I used to hate Zodiac the most out of every meta archetype, but at least their archetype is an archetype.
I mean, yeah, like they're mostly extra deck, but that's also because I think half their extra deck and main deck are still banned.
Yes, and the rest is limited.
And Mommy Dryden did go back to 0 in the OCG.
It's just Broadbull?
Broadbull's banned. I think Borbo is allowed right now.
Broadbull is Zodiac that actually breaks the deck.
No, Broadbull should stay banned. I don't necessarily
Zodiac
think...
Broadband.
I don't necessarily think Dryden should be banned, personally.
Well, the OCG is a different environment. I don't... Keep in mind that even though I know Vesper hates Zodiac almost as much as they hate Cosmos, Vesper was still like, hey, Dryden is banned, but VFD's okay.
Yeah, no.
I'm exaggerating for stream, by the way, Vesper, but I know you've yelled about Zodiac in the past as well.
That logic
is not that the problem with Zodiac, before we get into our fail betrayal, is that it just does. With any play, you just make Dryden or Broadbull, and that's why it was so unfun to play against. But either way,
yeah.
we've gone again, and we're in the weeds, honestly, 20 feet tall. We should get on topic.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to do it. I've got the thing pulled up. I've got it framed up. Y'all, we're here for Fail Portrayal. We are going to start with Worms. We're going back to the Hidden Arsenal. Back to the Duelist Terminal storyline to tell you a story where they made an archetype where every monster corresponds to a letter of the English alphabet.
Warning, if you
it's good.
And we're going to do it in alphabetical order because fuck you.
Warning, if you get uncomfy by some certain artwork that features orifices and or mouths, you might want to click off this video.
Yes, Worm Apocalypse is on screen right now. We've done it. We've begun.
Why am I getting? I'm getting big crab people.
I mean, this one just looks like a dead. This one just looks like.
Also, BT Dubs. This is the Japanese uncensored artwork. In the international version, they recolored his leg crotch bits so it looks more like he's wearing tiny hot pants.
I'll be honest. It's freaky, but I love this little dude.
I actually really like this
It's
art
so
as well.
stupid.
Like, if this is our baseline worm, right? Like, this is worm number 1, Worm Apocalypse, Worm A. Now,
It
this
looks like a-
this communicates what we're looking for, right? Like, he's wormy.
Well, It's got very the wormy. it's got the little bit of fridge horror in it, because like if you look at his bottom bits,
It looks like a person got mutated.
It looks like his musculature is showing.
Yeah, nope. He's got a little bit of bone, a little bit of muscle. It's a little creepy, but
Little
like
muscle.
also, I mean, like if I zoomed and enhanced on his face and those eyes,
yeah,
like
the
that, and I
Oh, yeah.
I deep fried it a
No.
little bit. I gave him the red lens flare. Like, let's do it. Let's do it right now. Let me resize this. If we go
God,
like
my
maybe 2x,
Zoom on his mouth.
maybe if we go
Ants.
Yeah.
maybe if we go another
Please no.
2x, let's get
I'm
in
already
there.
creeped out. I better stop looking now.
See, the eyes don't bother me. The eyes are fine. It's the mouth that's
It's
like.
the
I mean,
bothers me.
honestly, I don't find the mouth that's. I can
Well,
track
no,
the mouth down
'cause
so you guys don't see it, but like I don't actually. I think the mouth is
It
goofy.
doesn't bother me, but
Yeah,
I just think that.
whatever.
Well, no, because I imagine the mouth spins like a garbage
I-
disposal.
Weirdly enough, for me,
That's still silly to
looking
me.
at that guy's mouth reminds me of the the squid people from Knights of the Republic.
Yeah, no, he looks like a. What are those fucking things called? They're like the most intelligent beings in all of history. And they're all dead.
Oh, the Rakatan?
Yeah, is that what
I
you're
was
talking
thinking-
about?
No, I was talking about the actual squid people, the people who
What, the
apparently
Corn?
went to the
Calamari?
state-
No,
No,
corn have
no.
the squid face.
Yeah, Quarren.
Corn. Okay.
Anyway,
There's a lot
so
of squid people in Star Wars.
we will bring this up as we go on, but also we will probably technically talk about the insect type worms as well, but because it's funny. But the interesting thing to note is the archetype worm is very weird in Yu-Gi-Oh because it uses the phrase worm, which is an incredibly common fucking word. Also, technically, you might also say the archetype is also the archetype of the Pillar Man because the Japanese Romanji is Wamu. So
Yes.
you know,
Oh,
get your Pillar Man jokes in now as well.
Also,
You guys know what word is more common than worm? Rose.
Yeah, we're not. That's an archetype we
we're not
can't
gonna do that.
technically do.
We're not gonna do that.
We might be able to
Okay.
do like Rose Dragon support someday, but the way the Rose archetype is called by the Yu-Gi-Oh wiki, the Animal
No,
Internet
we-
Archive is incredibly
we should
innate.
just do the rose archetypes that are actually rose cards.
Yeah. So, we haven't talked about mechanics. So the worms are a series of light reptiles that are flip monsters.
Yes, they are a
So you
flip
know they're
archetype.
good and will age wonderfully well.
And they are
I mean,
first of all they're a
to
duelist
spare-
terminal archetype. They are literally invading from space. They are space worms.
Despair, you say that. One of the currently the top decks is a flip archetype.
Okay, but Shaddolls do not do flip summons. Like,
Wait, hold on,
everyone
what's
says
this?
about Shaddolls, they're not. They don't
Okay,
flip summon
let me
decks, they
rephrase
just
that.
have them
Two
effects.
of the current relevant archetypes are flip summons.
You know, Dallas, I was gonna ask if that deck was
Frog,
also featured in...
Frog is definitely a flip archetype, kind of.
You know, Dallas, I was gonna ask if that deck was also featured in Sydney at some point. A
No,
totally real place that exists.
Paleozoic Frogs is actually a deck. That isn't.
Paleo's not a flip summon. It's trap monsters. It's different. But either way,
No, I'm saying the frog part of it.
I don't actually know if people use the flip frogs.
frogs don't. Frogs. You don't play the flip frogs.
I do frog.
He doesn't.
You play one flip frog. I know. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Anyway,
But yeah, so
Apocalypse.
the important thing is that before we go into Apocalypse, the important thing is that these guys are invading from space. They are light type reptiles, as Vesper said. If we don't use up all our time and feel like we want to die after 26 of these, because yes, I am not kidding. There are literally every worm monster there is one worm for each letter of the English alphabet. It's a little dumb. We will also talk about Allies of Justice at the end because they were made to fight the worms, and you can tell because they are hilariously anti-light and anti-light only.
Also,
Except one who is stupidly powerful.
There's
I'll say
one
it.
that's good, and the rest suck.
Worms were generally relevant at the time they were printed. It's just flip archetypes that are not named Subterror or Shaddol have not aged well.
Yes.
Joke aside on flip monsters, worms do have good plays. It's just they're so slow.
Yeah.
On
Yes,
the
and
topic of
keep in
plays,
mind
plays
they
are
are from the original Worm Apocalypse here is one of the OG worms. He is from Hidden Arsenal #1. So, yeah.
And it shows because he is not good.
I mean, he's got a passable effect for an early gen flip monster. He's a level 1 with 300 attack and 200 defense, and it's just flip. Target a spell, trap card on the field, destroy it. So, yes, you can absolutely fuck yourself.
He is a slightly better Swarm of Locusts knowing the worm deck.
Like,
Because
he's got a utilitarian purpose, but is not the best, no.
Because it does count on Battle Flip, unlike Swarm of Locusts.
Okay. So, do we have anything further to say about Apocalypse's art here?
He's
Or
wacky,
here's how this changed,
inflatable,
how this-
arm-waving tube man is what he is.
You're a creepy tube man.
He looks like Demon Gumby.
Kinda, yeah.
I think he's
We should
also
move on.
the only worm where it's implied. I guess he's the basic foot soldier because there's a billion of them on the card.
Yeah.
Yeah, it appears.
Why
in
does
other
worm
artwork,
link-
too.
Oh, that's dumb.
What?
That is very
What's up?
dumb. Sorry. This will be for later. One of the worm monsters is also a utopic monster.
Oh, right.
Oh, no, Damn it, Japan. We'll get there. We'll talk about that one. That'll come as a later one. Anyway, we are on to B.
Utopia.
We're on to
I
B.
love
This
this
is
art.
Worm Barsas.
I love Barsas.
He
Arms.
looks like a Dragon Ball character.
Get in my
Wait,
belly.
I don't know much. He looks like what's that guy's name from Street Fighter? Birdie.
Wait.
Oh my god, he does.
Wait, is that second one down there also the mouth too?
No, I think that's just a hole in him.
He's a
It's
cracked
an egg thing.
Matryoshka doll.
Get in his belly. Also, I mean, I want to say this because there's no alternate artwork on this. I guess they did have a legitimate art direction to give Worm Apocalypse tiny hot pants because, like, look at Barsas here.
Yes, they have armor.
Look at
Barsas-
Barsas.
Maybe think of the Ginyu Squad.
Barsas
It makes
is
it
funny.
look-
So
Yeah, no, like
Barsas-
Barsas could absolutely be a Dragon Ball or Dragon
So,
Ball Z
to-
villain.
Oh, he's
to
really good
me,
at kills.
what Barsas has always implied to me, I don't know about the lore because apparently there is lore.
There's lots of
um,
lore.
But what it always implied to me is that like worms can turn people into worms because this
I always got that,
definitely
yeah.
has that vibe of like this was a knight and now he's an alien.
I was also thinking of like
I mean, he's got
eggs
tech
with, like their
gloves.
corpses got turned into worms.
He's
Actually-
got Iron Man tech gloves, so I don't know about that.
Yeah, this.
Because
First glance, I was
let's keep
gonna-
this in mind. This is not aliens, so this is not a token-based or snatching effect-based archetype.
At first glance, I was gonna say he looks like an egg that just got arms and legs. Decided to
I mean,
run
yeah,
around
large
with a
egg.
mouth.
He looks like Humpty Dumpty the wrestler.
Hold on. Oh right. Hold on. I forgot. You guys are weird and don't have soldier eggs.
No, I know what those are though.
Okay. Dallas
Yeah.
is cool. He knows what they are.
I wouldn't say I'm cool. I just know Australian people.
I've
Well,
never
we-
been
Also,
told
I want to
anyone
say I have no etymology for the term barsas other than that is the plural of bars, which is another name for the bass or perch fish.
Huh.
I mean, he has a
I don't-
vagina mouth, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Bark, bark, fish, bark.
Wait.
I
Also,
really
if
don't think there is a through line in their naming sense because we have stuff like Worm Hope, Worm Illidan.
Worm solid.
Illidan.
Yeah, we'll get there.
also, if you look, it looks like he's either got crust coming off of him or like crust is coming out of the ground, rising up from his energy.
So his name
Or
is
just power level right now.
Barusasu.
Yeah, which means barsas, but it's probably a nonsense word. Like it's
Googling Barusasu. I did not get results for Barusasu. God
Yeah.
damn it, internet.
Vesper, I hate you. You beat me to it.
egg.
Apparently, it's a fighting fantasy series.
He has has kind of a mohawk thing going on. That's cool. He looks kind of punky. Like
Yeah,
I
so-
honestly I feel like the fact that he's got a double stacked torso kind of detracts from the art. Like
Oh, yeah.
like he would be probably a little bit better if he was like slightly shorter and less fat and had only one set of arms.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Speaking about.
aside from the size of his vagina mouth, he looks like a
Okay.
weird Ben 10 one-off alien.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, well, speak about this. He sort of looks like one of those creatures in the sort of popular wasteland where there just were road warriors everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the
like
punk
a weird
mohawk,
fisted
yeah.
North Star monster.
He also just kind of looks like the Thing from Marvel.
Ah,
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's got the rocky orange look. He looks like a lot of things. Like again, compared, our baseline is Apocalypse. We go to Barsus, also came out in Hidden Arsenal 1. He's not bad. I do think that this art could be a little cleaner, but, I mean, he's a weird alien. What the fuck do you want, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for reference for you guys, I posted a GIF, not a great one, but of Birdie, the person from Street Fighter 5 I was thinking of when I look at this guy.
No, yeah.
He's getting his
Okay.
shit kicked in. So.
So, the only thing you need to know about Barsus is that he's not great. His effect is when normal summon a targeted defense position monster, change it to face-up attack position. So he's a way for you to flip your own monsters, even though you can just flip summon them?
Unless you.
I've also I found a sort of quick rundown page about Dual Terminal. The worms came from the Nebula meteorite. They mutate to evolve and fit their environment and multiply. So every worm, it looks different because they went across the Dual Terminal land to fight the other tribes, and that's why they have very eclectic designs and styles.
So Apocalypse is, I guess, like their base idea of just.
He's just a worm
Like,
man.
Apocalypse is probably the base worm before they evolve, which is probably why there's a billion of them.
Similarly to Apocalypse, this monster was not played much in worm decks because.
But what about this one?
He actually is a mainstay in worm decks.
Speaking of vagina mouths, holy shit, guys!
Here's the reason. Here's the reason why Barasu was never played. His effect is Book of Moon on a stick. Just play Book of Moon. It's
Wait
better.
a second.
No, it's Book of Daylight. It's the
I
other way
can
around.
see it. There's a Konami orb in
Okay,
his
sorry, Book of
chest.
Daylight. Just play Book of Daylight or Book of Moon.
Looks more like a creepy eye.
Oh, but guys, the Book of
He's got a
Tayo is
creepy
is a zombie monster reborn. What are you talking about?
That's Book of Life.
No, Book of Tayo is.
No, Book of Tai is make
It's
a monster
the
face
red
down, flip up.
Book of Lives is the green one.
There is a-
confused them.
And then there's the Book of Lunar Eclipse, which is Twin Twisters but Book of Moon.
Yeah, no.
Book of Twin Twister Moon. Anyway, Carteros.
Carteros is a very important card.
Okay, I like this card.
Or
design.
possibly
Also some
Karutarosu. But not Rozu, so it's not a rose card.
So.
Naruto Rose.
So this card, I can't place it. It makes me feel like I've seen something like this kind of design in another series before, but
Well, it's
it
got
has a very like ominous air to it.
it's got moth energy. It's got moth wings and an abdomen, so I wouldn't be shocked.
It's based off of
It-
Mothman.
I mean, I
I
could
mean,
see
if
that.
that's a trivia page, yeah, this card might have
If
been
that's
based
a
off
trivia-
Mothman. That's a fucking no
Hold
shit.
on,
It's
is
got a
Someone
moth.
say Mothman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mothman.
Yes.
I also see
Where
a
is
thing
it?
of if based off it evolved, I guess it fought insect tribes and it evolved to fight insect tribes or something.
Something like that, yeah, because it's got the scaly like wings, and it's got something on its back that look like moth antenna.
Yeah.
It's got kind of a
it's
segmented
weird.
look. I actually think that Carteros is helped by the fact that it is partially in shadow, like he's kind of
Evil.
glowing and shooting out moth dust at people, but the fact that he's like in that ominous shadow with the dark eyes and the glowing yellow irises in the center, like that actually helps
Yeah.
like keep his design mysterious and stuff.
Enough of his aesthetic is shown, but they're also hiding parts so you don't get a full picture of him, and it does increase the weirdness of him, the weirdness factor.
Yeah. It does not make him like seem under-designed or anything. It's like, no, this works. That
And
said,
he
if you
is
want to go ahead.
He is Worm Stratos, basically.
Well, yeah. So what I wanted to say last about the appearance is, if you want to talk about DBZ villains, look at what you can see of his inner arms. There, he's got the cell type lines,
Yeah,
little
he's got,
muscly lines.
I was gonna say Piccolo arms or Namekian, whatever they are.
He also has the most yaoi hands.
Yeah, no, his
Seriously.
hands are pretty damn big.
Yeah.
His hands are like choker level of yaoi hands.
He's
But
got
the
some
D&D
big
monster.
hands. My hands. Which is honestly, I think that's the only thing that I think is weird about his design, is that it going with what Carteros does, which, as Dallas said, is the Worm's equivalent of like a Stratos. Flip, add a level 4 lower reptile type worm monster from your deck to your hand. Yeah, no
I feel
shit,
like
that's
this
pretty
guy
obvious.
Would just similar to like that one robot from Futurama would be like, I'm gonna give him the hands. The hands.
The clamps.
Now, to be
Yeah.
fair, I do want to at least shout out. A, B, and C are all from Hidden Arsenal #1. So like they had a decent system of the effects. They have the equivalent of basically an MST on their first monster. Barsis isn't really great, but it does have the best stat line out of all the ones so far. And Kataros, while slow, is a search.
Yeah.
They have a decent theme and they're not awful.
This monster essentially reads flip search. What the fuck would you search off this? I think tentacles. Tentacles, Zex or Yagen probably.
So and also somebody in chat said that looks like Kataros is about to drop some sick beats. Yeah, I could see that. He could have DJ energy. Yo, DJ Kataros in the house.
Someone needs to make a dumb shitpost edit of him with like a backwards hat and a microphone.
A microphone
I'm
like
about to drop you some sick rhymes.
He
Yeah,
doesn't need
he's
a microphone if
crushing
he's
it.
got his wings.
Crushing it in his hands. His wings are a dubstep system.
You see each of those little plate-looking things? No, they're just different turnstiles.
We should probably. I have a weird thought, but we should probably change it after I say this. But I feel like his left hand looks like Dick's.
I mean, yeah. No, he has penis fingers. It's
Yes.
fine.
Moving on.
Johnny Penis
they-
Hands. Moving on
didn't notice that
to
until
a
you
name I
pointed
need
it
to
out,
pronounce. This
killed
is Worm Dimicles.
Dimicles.
I'm sure it's
I-
supposed to be like Dimicles, but it's
Dimicles.
Dimicles. I will type it in
Okay.
chat for people at home.
Okay, so the first thing I think of when I think of this thing is just some monsters chasing you through a showery cave. It's like,
He's just skittering. He's skittering.
just
Yeah,
skitter
like
right
he-
towards you as soon as you go into the cave.
His tendrils make me think of a certain artist I don't want to bring up, but
I
then
mean,
he
he's
feels like
got.
you chase
I
stats.
think that they're generic, D&D stabby bits. Like this is absolutely like some shit in a monster manual, right? Like he's got 4 eyes for no reason. He's got a weird spiky mouth, and he's got a bunch of tails, so he gets to make 5 reach attacks on you in one turn, like an asshole.
Why does this guy look like the rejected love child of Ivan Ooze?
Actually, six
Yeah.
tails.
Ah,
He does have Ivan Ooze-
guys,
Ivan Ooze energy.
this is the Roku beast. This is the
six-tailed
six-tailed beast.
God damn it!
Do
it.
I mean, I gotta be real. The tailed beast designs, most of those are not tails. One of them is just a beetle.
Yeah.
Is this
7
meant to
wings.
be like
Okay.
Is this meant to be like a weird like deep sea creature? 'Cause it's like so it's like pseudo-gelatinous.
Speaking of the six toes Cherokee, you guys, I'm gonna post the six toes Cherokee in progression. Oh,
He's bioluminescent.
the
Oh,
fucking
right.
slug.
Yes,
That's
the
a
six-tailed
freaking
beast is a
slug.
slug. It's
Oh.
not any better than
Also,
Dimicles
Oh,
As
right
right.
the-
That-
Dimicles.
that's the one whose user is just the complete asshole.
No,
Uh,
he's got bubbles. He builds
Filthy
with bubbles.
Casual puts it nicely. He does have give me that ass energy. Swoogity swooty, I'm coming for that booty.
I mean, he's got motion lines. Like, look at his art. He's got speed lines. He's coming at you, which makes
He's
sense
going.
because
He's moving.
Dimicles is probably your best offensive beater we've seen so far out of the initial run. He's a 1700 level 4, and when flipped, it gains 300 attack and defense, which means it would have 1700 defense and 2k attack, which is, I mean, if you're playing worms anyway, probably not the worst stratagem. Like, it's an okay stat line. So,
I
yeah,
mean,
this is
it's-
your aggressive monster.
On the
Take a look
face
at
of
the
it, here's the
worm.
thing. Here's the problem. On the face of it, it's a good idea. The problem is his entire thing runs kind of counter to what worms do, which is stall control.
Yeah, but he does
So,
at
wait.
least give you offensive tools, and I think that's reflected in his design. He's got a very aggressive, predatory, I'm coming at you design.
To bring up a really old reference, he looks like as if they tried to bring Blade Edge back to life after he died.
Oh god, Blake, we can't escape him.
Wait, is this actually what this one is called? Hold up. Oh, I get to make a great reference in a couple of worms.
Yeah, I think like honestly,
Yeah.
the design for like his name's way dumber than his design. Like I'm not sure what exactly his back and or tails are doing. Like, is it supposed to be like he's a jellyfish and those are his
Honestly,
stinger
this
tentacles that
does-
shoot out?
Like, I don't know if Axe said this on camera, but this one does give me Geiger energy. Just because
I didn't do that, Mike.
those tails
It is
do
slightly
look like the
weirdly-
alien spears.
They are self-lubricated and like kind of gelatinous.
Well, yeah, all of him is lubricated. He is covered in
Oh.
purple slime, as
Or-
Matt said. He's
Or
related
is
to
he
Ivan Ooze.
just- Or is he just entirely slime?
Well,
No, he's
okay,
definitely got a body in there. Like I
so
think the slime is his
spoiler,
skin.
Wait, I figured out the love child of Ivan Ooze and Ditto.
Spoiler: the jelly aesthetic is a thing for worms.
Yeah, I know. Like
no.
absolutely, this guy's got a soft, squishy slime skin, and then you can much like Apocalypse, you can literally see his musculature underneath, and then like he's got some skeletal stuff. It's an okay design. It's very weird. I don't like. Why does his skull head have so many fins? I don't know, but like it's not. This is the beauty of worms. I think so far we're on our 4th. Worms are at a rate where like. Because they're weird alien monsters that have different evolutions, it's hard to say they look bad, right? Because, yeah, it looks like a weird cartoony alien creature.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
them looking bad almost works with their design, which is kind of in a weird way. Them not looking aesthetically pleasing makes sense.
Oh yeah,
They don't want to be.
and I'll tell you this: Demikill's Democles, whatever the fuck, is definitely one of the better looking designs. Because let's go to Iroken.
All right,
also,
finish your thoughts while I pull up the art, but yeah, we'll go on to the next
I was
guy.
just gonna say, Manga Man. There
Wait,
is definitely
did I miss what he does?
a worm that evolved in the Jirac lands. It's not Democles. It's the one after Iroken, I think.
Yeah.
Did I miss what he does? Because I might have.
Oh, if you might have. He has a flip effect where he gains 300 attack and defense, and he's got 1700.
He's the standard beater. Unfortunately, he's in a control archetype, so no one ever ran him.
Fair enough. Okay.
All right, here is Worm.
Okay. So
Iroken.
yeah. Thing
I
I'm
like how
looking
creepy
at-
it is.
Okay. Thing I'm looking at first here is sort of a swamp man vibe, like coming out of the swamp.
Yeah,
Yes.
I love
And
how his
also-
eye.
Also, is he like kind of the friendly one because he sort of has that vibe?
No,
No.
his
I mean,
eyes
his-
are
Looks like he's trying to eat you.
his eyes are melting down his body, and it's great.
His eyes are a little like they're wide open in a way that most worms are not. But yeah, no, like this. First of all, he's another slime boy, and then he's got more slime under his slime. Notice his slimes on his slimes. But yeah, no, this is just a fat, deep one. Like this is a freaky fish guy.
Okay, 2 things. 1, this guy looks like he belongs in Nergo's cult. Secondly,
Yes.
he's a nerd.
look at this weird ribcage thing he's got going on. I'm putting it on my screen again, for fuck's sake. But I don't know why it looks like he's giving the impression of he's putting his fingers together like Mr. Burns.
Also, I'm looking at him. He has like 3 layers of slime, but you can see just peeking under that slime a sort of armored carapace under his second layer.
Which
of
is
slime.
also rounded. He's got fat bones.
It's weird because it's like it
Wait.
mutated, and he's also.
I'm
in
not
the
fat,
Arctic or
Ma, I'm
something?
just big boned.
Wait, is he on the
Wait.
moon or is he in the Arctic?
Wait,
I think
is
he's on the
this-
Meteor W. Most of
Did
these
a
worms look like
worm-
they are.
Wait, did the worm infect the kaiju?
Nah, this
No,
guy's
I'm
not
pre-
swole enough to be a worm kaiju yet.
Yeah, I'm
We
pretty
will
sure,
we'll get to Worm Zero later.
Oh Jesus. Well, no, Worm Zero has a very specific influence.
Yeah.
Ever since I noticed his ribcage, I can't stop looking at it. Just like going, yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
He-
bright white, so I can see why.
This is the boss monster of
Gen
Hidden
1.
Arsenal 1. He's not. I mean, he's okay.
He's
I mean, I'll say it's got the
moon.
classic problem of the late 2000s, early 2010s Yu-Gi-Oh! So this is a 2400. He's got Monarch stats, 2400 attack. 1200 defense. I don't remember if that's exactly Monarch stats, but he's got the Monarch type stat.
2400, 1000.
Actually, quick question. Does anyone else notice that what looks like a spaceship at the bottom left?
Yes,
I
there
don't
is a
know.
weird artifact down by his foot.
Yeah.
I think that's just a bug. I think that's just like a weird.
It could be a
Yeah.
weird space bug.
meteorite.
Could be.
There are 2 problems with Worm Iroken here.
It's the ocarina.
One, he entirely gets replaced by a worm that we're about to talk about next. And 2, he is a tribute monster that can't be special summoned.
Yes, he is a 1 tribute monster that says the worst words in Yu-Gi-Oh! This card cannot be special summoned. Not even cannot be like I arguably think cannot be normal summoned. Must be special summoned first. Blah 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 is way better. Cannot be special summoned is an awful phrase. You don't like to see it. We are already starting to see in progression cards related to ancient gear. Like I think next set in Light of Destruction is spell gear, which lets you ignore the no specialing requirement on ancient gear golem. Like
I
it's
know,
a
right?
lot of work when you can't be specialed.
I'm
Yeah.
looking
And
forward
what
to
you
it.
get out of this is a 2400 beater who has an effect to, once per turn, select a face-up worm monster, a reptile-type worm, the worm archetype,
Yeah.
and change it to face-down defense position.
and
Ooh,
while
you
that
get
is
to
a
reset your flips.
Well, that is technically a good effect.
It's
The
not.
problem is there are much better.
Well,
cards
yeah,
that
this
do
is the guy
shit.
you should have said when you were saying just play Book of Moon earlier. Book of Moon is a way more versatile card in Worms.
Well, it's not even just. It's not even just play Book of Moon. It's literally the next card. Just play 2 of that instead.
But yeah, here's Erican.
Yeah.
Because I won't say what the next monster is, but the next monster's effect is flip down your worms.
Yeah,
All of them.
he's a good boy. Let's
We
pull up
also
his
get a
art.
worm who's just a dinosaur. It's just a dinosaur.
Yeah, do we have anything further to say about Worm Fat Boy Slim here?
No.
Gooey. He's very
He's
gooey.
very
Out
gooey.
now.
Which
Oh,
I do
sorry,
actually
brother.
think this is an interesting comparison as we bring up Worm Falco. Hey, so you want to talk about Jurak worms?
I mean, this is the worm that adapted to fight Juraks.
Yeah, no, that's the joke I was referencing earlier. He is very much a worm who tried to become a dinosaur.
Like other
Yeah.
than all of the worms have had weird bony plates, right? They've got a lot of weird bone and musculature shit. But other than the fact that he's got his glowing yellow eyes, this literally doesn't look like a worm.
So once again, make it. Oh, sorry, Dallas.
No, go ahead.
He looks like again the love child of. Oh fuck! What's that one? Dinosaur-looking flying Pokemon from Pokemon.
Several of them.
Archeops.
Oh, you mean
No.
Aerodactyl?
Aerodactyl. He looks like a cross between Aerodactyl and Kezu from
That's
Monster
right.
Hunter.
No,
Yeah.
no. Laz, I'm
It's
going to
got-
argue he looks 100% like an Archeops, and I'm going to post that in chat.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, I don't think this is actually a dinosaur, really.
I mean, he's
Uh,
got dinosaur type vibe. I mean,
Once
he's not
again,
literally a
I'm
dinosaur. He's
literally
a
gonna
reptile. But like, no, like he's
I'm
He's-
just pointing out the if you can really classify certain things where things are classified as dinosaurs but are not actually dinosaurs.
okay.
So try
I'm
it.
not gonna play the taxonomy
The
game. It looks like a
audience-
dinosaur.
The audience watching this can't see this, but I tried looking up Kezu gifs to find a good comparison, and I found this one instead. Of him just kind of freaking out on the floor over there.
Yeah, it's not as
Yeah, no.
feathered as that Pokemon Dallas has mentioned, but yeah, it's got
Well,
similar
he just
vibes
looks
for
like
sure.
he just looks like you've skinned this.
Skin Archeops, oh god.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's behold the man.
Oh no! Look at his that whatever it is, it definitely got skinned.
Yes,
The
you are
way-
correct.
the
This is
way his-
absolutely a featherless
He
biped.
looks like he's about
Yeah.
ready to hop in the oven
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah.
But yeah, like honestly, I think the only thing bad to say about Falco is the fact that it looks so different from all the other worms. If this wasn't called Worm Falco and was clearly in some kind of space desert, like all the worms have been, I would be like, this is a worm card?
Well,
This is
so
a
the
space
thing
chicken?
is, it's very clear he probably wasn't a worm card. Looking at the aura they put around him, so they could Photoshop him onto the worm background.
Yeah.
I also will say, I don't, unless the wiki is weird, it is a dual terminal card, but I think the only time it was released normally was in Gold Series 3 as a common. Like-
There are a couple of worms that have that.
Like, it was not bundled into a mainline Hidden Arsenal
It
set.
was released in Dual Terminal 1 for North America.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's the actual dual terminal machine. So yeah, this card had a very weird release schedule. But its effect, as Dallas mentioned, is just it's a level 2 flip monster. Flip, change all face up worms you control to face down defense position.
Yes,
Uh,
which
well,
includes
reptile
itself.
Mass.
I think it still gets exploded though.
Pokemon or maybe.
Yes, but if you flip it on your because worms are a stall deck, so you're supposed
Right?
to
Yeah,
have
you
some
just
kind of
play
auto
negate attack
protection.
or something and just
You
like,
flip
nah.
all your worms, then you flip Falco, then it resets all of them.
Yeah.
Because it does not have, unlike a lot of cards, it does not have an exception for itself, so it does reset itself.
Yeah.
If you
And
Don't
honestly,
do
I
that.
think it doesn't have that exception because, as I brought up, if you flip this via battle, it still gets popped. So
yes. But
Yeah,
if you
so
flip
it's
it
like,
via-
Parasite situation of cards flipping face up won't resolve if they're destroyed before their effect
It
activates.
It basically works off the same rules as Fiber Jar. The
But
effect still
honestly-
goes off, but
honestly, as far as worms go, I think this is one of the better ones.
well,
He's
art
not
or
bad.
effect wise.
Oh, effect-wise, not art. Its art is awesome.
Oh.
I
Okay,
mean, its
yeah,
art's very,
okay.
its art's very,
Its
its
art-
art's
its
very
art's bad.
weird and just like meh.
I'm
There's a
sorry.
moment where
I'm on Team Vesper with this. Definitely looks like it was photoshopped.
This.
Oh yeah, no.
he
I
looks
also
like
want to
he's
throw.
wearing.
Finish your thought off.
Yep. The way that he like his purple like underlips is the best way I want to call that. It's like he's wearing a like whatever you're seeing right now is just what's over on top of what he already is. Like he's wearing a fucking suit.
It's true. Worms do have a weird skulls on the outside effect, much like Jurek. So maybe that's what that he is the Jurek one. What I wanted to throw out is look at his legs, or rather, look at his toes. Look how bendy they are. Why are his toes bendy?
Yeah.
They should not be able to support that body.
To be fair, worms as an archetype are the embodiment of why is this like this? This is creepy. I don't like it.
But his
Also,
arms make sense, I think.
As Filthy Casual puts it best, chicken. This guy just gives big chicken energy.
All right.
Dude, this
Chicken arise.
space chicken.
Are we moving on?
Whack!
I feel
Yes.
if we've run out of thoughts, I'm ready
It's-
to go to G.
It's
So it's
going
time for Worm Gulsey.
ghost. It's worm ghost.
No, it's Worm Gulsey.
Worm ghost.
Yeah. So hey, if you didn't like that chicken dry, let's get gooey again. This
That's-
is
Let's go back
Aerokin, but on 4 legs.
It looks like really sad, half-digested Eeyore.
Everything happens to Eel.
It looks like Aerokin sneezed on this guy. Like I honestly don't think there's much to say because this design is so similar to Aerokin, just quadrupedal.
I think it's him
Also-
evolved. I think
I
he
think
evolved.
it's-
He evolved.
I think
Also,
it's
there's
infinitely.
Also, this one has the most normal mouth.
Once again, this has the same problem as Dimocles, where this is an attack beater in a control deck.
Yeah.
And
The
they're
way
even
this-
worse than Dimocles.
Oh
way
yeah,
this-
no, this is a bad.
The way
effect.
that this
Yeah.
pose is framed, it's like he's looking up at you, going, "What the fuck? What?"
This
Why
is
am I
one of
here?
this is one of 2 worm monsters that involve the phrase worm counters.
And spoilers, this is the
Finally,
bad.
wait.
This is the bad one because the other one is pretty decent.
So
Caught trying across the board.
is
no,
there
this is
anything
just-
we want to say about Gurusu here?
Hold
Hold on,
sad,
I'm sorry.
sad,
Did
sad.
Despair just try? Did Despair just try to make a fucking Skyrim joke and let
Yeah.
that go under the radar? God damn it!
Sad
No.
have to just sad have to adjusted Eeyore go bye bye.
Okay, well we should say what he does really quick. So it's his effect is every time a face down defense position monster is flipped up, place 1 worm counter on this card. This card gains 300 attack for each worm counter on it. It's a 1500 attack monster.
And once
God,
again, this is
God,
in a
Cloudy,
control.
no way.
This is in a control deck. Like,
Yeah,
because
no,
once we get to the other worm counter monster effect, that is a good effect. It's this is not what they should be doing.
which is soon, but not yet, because we have to talk about the Utopia.
Worm Utopia.
We gotta
Wormtopia,
put
yes.
Worm frame, guys.
Yes, no, this is a Utopia target.
Who was brought up earlier.
It's actually hilarious.
I had a second thought. That guy. Oh my.
Oh yeah, we're hope.
Yes, no, this is Chibi Excalibur from Warframe.
No,
Oh.
it's Chippy Excalibur and Reggie Ice put together.
Oh my
Honestly,
god,
yeah.
he
you're
does have
right.
the Reggie
Oh,
orbs,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. You can see that.
Why am I on game tonight with these mix-ups? What the fuck?
But so does that mean he has the slow start ability?
What?
He is not bad. I would say he's very middling. He is when he gets attacked face down and flipped, draw a card.
Which
I can't.
drawing cards is always fine. He's alien
Well,
gray.
here's the problem. When this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, send 1 card from your hand to the graveyard.
Yeah.
Yo, but that triggers discard effects, doesn't it?
No, sent.
I know. No,
send one card. It's bad.
I'm
It's
being
bad.
I'm being
You're being
the
cheap.
Yeah,
No,
it's bad.
so
It's
the
bad.
the problem with Worm is Hope is I'm almost 100% sure. Was this in an anime episode?
No,
Because this
God,
feels
no.
like
No way it
No.
was.
this card is exactly good if it is hit by a 1400 or lower attack point monster by battle.
Yes, exactly.
Is-
But here's the problem, Dallas. We're playing dual terminal. Those
Yes, the
monsters
problem
exist.
is Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah.
If you play in a
Yeah.
pure environment, it makes sense. I mean, I will say he's
Also-
got 6 stats for a 1-star. He's got 1500 defense, 800 attack.
I was also gonna say thanks to Vesper because I was about to say, wait a second, he could be in a Dark World deck. And wait a second, no, never mind.
No. So the fun thing is he is actually used in a Utopia deck a while back because we'll get to it eventually. But Utopia is Great Emperor Hope or Grand Emperor Hope.
So for those who don't know, the Utopia archetype is referred to as the Hope archetype in Japan because number 39 Utopia's name was Kibo o Hopu or Kibo King of Hope.
It's Emperor of Hope, but yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
Well,
Semantics.
Dallas doesn't get to fight us about Japanese semantics. He doesn't
No,
know.
I only do get to fight because I literally watched Zexel this morning.
okay, but
How were we meant to know that?
Just means king. It
Mentioned it
just
earlier.
means any
AUO.
Kote for
Okay,
one.
the one that they went with in the official translation was Emperor of Hope.
Okay, but it's wrong.
Actually, did he
And
say
we're
the story
on
when I was deafened and muted?
Possibly.
Possibly.
I wasn't there for that, so it doesn't count. Anyway,
Did you
so
hear me talk about
here's
Chaos
Wormhope.
Never mind.
Here's Wormhope. He has a goose skin, but it's not drippy.
Yeah.
He's got weird Reggie orb light chest thing.
Yeah. You mentioned already, he looks like Excalibur from Warframe.
Yes,
That's
he
about
absolutely
all we
looks
can
like a
think of
Warframe. He
design.
has no
And-
eyes, unless his
Yeah.
chest is his eyes. I don't know. They are glowing yellow. He has a very, very slight piss aura.
I feel like
Shit.
he's vibrating.
I mean,
No,
yeah, he's got like
he's lucky.
he's
no,
got like motion
he
lines.
he has a goo shell.
Yeah, I
it's a
said that. He has a
goose
goose shell.
Oh yeah, it's
He's got a
Oh,
goose
Oh wait,
skin.
hold
Yeah.
on, no.
He's
it's
got a
someone just
Baguska.
put the Someone put the Deus Ex Human Revolution filter on him.
Oh god, no, he's
Like,
not.
no,
he's
look
not
at-
nearly as
I
useful
mean,
as
look at his
Baguska.
left
Okay.
arm. Like it is.
Dallas,
like
Baguska's not
half his body.
useless.
I said
Baguska isn't.
useful.
Oh,
I said useful.
okay, I didn't hear it
Oh,
that
yeah.
way.
Also,
You're correct. He's
can't
not
help
that
but
useful.
notice. Can't help but notice
No.
I don't know what it's called, but like the back talons on his feet.
Yeah, he's got
You mean
little
the back
heel
claws?
claws. Little
The
back
back
claws,
claws?
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
I like his design.
I mean, it's
overall.
support the body weight.
Unfortunately, he's just a terrible card.
Yeah, and honestly, like his design is, other than the fact that by the goose skin, the goose shell as we've called it, you can tell this boy a worm. He doesn't look like a lot of other worms. He isn't even on a space rock. He's just in a supernova. I don't
Yeah.
know what he's like. It's like if the worms fought E-heroes, and this is what evolved, right? Like I don't
Yeah.
know what this aesthetic is supposed to represent.
What I want to say is, if this guy didn't have his goose skin, and someone said this is a thing from space, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. But the
But,
goose skin
uh,
makes it weird for me.
Omega, I have to ask you one question before we get to the next one.
Yeah.
Are you prepared
You
are not prepared.
for Worm Illidan? I'm not kidding.
It's in fact
I'm ready.
kind of purple. It's kind of
Nah,
purple.
well, he's got some purple in there. That's true. Under his blue goo. Let me put him on screen. Let me pull him on screen. We have no more to say about Hope. Let's pull up Illidan.
Yeah.
You are not prepared. Yeah, no. I don't know how to get away with this, but Yu-Gi-Oh gonna Yu-Gi-Oh.
I mean, it's just words.
It looks like you caught him by surprise. He's like, oh shit.
It's like
He was not prepared.
I wasn't
He
ready.
was not prepared.
Also,
Wamu Iridan.
also, this card just looks like the one who's the goofiest of the bunch.
I
fun-
like his plating.
Fun fact: he is actually a very good card.
Oh yeah, the
Well, that one's very good. Is maybe an overstatement.
Relatively
He's
good.
good in his
Right.
archetype because
just,
every time a monster gets set, he put a worm counter on it.
it's just each
remove
time
card
the
is
card
set.
is set, so it's even
re-
better.
Yeah, remove worm counter. Remove 2 worm counters. Pop a card. That's
Select
a, good
a
effect.
card, by the way, not target.
Yes,
Yeah.
select. It's not even targeted.
So obviously, you need to play counter cleaner in your side deck to outworm Illidan.
Well, no. What you do is you flip all your worms up, then you flip off Falco with. Oh no, wait, that doesn't work.
Yeah, well, that would put Willadin face down, and then counters go away because counters are
But
dumb.
still,
Anyway,
you
let's
send enough
talk about
cards
the
in
aesthetics
mono.
though of this guy. Yep, he's a goo man. Honestly, like so,
Right,
I
Illidan.
like the armor.
So we should say this. Illidan comes out way later. He comes out like 2 years later in Storm of Ragnarok. He's in a core Yu-Gi-Oh set, and you can see that the design of the aesthetic is starting to evolve, right? Like, yes, he has the goo. Yes, he has the eyes. Yes, he has the fucked up sideways vagina mouth. But also, he absolutely looks like a budget tokusatsu enemy, right? Like,
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
was going to say, if anyone here has seen Power Rangers Turbo, he reminds me of one of the big minions from that one.
yep,
No,
yep, that
yeah.
kind of energy.
You know,
Like,
you're talking about-
the guy with the big ass head for no reason.
He's covered in random spikes that aren't symmetrical at all. He's blue goo, but also he is purple underneath. His skin muscles are purple under there. But yeah, no, he's just a spiky boy, a very spiky boy.
He's Worm Trishula.
An Evangelion
Yeah.
covered in goo. Yes.
No, he's actually a decent card. Because once again, he's a 1 tribute monster. He doesn't have stats, but you're playing your control deck, so why do you need stats?
I mean, he's got 2K. He's got a nice minimum for a tribute monster.
I don't know why, but this guy's like just how surprised he looks. It's just really
But
setting me on. He's like, ah.
in 2011 Yu-Gi-Oh, being able to tribute a monster and then immediately pop 3 of your opponent's cards by setting a bunch of shit is good.
Yeah. Just set your entire board. But okay, we'll move on if there's no further comments about Illidan's
Man,
look here.
Can worms set themselves, or no? Use something for that usually.
Yes,
no,
they
but
can
there's
set
a lot
themselves.
of supports that set themselves.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they have ways to set themselves. Yes.
Yeah, they set others of them set them like Falco.
You know what's a good
or-
card that sets itself? The Pure Advantage Camel.
Yes, no. You can run Pac-Man and worms, and it is effective.
Packworm.
Because this guy only says cards, so
Yeah, you can
Pac-Man
say. I mean,
counts.
also that doesn't say monster cards either. You can just tribute summon this guy and set 5 back row. Pass.
yeah,
Oh
so-
god, you're right.
And if you're playing a control deck, that is a viable.
Set 6. Set a
Just
field
do
spell.
that.
Set a field spell. That counts too.
Yeah.
That
Sadly,
gives you
worms don't have a
enough for
field
3
spell.
pops.
Is there a reptile field spell?
There probably
there has
is.
to be.
There has to be some.
That-
At the
that
very
is like
least,
a
there's whatever
reptile
generic old school field spell boosts them, or you could play. I mean, I don't know if you want to because they are flip monsters and are in defense position, but you could just play Luminous Spark. You know, they're all light. That would make this
No,
guy
Luminous
25
Spark would be
hundo.
terrible.
I play
Also, Luminous Spark
Chorus of
isn't a field spell.
Sanctuary.
Yeah, of course, it's sanctuary.
Yeah, of course, the
Also,
Sanctuary would probably make him
apparently
funnier.
The only generic reptile
Wait, hold on.
field spell is Depths of the Abyss or Ogdoatic Origin.
Did-
I don't know which one is which.
Did
Ogdoatic
Dallas just
Origin.
say Luminous Spark is not a field spell?
No, he
No.
said not good for them.
Ah, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's they're because they're not just light.
I mean, they are,
I honestly
but the
thought
decks
you
might
said
not
it
be
was
just
a
light.
field
But
spell.
all reptile type worms are light.
Isn't zero? Okay.
No, they're all
Oh,
light.
God.
It's how
thought
Allies
they
of
were
Justice. Nope.
All
I
light
want to see what
reptile.
this thing is outside.
But yeah,
tar.
Jelix is great. I love his design.
It's covered in tar.
Gentle.
Jelex, you say? I think you mean
Jelex.
Jet Eclipse.
Yeah, there's
Jet
there's a lot of extra syllables.
Jet
in
Jetalixp.
Jetal-
That Lixp.
Jetelixps.
Uh,
Yeah, it's
we
bad.
could
It's
do-
very
we could
bad.
go
His
with
name-
the Jet- we could go
I
with
like
the
calling him Jet
Japanese,
Eclipse because it's funny, but yeah, it's
We
it's
could
bad.
go
I'll
with
put it in chat as well.
Jetoriku Pusu.
Jetreich Pusu.
Yeah.
Why did we go German with that one?
He is so,
Jetorich.
he is so covered in goo. There's no design.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
there's
there's
not a lot to
something
talk
under
about.
there,
We
though.
can see his face.
Yeah.
We know that he
Why
has tiny
does-
wings, probably, and he has huge shoulders.
Yeah.
And
So
tiny
obviously
arms.
this one was the one sent to take care of Jirak because he's embodying the La Brea Tar Pits.
Anyway, yeah, Monster tried to say anything.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, like he doesn't actually have a torso. His entire face just legs plus a head.
No. He's got like look where his hips. Actually, I'll do the thing.
Yeah.
I'll do my
I
thing.
guess there's a hip, but it's a very small part.
Why do I feel like this
Yeah,
guy's
very
giving
hard,
off big
but, yeah.
symbiote energy?
I don't.
I mean, worms
Yeah.
in general do, but
Hold on,
yeah.
no,
Yeah,
I
I'll
think
see
that's his
that.
own bit. He has kind of a
He's trying to
triangular body shape,
I was gonna say he's trying to give him the golden ratio,
It's very weird.
and then his
Learn-
back
learn
is
to
like
spin.
this shape though.
and then he's got like weird wings.
Well, so he has one very tiny arm and one average-sized arm.
Or it could
Maybe I
be
thought-
that the artist didn't understand perspective. This is a hidden arsenal archetype.
Yes, I have an arm reaching forward and an arm kind of
Actually, no,
reaching
I'll leave
backwards.
my little red lines here.
Well, no, this one was also in Storm of Ragnarok.
It's a few.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the next 3 are in Storm of Ragnarok.
Yeah, it was an next two
but-
later.
But Jetalixp
He's a
is
resetter. He's not bad.
potentially infinitely recurring.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
say
if you can
infinitely
reset him.
recurring.
I mean, if you can reset him, that requires extra resources. But yeah, if you can set him again, you can.
Yeah.
because it's not once per turn.
Oh, basic position. No, I
it's face
face on. I was like, that's
No, he's not a
broken.
spear cretin.
By the way, I blame Dallas for this, but because of the previous card, I look at this guy.
Any cards...
What's up, Love?
That's okay, Moth wanted to say something.
No, you were talking first. Finish your thought, please,
so
Love.
it was just... Yeah, you were talking first.
Is there some lag? I feel like I start talking to direct this and people cut in. Are we Discord? Are we synced up here?
I feel like
that's
I'm the
fine.
one who should be getting lag here because
I
I'm in
think-
Australia.
Yeah,
But-
I think there was lag because it felt like I wasn't... Like, Loth wasn't talking, then he was talking.
You also did
Yeah.
get like a weird cutout there. Like maybe.
It might
Yeah,
be in your
but-
setback.
What I was
Um,
gonna say was, thanks to Dallas, and I guess it's just the way my brain's working right now. Thanks to the last card, I hear Worm Jiraxis from this guy.
Story of the Burning Legion. Not our
Sing it,
Lord of the
blues.
Burning.
All right, they're gonna keep doing that for a while. Marth, what did you want to
Yes,
say?
Next.
sorry about that.
Okay, what was I going to say?
Shit.
Are there any cards that, like, turn a special summon card face down that's continuous?
Probably. There's probably some kind of effect like that.
There's probably some jank ass setup that
There's
makes
probably
Also,
Probably
we're not
is
going to get into it
probably.
tonight because there's a lot of L swarms. But Zed in chat said they could swear that this guy underneath looks like an L swarm. Wouldn't be shocked. L swarms are a late hidden arsenal. There could entirely be an L swarm that is just this guy without the worm goo on him.
Well, also remember this one was in Storm of Ragnarok, so this was probably released afterwards.
No, L swarms are a very late hidden
Yeah.
arsenal. They're Xyz. They're an archetype that dips into Xyz, so they're
Storm of
a late
Ragnarok
hidden
is
arsenal.
already in the Xyz era. It's
I'm
2011.
That's
Wait, hold on.
not though, because it's got
No,
a
Storm
fucking
of Ragnarok's
Acer man on
2011.
there.
No,
It's synchro still, Dallas. It's got the Acer guy on it.
Oh, it's the end of Synchros. It's the last Synchros. Okay.
But yeah, that
By
would
the way,
still be
no-
before they got to L swarms in Hidden Arsenal.
Okay.
This has nothing to do with Yu-Gi-Oh right now. I'm just posting something I saw on Twitter. This is trending in Australia right now. The 12 Apostles.
Okay, now
Oh, you know, your country's going through some weird shit right
What
now.
the fuck?
I think
But
this
I don't know
is
why
the
that's
best
trending.
art. Anyway, this guy doesn't.
Okay.
He's missing half his art. Whoops, I had my paint still on, not my draw tool. He's missing half his art, so there's nothing further to talk about. Let's look at
Looking
the
through old
king.
ones, I don't see anything that immediately
Yeah.
jumps out at what this boy could be, but I know it's probably the evils from Azathoth because Azathoth is just a blob of worms. Cool.
Also, by the way, this is the original Japanese artwork. The
Oh,
international artwork gets rid of the crotch mouth because of reasons. Even though this is Worm King.
Is it implying something I'm not seeing?
Also, Omega.
This is a core.
Fun fact: this man
Core
makes Illidan sad because this is released in the same set of Illidan, and if you read his first effect, he's a secret one tribute monster.
By the way, I also just want to point out in his hand is, I can't remember his name, but the first guy we talked about.
And gummy worms.
Apocalypse.
Oh, Worm Apocalypse.
He's holding
Also,
it like a
look at-
fucking gummy bear he's about to eat.
I mean, that does let you know how fucking huge Worm King is. He's holding
But
an
yeah.
apocalypse in his hand like he's gonna
No,
eat him. He's a gummy bear.
This guy was released in the same set as Illidan.
As a super rare, though.
And I know, but his effect is it can be tribute summoned in face-up attack position by tributing one reptile-type worm monster. So if you're playing a worm deck, and you can tribute one reptile worm-type monster and select a card and pop it.
Which is why I'm sure his card art shows him eating that worm apocalypse.
Yes.
Yeah,
th-
so this is
there's
Worm
a-
King.
There's a couple of other boys.
people.
There's a couple of boys we'll get to way later that combos with him.
Yeah, but
I
we're here to talk
honestly
about this is
kinda-
fail portrayal. We're here to talk about the art.
I kind of like how just it makes me think of like this is a weird mix between a Geiger movie and a Final Fantasy boss.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah, no, this guy has
does kind
final
of
boss
have-
energies, right?
This guy has Final Fantasy energy hard.
Actually, weirdly enough, with his color scheme, especially those white horns at the back, I'm getting SMT vibes.
That too.
That-
I can
well,
see-
I mean,
I
SMT
can see it
He
as
basically.
has the second phase Final Fantasy boss before he becomes a literal god. But right now he's in the monster phase.
You're gonna tell me that SMT doesn't rip off Final Fantasy? I'm gonna press doubt.
It's more back and forth.
Yeah, also, Marth,
Okay, so yeah, another thing I just thought of like the lazy, guess, crotch bit. Sort of looks like Majora's Mask, just insect-like.
Yeah, I know it's got a similar shape to it. Yeah,
So,
he is
you
on a
know
scary
what?
moon.
You know what
He's
those
crashing
eyes,
his mood.
You know what the
He
crotch
knows
eyes?
survival.
You know what the crotch eyes remind me of? So has anyone else seen the Digimon movie?
Oh
Yes.
no, the
Oh,
American one?
no.
His
I
eyes
think
look
I've seen bits and
his
pieces.
eyes look like Diaboromon.
I want to throw this out there. I feel like his eyes are pointed in different directions. Like this one's got
He's
a
got a
subtle shadow,
lazy
like it's
eye.
looking up there, and this one's got a shadow, like it's looking over there.
Oh,
I
no,
do
his-
want to say though
green.
about
His
his
green.
about his vagina mouth on his crotch. The American art makes it look so much funnier because they just close the mouth, but there's still so obviously a mouth there.
Yeah,
They
it's-
just closed it.
Yeah, they just
Looks
painted
very
it over, vaguely translucent, so it just looks like he's quietly, as opposed to
Yes.
this, which is clearly just full blown roaring.
No, yeah, oh my god, just to clarify, yeah, the set after Storm of Ragnarok is Extreme Victory, which is the extra.
Yes,
Oh,
Okay, so
I-
I finally reminded
God,
God,
my-
but okay.
um,
Clearly, I need to pare down the hosts of Fail Portrayal because we only care about inane trivia.
Well, speaking of inane trivia, when you added those red lines, all I could think of is that his eyes are now clogs, and it's just really tickling my fancy.
Okay, enjoy that.
Go back.
But
Reminds me of everyone.
honestly, like, yeah, the Worm King, not a bad design. Like, obviously, the reason why they censored the mouth is because it's in his crotch, or in his second head. Technically, this is kind of like a centaur, but as an octoped, he's all right.
Well, the question is, does his top face actually, is it a head or is it like a dummy body?
It's
thing?
his horn.
I mean, he's got shoulders and arms and shit too. So yeah, no, I feel like
I've
this
been
is a centaur type thing. He's just a weird Worm King guy. Like, but he has the final boss energy we're looking for. He's
Yeah,
got the
and-
slight goo coating.
And he is one of your 3 boss monsters in this archetype.
Yeah.
So-
Okay,
And-
this reminds me of it. The goo coating is more of like when Stellar Piccolo regrow limbs. It's a rapid
Oh
evolution.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know about that. I
Oh.
think they're just gooey.
I did not notice. He looks like he's just covered in honey.
Yeah, it's just cute.
Yeah,
I mean, he's
got
always
subtle
wearing
goo
goo.
lines. He-
And yeah, I didn't realize the goo lines at first.
Yeah, no, all the worms have goo.
No.
I mean, I
Falco
didn't
doesn't
realize
have
this
goo.
guy's goo lines.
Also, our next boy that I'm gonna pull up doesn't look that gooey. Wait, no, I've got a clean
No.
armor. Never mind, he's very gooey. It was a bad print.
Yeah,
okay.
no, Lynx is very gooey.
All right, guys, we're going back
Yeah,
in the
very
goo
good.
hole.
Oh
Oh,
god,
oh,
what
no,
is it
forgetting
this
to-
time?
Here, hold on. Let me. I keep forgetting to switch off. So I'll just.
Omega,
The goo
Omega,
hole is
don't
not a
talk
place
about
you want to put people in.
don't talk about the goo hole with the Worm King on the board.
I
Oh my
crossed
god,
out
it's a
Worm King.
giant ant.
Blah,
Ugh.
Worm
That's
links.
gross.
Worm Lynx is a very annoying. If you're playing Worms right, Worm Lynx is a
Uh.
very annoying card
With an X.
because what he does is he
Feel-
basically
feel
if
like
you
this.
so if you flip Worm King or Worm King
Yeah.
Worm Lynx, you get a draw phase on your end phase now.
Yeah, and during your end
Oh,
phase, you get
no.
to draw a card. But also, Dallas is
Well-
way too excited to talk about the effects and not about look at this fucking art.
I hate to say it, I'm making beat me to
Yeah.
it again. God damn.
So
Uh,
bad.
Yeah, go.
Now, this. I mean, they. What do I need to say besides look at it? Look at him.
It's not.
Stare into his eyes.
This art screams kill me.
He's got bug
Yes,
feeler.
Marv?
Oh,
Okay, yeah, it definitely screams kill me. But also looks like at least what did it possess some sort of wasp? Plus a
It
spider
mutated.
once it fused them.
If anyone here has played, oh no, don't add lines, no. If anyone here has played, oh, okay, I thought there was,
Yeah.
I thought he was adding lines,
I
like actually extending the.
I more thought it as like this thing's gonna just rip you apart because it's like if
Well,
that fucking fist didn't exist.
Has anyone here played Bloodborne? Because I'm getting flashbacks to the weird fly enemies from that.
Oh, like
I have
Eldritch
played some
Wasps,
Bloodborne.
yeah.
Oh, you know what else it reminds me of? If you've played, I mean, it's the same series, so it's very similar. But if you've played Dark Souls 3, the first DLC in the snow level with all the fucking blood flies.
Oh yeah, those guys who just like,
Yeah.
ah yes, we love our filth.
Yeah, God, this thing looks gross. Like, I'm sorry. This is the first time that the goo doesn't look like goo. It just is like it looks like blood. It looks like blood and
Real
viscous.
blood, yeah.
Because
Yeah,
because it's red, the goo layer loses that weird, funny alien badness.
Yeah,
and
like
other-
that weirdly cartoony effect is just like, no, this two-headed wasp thing has just climbed out of somebody's chest cavity after eating their guts and is looking to eat your guts next. Why
so
does it
that-
have tiny pointy legs but also the same thing in its mouth? What the fuck?
So Omega, you just basically described a Deadlands monster.
Yes.
Why
Also,
does it
if
have
anyone
two
here has ever
heads?
played if anyone here has played Deadlands Wasted West,
Oh my
what, prairie
God.
ticks?
Yeah,
Prairie
no,
ticks are
it's
awful.
what are those like vampire wasp things that vampires can summon? It's those.
Sturgis?
No, in Deadlands.
Oh.
Wait, we have
Me-
vampires in Deadlands?
Your DM never threw a vampire at you?
No,
Dude, my first adventure was killing vampire Doc Holiday.
we have.
Like,
Either way,
Either way, yes.
we're gonna move away from the goo, kind of, with this next.
Well, we're gonna stay on the insectile. Let me just double check when this was released. This was Hidden Arsenal 2. This was our second wave. With links.
Yeah, okay.
Oh right. Oh wait. No, yeah. Worms decks won't work. I forgot.
Why?
What?
Well, in progression rather.
Why?
Because their boss monster is in a premium pack, but then gets reprinted into an actual set. So rip
It's very weird.
Yeah.
And
worms.
god damn
By
it,
the way,
where
Dallas,
did my fucking copy go?
Check
I had it copied.
Text chat.
Curse you.
Larg.
I mean that's every Deadlands campaign. Has anyone in your party taken the most cursed Deadlands ability? What the fuck is it called?
Veteran.
Reaper. No.
Blah.
Is it Grim Reaper's Fortune?
Okay, that's.
No, I know which one you're talking about.
Welcome to
yeah.
Worm Milidith. Or Milidith.
Oh
like
yeah,
his
no.
character's design.
This art is one of the few worms art that makes me sick.
Well, he's got the xenoblood, the xenomorph vomiting acid.
Like this literally just looks like a parasitic wasp.
Yeah, it's a giant alien wasp.
Actually, no. As a person who in real life
sure.
has a phobia about wasps, this doesn't give me wasp energy. Like,
no-
This is a giant alien spider wasp.
yeah, this is very more spider-like. I know it has wasp wings, but this doesn't. Unlike Cazadors, this does not invoke a deep sense of dread for me. This is
I
just
hate
a weird
Cazadors
spider
so
thing.
much. I hate Cazador so much.
That's
Talk
true.
about Landwalker, guys.
I don't have a
It is called
phobia of
Landwalker.
wasps. I just find parasitic wasps specifically to be the grossest animals on the fucking planet.
No,
Yeah.
that's there. Nature is metal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lay my eggs inside of other animals.
Ugh.
So
Yeah,
why when anyone tells me
tarantula hawks are pretty freaky.
This is why whenever anyone tells me nature is happy and innocent and wonderful and humans are the most evil thing, I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Have
uh,
you met
scary.
animals?
As a
Darwin was right.
as a biology major, I can agree with that. Nature's not beautiful. It's
Direct them to
angry and
the.
evil. Not
direct them
evil,
to
it's
the
just
zombie
angry
fungus.
and scary.
Well, so I want to throw this out there. Marth did talk about this in the text chat, which the people at home can't see. Its mouth parts are on the bottom, which are weird.
Yeah. No, that's why I immediately thought parasitoid because it just looks like it would like fly up to something, then like perch down on it and then just inject it with things.
Well, I
do
also want
not-
to throw out there. It's interesting you have those vibes to really quick finish this up because its flip effect is you can equip this card to a monster your opponent you control as an equip card when flipped. Inflict 400 damage to the controller of this equipped monster each standby phase. So it
I may
has
have
the
had a
parasite
through line to
aspect.
that. It
It's
is
a
literally a
face
parasite. Yeah.
Yeah.
I may have been influenced by its effect.
So-
And I mean, like, it's got the correct vibes for it in the art, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Well, hold on. Let Vespero
Mega
say
Man.
something.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, it's just the face hugger. It might just be the scale is very off depending on the perspective, but
Oh
it could just be
my
a
God.
tiny ass face.
Ugh, that's
But-
honestly the
No,
fact that it's pouring, face melting acid. That's worse than a normal face hugger.
Here's the thing,
Oh.
Mega Man ZX in chat.
Dead.
Like,
It's not
I'm
bad.
chill with most spiders. Spiders are generally, in my opinion, very helpful because they eat the more annoying evil insects like mosquitoes. Fucking
Daddy
sweet.
Longlegs.
Daddy Longlegs isn't actually a spider either, I don't think.
No, it's not. But
Really?
it's an arachnid. So
But it's still cool.
yeah, but like
This
the
looks
thing
like a
with
Photoshop.
wasps is wasps are aggressive and mean and just like they don't serve a purpose. They're just dicks. Wasps are dicks.
Wasps are
Some-
asshole animals, yes.
Some
like-
spiders do have wings. Do they drink Red Bull?
Also, I believe you are incorrect.
Unbelievable.
There are not actually winged spiders. That's I believe that is a Photoshop hoax.
Okay, so
Dallas, I'm sorry. I'm
actually-
trying to make myself laugh.
Actually, 2 points about wasps. They take care of insect pests and they sometimes do pollination.
Well, there are
Both
to be
times.
fair, there are some different wasps like bees and ants are a wide variety, but
Yeah.
most wasps that you run into are the fighter, the fighty
Like
asshole
the-
type, like I
So-
think yellow jackets or
Like,
that
yeah, yellow jackets.
Hornets are really mean
definitely.
too. They're
So
really
there
Also, the
aren't any-
Japanese murder wasps.
The thing is, there aren't any spiders with wings, but there are spiders that can glide.
yes, there are spiders that have
Uh,
gliding behaviors,
It's
which
weird.
is freaky.
They
Spiders
use
are.
their-
I do not have arachnophobia, but I am also not comfortable with like hunting type spiders. Like not, we don't have full blown tarantulas, but yeah.
I'm cool with. Here's the thing, Omega. I'm weird. I'm cool with big spiders. Like big spiders are fine for me because it's like I know where the big spider is.
I mean,
Yeah,
honestly, I think like conceptually, like, I mean, I don't know if I'd want it running around loose in my room, but like I could have a tarantula in a terrarium. I wouldn't be freaked out by that. But
yeah,
it's
same
the
here.
wandering like the spiders that happen to be
Yeah.
for some strange reason the exact same brown color as my carpet and are as big as my palm. I'm like,
Oh.
no, buddy, you can't stay in my room, dude. You gotta go.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not okay with this. Might sound racist. It may be. I don't care. I'm not cool with any spiders from South America because for some reason every spider in South America is the most dangerous spider ever.
I mean,
it's-
it's like
it's-
Australia.
it's
It's an
good,
isolated environment, and they're fuckers. Banana
Well, no,
spiders
the
are fuckers.
spiders in here's the thing: the spiders in Australia, for the most part, with the exception of the brown recluse, which is here anyway, like are not poisonous. They're just huge for
And
no
as
reason.
As I keep saying, one of my favorite things to point out, similar to spiders, snakes, we have one of the world's most poisonous snakes. It
Oh,
is
yeah, no.
eaten by the fourth world's most poisonous
No.
snake.
Everything other than spiders in Australia is the most poisonous. That's just. It's
But
just
yeah,
the
no,
platypus.
There's
It's
the only poisonous, the only venomous mammals. Yes, no, there's some weird shit in Australia, but no, yeah, like there
no,
are a
the-
lot of spiders are one of the most like weirdly diversified classes of creatures, right? Like you can tell a spider type arachnid from its basic features, and they've got, oh yeah, this one jumps, this one weaves webs, this one doesn't give a fuck, it just hunts you and it shoots its hairs at you like missiles. That's tarantulas, by the way.
I
Urticarians
love
are
tarantulas.
horrifying.
What do you
But
mean this
I
one? What do
think
you mean
to-
this one has its own trap
Alright.
door maze? What the fuck?
People with arachnophobia, freely tell me that I'm crazy. I think tarantulas and other extremely hairy spiders are kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie.
I
as
mean,
a
there's
per-
certainly some cute spiders.
Guys,
Sorry, go ahead.
So,
Uh,
as someone that has a minor phobia of like general insects, overall,
That's not how
it
spiders
varies
work.
a lot. Or insectoids and arachnids.
I mean, that's
have a
fair.
minor
I
phobia.
have a very I've talked about this. I have a very generic phobia of stinging insects because I had a bad stinging experience. So I like go pseudo panic attack if I like
Also,
see a bee or
I
a
had
wasp.
to deal with a lot of micro-sized spiders when I was
Alright.
growing up, so I'd have a phobia.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
You said
I
micro spiders.
I can't. I think for me it's because I started living a long time in Florida where we have a lot of normal spiders. I'm just like, oh, you go outside. Oh, the web weavers are out tonight. All right, just watch your face.
Yeah.
Watch your face when you go outside.
Well, it's like most spiders. Like I've been bitten by poisonous spiders. Most spiders are like nothing because
They can't break your
they
skin
have.
usually.
Well, they don't have enough poison in them to kill a human.
It's only very specific breeds of
hurt-
fighter
or
that
even
are
hurt again.
super
Yeah.
deadly and will kick your ass.
However, the one
And all-
urban myth
even
that got
California kill me.
the one urban myth that got perpetuated the fuck, which I hate until I found out it was
What's the
fake,
worm
is
who
that
fought
fucking one.
X-Sabers, guys?
God damn it.
Is
Okay, I guess I just won't say anything then.
Is it the spiders laying eggs in bananas?
No, it was spiders crawling into your mouth while you're sleeping.
That is an urban legend, correct? Anyway,
Yes,
Worm
it is,
Noble.
yeah. No, yeah, because the spot. Oh Jesus!
This
Hmm.
guy's just a dude.
This guy looks like the mafia.
the hunter with 7 weapons.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh my god, it's a guy wearing worm armor.
Okay.
Well, I want to say this, Vesper. Were you just saying that, or do you have definitive proof that this guy fought X-Sabers? Because if you don't have
Oh,
proof,
but
I
going
can
by the
assume
fact-
this.
I'm going by the fact that he is just a humanoid who has worm weapons on his back.
Yes, that form an X shape. I would absolutely say this is a worm
Oh
fighting
my
an X saber.
god.
Like,
His weapons look like
look at his
sabers.
body. Look at his body
No,
type.
Filthy Casual already brought it back up. You don't need to call him Blade Edge. No.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He reminds me of invaders, which are a thing from Get a
well,
Robo, which is a very different thing.
So are we sure that those are weapons, or are those things growing out of his back?
I
It
don't
might be
know.
both.
I mean, it's
Volcano Lost Us.
interesting, right? Because he's got Worm Noble has kind of an interesting setup. I would say that I don't think his. I mean, he's got armor, so his effect kind of makes sense. He's a 1 tribute, got a fat ass, got 2400 AS. Flip, if this card is flipped up by a monster's attack, inflict damage equal to your opponent, equal to half the monster's attack. So, basically, usually they're going to take clapback damage if they're dumb enough to attack into a tribute set, because what the fuck?
No.
Question: is it just me, or does his arms look like they wouldn't bend at all?
There are certain.
I mean, I think because he's got the like gooey musculature above the like elbow joint or whatever, they can bend there. But you are right; they do not look like they naturally bend very well. How does he slap you with those giant monster hands, huh?
He has to do like a wind up and get on one leg to lift his arm up high enough.
I think
never mind, it is in the
I think
card
it
bank.
does alien
Okay.
movements and it just drills it into your stomach.
Okay, I can play worms because their boss monster is in the card bank. Yay!
Also, am I the only one getting like a weird Archfiend vibe from like his?
Yeah.
torso,
No,
like-
you're
Oh
not.
no! Yeah, he's got a summoned
has a
skull
lot of-
body. He's got summoned skull body.
This guy has a lot of
Unfortunately,
vaguely, humanoid vibes.
As Omega alluded to, this guy is a complete meme and worthless.
Yeah, no, it's you tribute set him and your opponent has to attack into him to do anything.
Yeah.
It's funny, but it's dumb. Your
Like,
opponent
there's
won't do
ways
it.
to make him. There's ways to
Yes,
make him work with modern cards, but why?
To me, it feels like a thing of this is a corpse that a worm ate to make a body.
Actually,
That's not how worms
Kalen,
work, though.
I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Kalen in the chat brings up a good point. Similar to his arms, his wrists and his hands look like they wouldn't be able to move like a proper wrist should
Honestly,
either.
I bet that's part of the freak show factor. Is it looks like he can't bend his arms, and he can't like use his
Dude.
hands.
I'm so
But-
sad no one. I'm so sad no one used him in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime because I'd love to see how these things move.
Like
Yeah.
he,
By the
he
way,
would
mo-
absolutely wiggle his hands. Yeah.
By the way, sorry, Zed, I didn't see your comment about him looking like a reject Archfiend.
But no, as I mentioned, he's got Damon Bod. Do you have anything furthermore to say about this man? Because like honestly, like his design, he looks like a worm. He's got some extra goo. Like he's got the problem that he can't move some of his limbs, but it works. Like we're back to normalcy with worms. This looks like a worm.
He's
got the
solidified
humanoid
it-
musculature. Oh,
Yeah. Actually, he has multiple mouths and multiple eyes.
yeah, he's got the humanoid musculature being overtaken by the worm goo.
Or unless those worms are actually another monster, just part of his cart.
Could
In
be.
my
We'll-
head,
we'll-
I've solidified this guy as a worm version of Hunter with the 7 weapons.
Worm with the 7 worms.
Yeah, essentially.
Worm
Oh,
worms.
Let's
we get to do the best boy next.
Wait,
Yeah.
no, 7 worms with the
Opera.
worm.
go to the dude let's go to the dude just having a fun time.
Oh,
He's just
the
having
guy-
a good
The
time.
guy with the
Having a good
guy with the
time.
mouth with a mouth with a mouth.
So,
That's creepy.
This is
So-
Wamu Opera.
Opera's
Creepy cute.
Opera is a part of a very funny meme deck that I brought to a tournament and beat someone with a legitimate deck with, in the worst way possible.
What's it do?
He's part of Worm Venom, a Worm Venom deck I built.
What? What?
that is- Because of his effect. So his effect is every time he flips up, he lowers monsters to 500 attack.
Oh
Alright.
no.
Except
Oh,
worms.
oh,
Type worm
Oh,
monster.
right, and Venom Swamp.
And Venom Swamp, when a monster hits 0 attack, it pops.
Yeah, it's pretty
So
funny.
it's
So-
actually, you have double.
Worm Venom Control is a dumb
lower
deck, and
attack.
it's bad. But when literally no one at a tournament is expecting it, sometimes you get lucky.
Dallas, you have described rogue decks.
My favorite part of Opera is that he's just sitting on a tiny little mound in the water.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
Opera is clearly meant to be like a sea sponge or like a deep sea jellyfish, right? Like,
Yeah.
yes, he's got kind of two toothy mouths, but the shape of his body is very much like a lot of sea creatures. I also actually no, it's probably
creepy
sound
cute.
waves. Yeah, it's got
Yeah,
kind of an
it's-
ugly, cute vibe.
He's definitely singing.
Well, he is not the ugly worm. That's for later.
Also, I imagine he is those tiny teeth he has. I imagine those are actually like snail teeth.
I honestly, I have a weird thing. I would actually love to have this as a weird plushie, like a Kazu plushie.
Oh
Is it-
yeah,
No,
no,
this
this
is
would be, if
adorable.
you turn this into a plush, this would be fucking soft. It would be funny. You could make it flop around like a hand
It's-
puppet.
I'm getting,
So-
if anyone here has seen Shin Godzilla, I'm getting, the second form of vibes off of this guy, or first form,
So
where it's
this-
just crawling along the ground.
So I'm gonna post this in progression because this is what I imagine his teeth look like under a microscope, which is the snail mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
no,
that's-
snails are hell beasts.
They're healthy.
No, their entire their lower body is covered in serrated blades for small insects.
Well, I mean, they
So,
are
like-
called gastropods.
Yeah, like for a human, it doesn't do anything because, like, I mean, we're big and humans.
Our skin's thick enough,
But
yeah.
an insect that gets caught under it gets slowly shredded and then dissolved.
I mean, so long as this motherfucker doesn't start shooting poisonous barbs at me, I think I'll be fine.
No, that's only some snails.
So,
One
No,
of
you
them
wanna
lives in
make-
Australia.
well, so Dallas, I don't know if you've listened that far, but in a recent arc of the Star Wars AP, I used a giant space version of that, and once again, Lot's character was shot with a poisonous needle.
Well, I'm-
It keeps happening.
Is this just
like
your niche
freaking-
now?
It always happens.
No.
Well, so he was the one who rolled the threat on the check to like exist, and I'm like,
No,
okay,
no.
well, we'll have him get shot, and then he takes the hit, and we're like, all right, you've been shot with a poison needle again. That's hilarious. Anyway,
'cause I
y'all
just
have
exclaimed-
y'all
oh,
have
yeah.
heard from the Worm King, the king of worms, the king of pop. Now it's time to check in with the
queen.
prince.
The artist
Who is
formerly
very
known
much
as-
having a rap battle and and some tiny worms.
Yes,
are
no.
backing him up.
This is
Oh
definitely.
my god, these are the worms. No, oh my god, if worms are doing rap, this is the
Also,
blocks.
can I just say something that blew
Wait.
my mind that I
What's up?
only realized today? The rap battle brought it into my head. So you know Falcon, right? You know he was one of the rappers in 8 Mile. That blew my mind.
Who? Who's
The
that?
actor that plays Falcon in MCU was one of the rappers in 8 Mile, the Eminem film.
Wow.
What?
I mean, it's not that surprising. Remember, Chris Evans was in Not Another Teen Movie, which is still one of my favorite facts.
That's
Anyway,
true.
it's very funny we make a musical reference because Worm Prince absolutely looks like he's about to bust
Oh, no,
out the
he's
diss
about
track.
to
Yeah,
bust
look
out
at
some
look at his
big
backup dances.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, since Loth brought that up really quick, I do want to point this out. In the international version, the worm apocalypses are removed because they don't want to make it look like a demonic ritual.
Yeah.
It looks like a rap
But
battle.
TCG is dumb. Yes, no,
That
this looks like a
honestly
fucking rap
sounds-
battle. Like,
that
those worm
honestly-
apocalypses are absolutely doing the oh meme.
Now I'm just
Yeah.
imagining all of the Worm Apocalypse sound like Flavor Flav.
Yeah, and already said in the
The-
text,
the-
but this guy is doing a rap battle with Worm Carteros.
This
Look at this guy.
yeah, that guy.
They're rap battling on the meteorite to see who gets off first.
But no, you see, like his horns, like they look like a weird backpack. It's actually just a speaker system.
I mean, this is another card that is like, this is okay in terms of hidden arsenal, but like,
He's also got. Let me tell you why that's bullshit energy.
I mean,
coming
yeah,
up
no,
with
like for his artwork being called Worm Prince, which he is, like, yeah, he's 50% of a Worm King. You
He's
know?
large. He's large and in charge, and he definitely has a he has some kind of vibe of he has some kind of higher figure in the worm hierarchy.
His art is clean. He's not as gooey.
Yeah, that's the weirdest part.
I
He's very
actually think he has-
shiny, though. Very
I
shiny.
actually think he has. I don't think he has one of my favorite arts because I don't think he looks very much like the rest of them. So I'm gonna dock points for not fitting. But other than that, I think it's pretty clean.
I mean, he's got a very thin goo layer over his skin. He's not very wet, though.
I mean, I think he does fit because, like as Omega said, Worm Prince's body is just the top half of Worm King.
he's
Honestly,
half a
the
Worm
other thing that bothers me is his horns are too tiny.
I guess his
Yeah.
head horns are a little small. That said, he absolutely, once again, this is just a fucking, like, tokusatsu villain, right? Like,
Oh
Like,
no, no,
he
this
could
one
be,
just
like-
is.
he's a dude in a rubber suit. Like, he could be huge, like,
Yeah.
if you're doing, like, some Power Rangers or Ultraman type shit, or he could be small if you're doing, like, just a Kamen Rider thing.
Yeah.
No, this is definitely more of the Kamen Rider side than Seiyu, because he's not nearly inhuman looking enough for Super Sentai.
Now, this is a 1 tribute monster with 2200 attack. If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can add a reptile-type worm monster from your deck to your hand. If you do not control at least one other reptile-type worm monster, destroy this card during the end phase. So if Worm Prince doesn't have his entourage, if he doesn't have his backup dancers, he's going home. He's going home to the graveyard.
So Worm Prince suffers
Drops
from
the
same,
mic, leaves.
Worm Prince suffers from the same problems that Worm Illidan does, which on the surface that's a decent effect, but then another monster comes out in the same set that's just, what if we're that but better in every way?
Well, and also to be fair, this, by the way, this is from Hidden Arsenal 2, the next second wave. But to be fair, in Hidden Arsenal 1, you have the Flip Searcher. You had Kataros was that effect, right?
Yeah. No,
Like, so
but the next monster is literally this effect, but on
also,
steroids.
yeah. So I gotta pull up the art for the next one. But continue your thoughts on Prince.
Seen the king. Oh, sorry, Loth.
While you're pulling that up, two things. One, Manga Z brings up a good point. Because that's my thought exactly. He looks like the main general of the Tokusatsu villain.
Oh yeah.
Secondly,
Yeah, totally.
I like the headcanon I have of that as the worms evolve or get more powerful, quote unquote, they become more shinier as they've evolved into their new form. As you see, Prince here is like the higher, quote unquote, being.
Yeah.
That could be the case, but so we've seen the prince and we've seen the king. Is it time for the queen?
Yes.
Yeah. So here's Worm Queen. This is an interesting design. This is an interesting design.
She is honestly better. She is better than Worm King in terms of effects.
She's
and
got
design.
the folded hands.
Well, and also I want to throw this out there. No censorship. This is her art everywhere. Like, she looks like this everywhere. It's an interesting
Also,
design.
At the same time.
She was just yeeting poor Dimiki.
Well,
Totally
I don't know if she's
Totally
eating him so much as she. Well, you can tribute, so I guess she's
Probably
eating him. I
eating
guess.
him.
Well,
Yeah.
you can
She's-
also special
she's-
summon. She's clearly creating.
She's
the
either
Dimicles.
eating him or bringing him into battle. It's one or the other.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think that was Democles or whatever his name is. I thought that was like, I would take an alien Medusa.
No, this
No,
is
no,
a-
it's got
it's
it's got the
Demic
thing.
heel.
That's a Demicles for scale.
But no, this monster's effect is actually really good.
Yeah.
You can tribute summon this card in phase of attack position by tributing one worm type monster, same as King. Once per turn, tribute a reptile type worm monster to special summon a reptile type worm monster from your deck with a level less than or equal to the tributed monster. Which is special summon from deck is good.
Yeah, the fact that it's equal to is really good, and it's also.
I mean, it's got a 2700 attack. It's got a good stat
So-
line.
So there's a whole
can't say
layer
anything
of-
with it, though.
There's
So
a whole
it
thing of
sucks.
like, Worm King is gold, Worm Queen is silver, Worm Prince is bronze. I like how regal and kind of imposing she is.
Oh no!
I could also
Worm
say
Queen
that
has-
Prince could be kind of coppery.
Yeah.
Worm Queen has my favorite design for the worm.
Yeah, like I'm
Yeah.
looking at this, and she like got the commanding presence of having the
Yeah,
head there,
like,
but
I
also
think it's a
she's got
little-
her hands folded in front of her, like looking regal. I'm like, oh
She
shit.
has. She doesn't look like a JoJo character, but she has JoJo character energy
Yeah. 6.
of like, you come to fight me.
Yeah. 4 arms, 6 of those back things, and
Yeah, so she's
4
got
fins
more
on
limbs
head.
than what's his face
her
does.
6
Bottom half is is
limbs?
like an ant queen or something.
Or a
It's
termite,
an
yeah.
termite queen.
It's a Ninkanda from for Pokemon.
But no, like I like that because she doesn't have like obvious. For once, interestingly enough, the only canonically female worm because it's the Worm Queen, probably. This is
Well,
Yu-Gi-Oh in 2010. We
also,
must say,
the
but
thing
no
is,
no vagina mouth at all. No mouths. Period.
for the strategy of the deck, Worm Queen is vastly important. Or one of the two ways to play the deck, I should say. Because one of the ways is get as many worms in your graveyard as possible. So that facilitates, obviously, Tribute Search from deck is perfect for that game plan.
Okay.
And then summon a monster that has nothing to do with worms because of a really weird exploit.
Also, for
Uh,
the weird
what?
way that there's the coloration around what looks like a mouth at the top half. It's like I don't know why, but my brain is going, oh yeah, she's similar to Santana. She just eats with her like weird goo digestive fluids.
Possibly.
Oh, yeah. I really like this design.
Yeah, no, this is
Oh,
a
yeah,
good
no,
design. I
it's
like its
great.
simplicity and its thinness. Like she doesn't have the bulging like over muscled look of them. It's just hello, I am Spacebug.
She
Yeah,
looks like
she's got-
she's the one organizing everything. Everyone's
And
reacting
she's
to
got
this.
thick head horns, but thin, elegant horns coming out of her back.
No, to answer the question in chat from Filthy Casual, no. They are writing, is it W Nebula Meteorite is the full name? I believe that's the trap card. Yeah.
Yes.
They become the Worm Zero later. But yeah, no. I was thinking about pulling up an Insect Queen image for comparison, but it's not quite the same.
Yeah,
It definitely has similar vibes, though. I wouldn't be shocked if the artist was inspired.
that was in the trivia. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, guess what's after Q, guys?
Oh god, this art. This is the worst art. This is the worst art.
Are you ready? It's your boy, Worm Rakia.
Rakia. Rakia?
Worm Rakia.
Is this just a
I
pun
think that's
name,
just
Rakia?
I think that's just a Geiger symbiote.
The artist just went fuck it with
I
this.
will once again type this in chat.
For one,
It just looks like fluid with teeth.
Also,
in it.
I want to throw this out there. I don't know why they transliterated this as Rakuye. In Japanese, it's Worm Rukui, like UIE. Why is that
Everything
yet?
about this screams lazy.
Yeah.
I'm looking at his design. All I can see is a ball sack with vagina in the ball sack.
I just see a giant pile of fluid and muscle.
I mean, yeah, I don't even know if I can call it any. Like, I think he's actually just water. Like, you think that's a tail? No, that's his other hand is water. It's all water.
No, this guy
Here's
has
the thing.
stepped forward to go boo.
Rakuya, it literally just is like, what are worms? Sideways mouth, goo, fuck it.
Yeah, like,
That's
it doesn't
literally
even
this
have a
one.
shape. It's a literal goo monster.
I literally hate this.
It's
Like,
literally
this is the
coming out of a
worst.
crack in the earth.
Also,
This is
this is a real. Speaking of why Dallas would not like this card, this is a Hidden Arsenal 2 monster, which is, remember how we had those, like, you have worms that you can use to make like 1800 or like 2K beaters? What if we made that but like worse? So Worm
whoa.
Rakuye. This card can only declare an attack during the turn it was flipped face up. If this card attacks, it's return to face down defense position at the end of the battle. It is a 4-star monster with 2100 attack, but 1200 defense. So you will never do the dumb thing you want to do with this.
It technically has a decent effect, but the problem is there's just better worm cards, so why bother?
Like, literally, if you wanted the flip up attack position, play, what was the one that did that first? Was it Barca's had that effect first?
Yeah.
No.
No, it was Democles.
Yeah, Democles, that's right. Democles was the one who had the increase his stats, because that would make him at least a 1700 defense 2K attack monster, which could apply if attacked into. Like we said, there are, if you're playing Hidden Arsenal archetypes, some of those are made of weenies, so...
Oh wait, hold on, guys! I figured it out. It's the goo from Democles, as the queen was holding Democles' skull. It's just all the goo that came off of him to form.
Yeah,
its
this
own
is
thing.
just boneless Democles. Literally, boneless Democles.
Boneless Democles.
Ryuka, I just think this design is so weak.
Democles?
It's really
It's a weak monster that has a weak effect. Like, it's not good for either playstyle of worm.
Well,
Like, it's not
if
just
you
the worm,
think
it's-
that design was weak, let's talk about the best worm
Okay.
design.
I
Let's
will
get
say a
into
thing,
it.
I'm gonna defend Solid here.
Oh no, I love Worm Solid on screen now. I love Worm D4.
So I want to say a thing of like, if there was like a survival horror game where you had to face all the worms, I would not want to face the thing previously we just faced. Like, that would suck. Fight.
Worm
say-
Solid has a point to him.
This feels like if it was a game, this is the weirdest
Dallas, he
collectible.
has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points actually,
Yeah.
being a pyramidal.
Oh yeah.
I personally,
Triangular.
Actually, no, he's
pyramidal
triangular. He
with-
would be 4 points. Yeah.
Is he in
Triangular
a
prism.
glass case with just slime inside?
Well,
Yeah,
so
sure,
the
yeah.
translucent effect is interesting because usually that's the goo layer, right? But clearly, because he's called Worm Solid, his outer shell is actually solid because the rest of him is not solid. Very clearly.
And I guess he just phases through and bites you.
This guy is just like got Danny DeVito like voice type. Is like, let me out of here, kid. Get
So
me
you
out.
know how that one worm monster had a face on, like, if your opponent takes damage from attacking into it?
Yeah.
This is them doing that, but good.
Yeah, so Worm
'Cause,
Solid's effect is, which makes sense. Again, this is worms so far. A lot of worms do actually have a decent vibe where their artwork pairs up with their effect. So Solid is a level 4. He's got 1600 defense normally, gains 100 defense for each reptile type worm monster in your graveyard. If your opponent takes battle damage during from attacking this card, at the end of damage step, select, again, not target, select a spell or trap card your opponent controls and destroy it.
Yeah, and if you're playing the style of worm deck, which is dump all of your monsters into the graveyard as fast as possible, so you
He's
can
got like
turbo out.
300 defense.
Yeah, so
2000
you can
defense.
turbo out either Worm Zero or Evil Dragon Anata, because spoiler, that's the other Worm Boss monster.
I would say that's a pretty solid effect.
Yeah, because you're right, but I hate you.
Man.
Only because that 5 fucking times I kept getting interrupted.
But,
No, I know.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. But so, yeah, Solid is... I don't think there's much to say about Solid's art. He's a D4. He's a D4 with goo inside.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, we got
Yeah.
to play with dice tonight anyway.
Yeah. By the way, Vesper, it's not a fun feeling, ain't it? Oh, I'm being an asshole.
You're not lost. You're justified.
No, I'm.
What?
No, you're... Fuck you, Axe. You're only saying that because it's Vesper.
Yeah, no. I know. Yeah, no, fuck you, Axe. I am being an asshole. I'm admitting I am.
Okay.
Anyway,
You can't tell me I can't be an asshole.
So, sadly, I
Alright,
do believe this means
ladies, you're both assholes.
other than Vesper's pun, I don't think there's a lot to say more about Solid. He is a literal
It's a
polyhedron.
do
He's
you
a
want one
polyhedral solid.
Do you want one we could say less about? Because that's
Check
what's
that out.
next.
I got 8
Or
items.
I
I'm gonna
mean,
say this guy does
possibly.
not have a solid design.
Okay, so it's
It's an octopus.
So,
I gotta
well,
chuckle
we've
at
left
laugh.
S. We go to T. Meet worm tentacles, literally.
It's an octopus.
Tentacles.
It reminds me of the other sea creature one, but it's just looks like
This
it's
was
older
literally
version.
just an octopus.
with a
Wamu
weird crown
tentakurusu.
head thing.
Yeah, it's an octopoid. I mean, he's got
Yeah.
blade hands.
Kind of regal looking.
yeah.
Yeah, there's
I mean-
nothing to say. It's an octopus.
He can attack twice if you remove a reptile monster from play.
But it's a 1700 4-star, so
I'll
don't even
be
fucking
honest, this
Yeah.
guy is boring as fuck. The only way they could have made it better was giving him a weird tentacle mustache.
Yeah.
bother. Yeah, his
Honestly-
tentacles are almost like if you hold on, wait, can I? I'm not great at edits, but can I set this up? Hold on, let me fiddle with it.
I
Oh
see,
no!
Oh Jesus!
I see a very weird thing
Oh,
that
if
if
the
he
screws
was,
breaks, I blame you.
I see a very weird thing that if he was like in a thing of like you'd see in like a
See
horror
what you're
game, it
doing?
was just a thing that would be on top of a person's head and shit. It'd be kind of creepy there.
I thought that's what you were gonna do, and I'm glad you're doing it.
What if we just take his tentacles and we move them over a little bit? What if we just move them over? Now he has a mustache.
This is how boring this
No,
design
Omega.
is we're doing shit like
You-
this.
Now you need to give him delightfully devilish shades.
Oh god, this aborted fetus of a design is next.
Well,
Oh,
Ugh.
next up is a very ugly worm. You could
Yeah.
say.
Yeah. But
Yeah, at
so
least-
this is tentacles. There's nothing to say. He's not a great card, and his design
an octopus.
missed the one opportunity for it to be funny, as pictured
Yeah.
on screen.
Not too great, not too bad to talk about. He's just boring.
So at some point they let me check when Worm Tentacles was printed. Hidden Arsenal 3. So about now as we get to get lower in the alphabet, we start to run out of ideas for names. We start to run out of good ideas for names. As I present to you,
What words start with you guys?
I present to you
Ugly.
Worm Ugly. Just Worm Ugly. And to be real, he's not that ugly.
I will defend.
baby.
I will defend. This is one of the better worm monsters. Because if you noticed with the boss monsters, Queen and King, they're one tribute monsters. And if you tribute with this card, it does something rude.
If you
Well, I
tribute
also
summon a
do want to
reptile type
say-
monster by tributing this card, you can special summon this card from your graveyard to your opponent's side and face up attack position. It is a 1-star monster with 100 attack and defense.
Well, I do want to say one thing real quick. This is just Krang.
Yeah, no, it's Krang.
It's Krang.
I tried to summon a Krang voice from deep inside my soul, and I just couldn't find it.
No, that was
Yeah.
Smeagol.
Sa-
That was
sadly, I
Smeagol.
Sadly, I didn't watch that show as a kid.
I'm a
but
breed.
this guy's just giving Metroid vibes to me. That's about it.
Yeah, I can see that.
You went a little bit Audrey too there, but close enough.
Like I said, I don't got.
The
Feed
War
my
Zero.
I mean, I can see this saying that. It's Marth called it a space amoeba in text chat. Yeah, it's got some amoeba vibes. It also is just a space brain. It's a fucking space brain.
It's no, it's the Warp Pocket even.
A sea creature. I can't quite remember what.
Uh,
Kinda.
It's got. Well, it depends. Like, it looks kind of like a brain, but it could also be bony inside. I could see that. I want to say, like, honestly, the design's not that ugly. I do think it whiffs on some possible vital worm touches. Notice how its eyes are red and gooey and not black pits filled with glowing yellow irises.
Yeah.
Also, its sideways vagina mouth is way too squishy. It's a fucking Ona hole.
It also has lips.
Honestly, it just reminds me of like something mentioned chat, a cocodemon.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
no,
this
this is also this is a goo cacodemon from
So honestly,
Goo.
to me, it looks like a worm fetus.
Sometimes
this
just
literally
Which,
looks
considering
like
its
a-
what you're
only
willing to
effect
put up
is to be
with today.
tributed and then be summoned onto the opponent's field so you could club it, yes.
Well,
This
but
is the
anyway,
redheaded
This is to
stepchild of the
die.
worms.
I'm gonna move on. I don't like looking at this thing.
All right.
Love the
We've
baby.
shit talked
Ever
worm
since-
enough. Let's talk about another. Guys, words that start with V, guys.
Victory.
Vivisect. Worm
To be
vivisect.
fair,
Vicious
the
move.
Well,
way-
Axe, you gave it away by guessing.
Okay.
This is
Worm
called
victory.
So this is called victory for a reason, because
Yeah.
this is actually a pretty solid monster.
Also, look at how many
yeah.
victories he can give you.
He's doing the V
Six.
time with all six
Well,
of his hands.
I was about to
And
say,
also
considering,
6 dots just like Bill
Consi-
Pig's thing.
yeah, but considering like the weird vagina mouth, so I would have guessed worm
What's-
vagina.
Why does he look like a Prothean? Or not a Prothean.
Oh
um,
no!
He's got a little bit of Prothean head.
He looks like a Turian.
I was gonna say collector.
Same
I mean,
thing.
that is spoiler. That is a Prothean. Spoiler for a game that's like 10 years old.
Some
Okay,
bad people
guys,
here
but
aren't-
the Mako.
I haven't played Mass Effect, I don't care.
The Mako. It's not actually as bad as people said. However, I object conceptually to the fact that they keep making me fight Thresher Maws in this thing. It's really annoying. They really should have balanced that better. Anyway.
I'm one of those weird people who liked the Mako in Mass Effect 1.
Well, you'll be
Well, the
you'll be glad
Mako
to
in
know.
the Mako in Mass Effect 1 is hilarious because you could just run it into the enemies and jump out of it.
Yeah, but not really because you die for Thresher Maws. It's annoying.
So,
That's your Thresher
Not really
mouse fucking
anything.
up.
what are
But
this
it-
thing's
anyway.
stats? Because it looks pretty buff.
So it's 0 attack, 25 for defense, but
Also, keep in mind it's a 2 tribute monster.
it's 2 tributes. But when it flips up, he blows up everything besides worms, and also gains 500 attack for each reptile type worm monster in your graveyard. Which
And
Yes.
if you tribute set him, then he's got a decent. Like, he's unlikely to go away if you tribute 2 monsters, right?
he'll get pretty damn beefy with just even the smallest amount of setup.
Also,
Like,
Well, yeah, because
fucking great.
he doesn't have the cheat effect like Queen or King, so you have to put minimum 2 worms in your graveyard to summon him.
But here's the fun part about Worm Victory.
Yeah?
It's a very
Oh, no.
degenerate combo.
Wait.
So there's a tech card. It goes in worms.
Is it called
Oh,
Snake Rain?
No, it's called damage equals reptile.
Oh, no! No!
How does that work? Because
You can summon. You can special summon a monster based on the damage you took, but this guy's got 0 attack.
and the monster's
gosh.
attack stat equals the damage.
And it's not question mark. We
No,
should've
it's
been-
0.
It should have been question mark.
Less than or equal to the damage you took. So yeah, you can summon.
Hello,
Worm
I'm Worm
Victory.
Victory. I am here.
And then if you just flip him face down with like a book or another worm effect, you can set him up. Oh my god, that's so brutal. And as Vesper
No,
said, you can absolutely just snake raid to put 4 fucking worms in graveyard.
Oh no, yeah, no.
Ooh, it's 5
Snake
because
Ram-
I believe you have to discard a monster.
Yeah, you
Snake Ram
discard a
double
monster,
works.
so yeah, it's 5.
Snake Ram works insanely well in worm decks.
Also,
as
so
does damage equal reptile.
yeah, those are good tech cards. I'm glad we got them. So Schrodinger, you brought up in chat. This is literally called Worm Victory. That's why he is doing 6
Throwing up-
victory signs.
He's throwing up the V sign.
Yeah,
Yes.
he is here to
no,
bring
Worm,
you victory.
Worm
He's here
Victory
to beat
is
the
a great boy because of his 0 attack stats.
Okay.
But also, like, other than the fact that I don't like that his goo levels are quite so viscous skin. But otherwise, this design's pretty sick. Like, this once again has those tokusatsu vibes, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is kind of like the champion of like the enemy squad. Yeah.
yeah.
He's
Moth? No,
Wrestler
sorry,
of
Moth, I was
worms.
in text chat.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, brother.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna give you the peace sign for the top rope.
it's like this is my.
All right, so
vision,
let's visit arguably our if we have no further thoughts on victory because
Wait,
victory's
I have-
cool.
I have
Go
one
ahead.
final thought.
All right, I'm getting.
I'm gonna give you the people's triple elbow.
Well, so you say he's the wrestler. Let's go look at another one, but let's talk about
So,
lazy names, right? Let's.
You want to
So
talk
W
about the,
guys.
W.
World?
Sorry, we're not quite.
No.
at the
So
tier.
we're not. We're still in the lazy
Warlock?
names, not the names that are nonsense. No, meet Worm Warlord, everybody,
What am I looking at?
aka Worm Wrestler.
This looks like 4 arms.
This is an aborted design.
It looks like it's a thing that's meant to be like weirdly
I
elegant
think-
that you can like stand on any of its
I
limbs.
think this is way less. Like, I know what they were going for, but I think they missed.
I mean,
Also,
this
because
is
of the-
absolutely. What do they call
because
it?
the color of its body, it looks like it's peanut butter, and I don't like it.
He is basically, I'm just gonna say this. He is so bad, but not in an interesting kind of way.
He
Yes,
looks
no.
sweaty. He doesn't look like he's actually gooey. He looks
Oh,
sweaty.
so
no,
I
Marth,
want-
no crotch fist.
I want to throw this out there. This, and it's not quite the same.
Also, this card is bad.
This kind of gives me some vibes, though, of certain types of daemons in Chaos in Warhammer.
No, it does, but I just think that his overall design in terms of the. Also, he doesn't have pointed teeth. He's the only worm that doesn't have.
Yeah,
pointed
he has
teeth
flat
that
teeth.
bothers
That's
me.
weird. I didn't bring it up
even
yet.
out,
The flat
it's
teeth are
sideways.
weird. I don't like them.
It bothers me immensely. More than
I
anything
also
else in
noticed
the
how his.
design.
It might just be because he's. No, it's definitely his eye holes are at different angles. Like, look at the two like he is just. This guy just woke up one morning. He crawled out of the breeding pits of the worms and said, "Hey, you know what? Fuck symmetry."
So Schrodinger, you didn't do this on purpose, I don't think. But that actually does remind me. Has anyone seen an old Nickelodeon show called Ah Real Monsters? 'Cause he
Oh
looks
my
like something
god,
out of that.
no! He's the guy who holds his eyeballs in his hands.
Also, I'm
definitely
looks like
I'm
that
looking at this guy. I cannot imagine him moving in a way that is not comical.
You
Yes.
know,
Oh, absolutely no. Like if he his two side arm legs are positioned so that he could walk forward, kind of clumsily because they're like weird stampy feet. But he would
Also, this-
absolutely just have his weird arms bobbing along as he did it.
This man has my least favorite attack stat.
2350. He can't
It's
even beat a monarch.
2350. It's the last warrior attack.
Cannot
it's the
be
graph-
special summoned. Negate
No,
the
and-
effects of effect
love to
monsters
see
destroyed by battle with this card. If this card destroys an opponent's monster in battle, it can attack once again in a row.
This
Um,
card should feel bad.
Neat concept, not really making a lot of sense for worms.
Yeah.
No.
It gets killed by a monarch.
He stops tuner. He stops tutors, but that's it.
And I mean, like technically, he's
He
a worm
stops
card that
tutor-
counter worms, like because you could
He's an
destroy and negate the
anti
flipped.
He's an anti-scapegoat card printed in 2010.
Hold on, Dallas. Is this who you're thinking of?
Yes,
Okay, now I'm gonna.
that is
remove the
exactly who I was thinking of. But yeah, no. This is a card that was never used in Worms.
I just think it looks also.
No, I'm
reminds me
pretty
of
sure he
half
is
of a
not-
monster they put together.
I mean, it could be that his red lines are bendy, but no, I'm fairly certain he is not symmetrical. Like, look at the angles of his two eyeball
Yeah.
holes.
And-
I don't
and
think
now
they line
let's-
up.
Not symmetrical.
Yeah. And now
Definitely
let's-
not.
Now let's get to the two main 4-star monsters of
Let's-
Worms, whose
Let's
names
talk
are
about
nonsense.
sex, baby.
So yeah, so we our last couple worms are these guys were all in Hidden Arsenal
X and
3.
Y.
Tentacle, and I
As
think
was-
Solid Tentacles, Ugly, and Victory were all in that set.
As
So
was
they had
Warlord.
nonsense names. Yeah, Warlord as well. So they all had normal word names. Our next couple monsters, our next couple worms,
Worm xylophone.
Zeps.
do not have names that make sense.
Although they are great, and I do love their designs.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they have that at
so
least.
this is also a preview of another worm we're gonna look up close in.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry, I forgot.
Uh,
my draw it.
This is the
Also, this is the Sarlacc.
Zex.
Sorry, I was
Yeah.
a bit late. Oh god.
Also,
No, that's a head crab.
Yeah.
No,
Not
it's
a-
a like. It's a like.
Oh yeah, it's a
No.
like.
Oh fuck.
It reminds
Zelda.
me. Well, more reminds me of those enemies that jump up in like Metroid that are flat.
That's
This
fair,
could
but it
also
looks like
be
it
the weird fusion parasites from Metroid.
It
Fusion.
just looks like it accordions out like a like.
Yeah,
I
no. So
don't
Zex has
like-
great vibes for an alien. What's up? Whisper?
Also, this is like the main monster for Worms.
All
So
right, tell us you're excited.
I like this card. I like the design. I dislike how the way the goo is. You can clearly see the bone skin bits, like
Oh, I
color.
love
Yeah,
it.
it's actually white and gray instead of actually green.
This is the kind of creepy I want from worms, in my opinion.
Oh, the slime vibing in the back is Zex's best fucking friend.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah,
these
yeah.
are the
Well,
worm
we're gonna look.
bros.
Don't worry, we'll look at him in a second. You may recognize this name, but this is Zex, who just is X because we couldn't come up with an X name. We just had to come up with
What
some
are
nonsense.
X words?
Someone that has an X in their name, it's hard.
Notice how his design is an X and the guy behind him is a Y.
Yeah.
When
That
this
may
card is
come into
normal summon,
play.
you can send one reptile-type worm monster from your deck to your graveyard. If you control a face-up worm Yagan, this card can't be destroyed by battle.
Yes.
Playing some Pokemon up here. X and Y.
Yagen.
That was really dumb.
So yeah,
And you
no,
could
this
feel
is Zex,
bad.
who by the way is a
No.
4-star 1800. Like has a
Hey, look,
perfectly
man.
normal stat line.
If you're gonna dish out, you should
And
be
he
able to take it
foolishes
as
on
well.
summon. That's a pretty good effect. Art-wise,
yeah.
I don't know if there's a lot else for us to say. I'm kind of like, I think the goo effect is a little weird on Zex, because like
So-
the goo is going into his weird
So-
purple mouth as well.
So Zex is never on the field for long, and you'll find out why later. But I
Well,
love
so-
Zex's design.
Can we keep this guy on the field, put him side by side to his best friend?
Yeah, sure. We can
bro
we can switch
Yagen?
him over. We can switch him over.
Yeah, the bros.
It's amusing. It's amusing how when we see Worm Yagen's artwork, you can see Zex in the
I do want to
background.
say I dislike, but also like because I dislike the creep factor of because of the way his eyes are shaped and his perfect X-shaped symmetry. I don't know which way is up on this motherfucker. Like every
that's-
eye you look like is one of the top eyes, and I'm
How
just
do you
like,
think it
"Meh."
moves?
This guy
That's
absolutely
true.
flies like a fucking helicopter.
Yes. Also,
Also, it would totally eat you
remember
with
that
one
he
bite.
remember that he foolishes a worm because that's important.
He would
Yes.
totally also eat you. He also probably
because
all things whole.
If you
Yeah,
look
just
at
like
Yagen's effect, the combo makes sense.
All right, I'm pulling it up now. This is our Y worm because okay,
I
you,
love
you can
Yagen's design.
you can say though, right, that there aren't a lot of good X words, but there are definitely good Y words. But what
Yeah.
if we didn't do that? What if we just had more nonsense words, and
With
we brought
Yagen?
you the power of Worm
I mean-
Yagen?
Okay, this one reminds me of Sea Cucumber.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
also
it.
a
Having
sea
a good
enemy.
time. This one's
Yeah,
actually just happy to
yeah.
be here.
He's just vibing.
I don't like quite how gooey it is. Like
Well,
I
it
don't
looks
like
like
that
it's-
its mouth looks like almost it's got regular ass like
Yeah.
fat lips in that hole, and it's
Well,
just
it- It
It
looks
looks
like
like it's
pulsating fluid.
expelling goo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's expelling. It's expelling.
Worm
the goo instead of
Yagen is the
being part of his
source
body.
of the goo.
Yeah.
Well, if you read his effect, he's pretty nice because
So if the only monster you control is Worm Sex, you can special summon this card from your graveyard and face down defense position. If you do, remove it from play and remove it from the field. When this card is flipped face up, select one face up monster your opponent controls and return it to the owner's hand. So it's got a Hane Hane effect. It has a bounce effect on an 1800 ass as well. So it's got, you could argue it's like Wall of Illusion, and then it's got a cheap special summon. Now, unfortunately, considering that this card was released in Hidden Arsenal 3, which is what year? 2010. The fact that they're both level 4s and neither of them are tuners, very sad. Very sad.
But it does work perfectly if you want to XYZ summon.
Yeah, even though
yeah, that's pretty
that's still like a year away.
It's
but
still
yeah, it
out,
works
but-
perfectly. It's hilarious that does in fact work out. You can use them for Ixie, which by the way, they're both level 4s. That perfectly goes into
Or
King of the
reptiles.
Feral Imps, who
Yes.
loves reptiles.
Or
Yeah.
you could summon number 39 Worm.
That's also true.
No, yeah.
So let's talk about the actual. Like, do we have anything further to say about Yagan
I
here?
want to bring up everything where it's like I noticed the thing of like I can never remember the X's name anymore.
Zex.
Zex.
Talking about it, baby.
I kind of like the thing where it's ooze feels like it's more to insulate its body against air or something. It feels like it's more like to keep it from drying out, while the other one just seems like it produces the fluid for.
Oh
shit.
yeah, it's absolutely just making that mucus. It's weird.
Okay.
I also just love the idea that Zex and Yagan are just like
Gross.
5 feet apart from each other.
Hey.
Yeah, actually,
Quick.
I
Oh,
was
sorry,
just
Moth.
double checking something, but the way the tops are pointed sort of remind me of another sea creature, giant tube worm. There are such things that live in other creatures in the sea.
All right, so
quick,
let's
question.
bring out the boss.
What's
It's
up?
off.
What's it left?
Yeah, sorry, Omega. How much longer do you think we're gonna go with worms?
This is the last
Near
card.
the end.
Z.
Well,
giant
there's,
skull
there's
moon.
one more card that we need to do.
Okay,
Also
just
the
ask me
meteorite, yeah.
because I'm not sure if I mentioned it to Omega, but I didn't end up sleeping last night. And considering
Probably
something
go
happened
do that.
before the stream, I'm thinking I might take a nap.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Well,
Sleep
we're
on
gonna
that.
finish at worms. We've only been going for And by the way, I'm drawing out the features of your
Oh
boy.
my god. This
As
is a
as
card
well.
we probably should go over because, I mean,
Meh.
I give you 3 days.
I mean, okay, Dallas. We could mention it for the rules, but also I don't give a shit about the art. We'll pull it up for the full text. But
Okay.
like, I looked at W Nebula Meteorite before. I'm like, it's meteorite. It doesn't really do anything.
so
to the art. Anyway, this is Worm Zero.
It's the moon from Majora's Mask.
Meh.
Well, but
But made of
also,
weird symbiotic ooze.
Omega,
What's up?
can you pull up? Well, I guess not pull up. But we've actually seen this card earlier. In the
Oh yeah,
giraffe.
yeah. This
In
is
the-
where if this wasn't a live stream, we would do the piano or whatever chords, and we do the doo-doo-doo sound, and we would flash back to earlier streaming when we streamed Jurak, and we talked about what was the card named? Was it Jurak Impact or Jurak Meteor?
Rack Impact, because what's happening right now is the worms are coming down upon the fabled city. Don't ask why the fables live in a modern society in Arsenal. They just do. Don't ask why.
And then
I'm just-
the angry ghosts of the dinosaurs summon a meteor. They summon Jurak
Summon a
Meteor
counter
to
meteor
fuck his
to-
shit up.
They summoned a counter to break the meteor.
So I'm just reminded of when you said, like, look, we did have this, we did say this. That one scene in Austin Powers, like, look, I did say that.
So, Worm Zero is a fusion monster, actually. This is the Worm's only extra deck monster to date. It requires two or more reptile-type worm monsters. For each fusion material monster with a different name used to fusion summon this card, it gains 500 attack. It's a level 10 monster with 0 def, question mark attack otherwise. And also
So
gains
in
these
theory-
effects. 2+, once per turn, you can select one reptile-type monster in your graveyard, special summon it in face-down defense position. 4+, you can remove from play one reptile-type monster from your graveyard to send one monster on the field to the graveyard. Send, by the way, non-targeting. Very spicy.
Yep.
6+, once per turn, draw a fucking card.
But
Yeah.
so in theory, this card could be 13,000 attack.
Yeah, it's very spiced, especially considering that with only 2+ materials, not that you want to do it with just 2+, but like it gets a recovery effect, and then you get banishing send
Well-
from graveyard. No, 0 is spicy.
No, so the fun fact about this card is there's a very specific card that works with 0 in a very good way, which is Future Fusion.
Well, yeah.
Just dump your worms.
You play Future Fusion, dump 25 worms into your
I
graveyard.
mean, yeah, it's
I win?
basically, hey, did you guys watch us play the Future Fusion decks in progression? Notice how we would dump monsters for Chimera Tech or 5-head? It's like that.
So the fun fact is the way that the Future Fusion combo works is not even with Worm Zero. Like, you don't get to that point. Because he has cool effects, but there's another card called Evil Dragon Anata, which is removed from your graveyard as many reptile monsters as possible to special summon this card, and it gains 600 attack per removed monster. So your Future Fusion your deck, go into Evil Worm Anata and swing for game.
I mean, that's
So
So
generally
you're
how
saying
Future
the
Fusion
monster
shit
could be
does.
15,000 attack?
And if your opponent has a battle trap, you just cry.
Your opponent might just
Or you make sure you have protection
well,
effect in time.
Good on ya, I guess.
Yeah.
Or have some sort of defuse equivalent.
Yeah, but no, it's a good boy. It's a good boy card. Also,
Or
yeah.
run
So
block.
0 here is just Worm Zero is what they do. The Worm's end game. They like literally Worm Zero has come and eaten the city and has made it
Yeah.
all the worm goo.
Yes. And he would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those pesky dinosaurs.
All right,
Well,
so
so the Jurak Impact did not actually kill the worm. The Worm Zero was killed, but the fabled city was destroyed. But then they retook it, and then Valkyries came over and went, "Hey, Jirax, what if I just killed you because it'd be funny?"
So let's pull
And
up their
that's-
2 pieces of support really quick so you can look at them. I used Worm Call on the thumbnail. Worm Call, as you can see, is Worm Zero arrives through some sort of wormhole at the city. Or alternatively, is fucking off back to its home. It's very unclear.
Looking
And then
at
here's W Meteorite.
looking at one, the effect, and two, direct impact, it is coming forth because there is go all over the city in direct impact.
Okay.
And W Meteorite is the bread and butter card for worms because it's basically flip your entire deck and during your end phase, flip them all back up. And then you can special summon a 7 or higher light reptile monster from your deck.
Yeah.
Well, it's during the end phase. Draw your entire deck.
Yeah, no, this
Well, and also keep in mind also, because it's a trap card, this is a battle trap as well. This is, hey, your opponent's about to attack, Quicking Mirror. Like, not as good as Quicking, but obviously, like, hey, no, though, bro.
W Nebula Media Force is actually a dumb card, and if it didn't have the... It's probably the reason Konami has never printed another light reptile, honestly.
Well, I mean, there's Ogdoadic, but they're light and dark.
Can they not special summon?
No?
Do they have restrictions on those?
No,
That's why there's the Worm Autoadic deck.
Ooh, fuck, I gotta do that. I got some Ogdoadics. Let's do Worm Ogdoadics, my dude. I thought Worm Lair, Snake Lair was good, but anyway. I want to throw out here, just really quick, I've also noticed something about W Meteorite. Notice how it has skull eyes? I'm fairly certain that Worm Zero is the meteorite. Like,
Yes.
It's probably the base of the meteorite, yeah, after
the
like
worm,
the worms produce
worms
itself,
form
making it
over
fluid.
it, I think.
I was actually gonna say it looks like a fucking Haniwa from the Rance games. It's like, meh.
Well, yeah, as I said early on, the worms ride on the meteorite, and then their little apocalypse goo started sinking out, and just
the gray goo.
yeah.
I mean, almost literally.
all right, so,
There's also technically another worm card, but it's awful. Oh no, wait, that's a different worm. Never mind.
yeah, this is different worms. So, Loth, if you want to go take your nap, we're going to probably pivot to insect-type worms really quick for the funny.
And then do
Okay.
allies.
And then, let me check how long we've been going. We've only been going for less
We're at
than
about
2
2
hours.
hours.
We
Almost
could
2 hours,
probably tuck in for Allies of
third-
Justice
third-
as a funny.
For a third hour, yeah.
Nah, dang, that's a shame. But you guys have a good one, and hopefully I'll be able to make it
Yeah.
back for that.
Everybody tell Loth good nap or something.
Don't
Keep
die.
on
Don't worry, I
Wake
won't
up,
kill
wake
myself
up with
just yet.
superpowers, please.
So,
Axe,
worms.
if I wake up with superpowers, I'm going over to your house to put you in like a wedgie. I don't know.
Super wedgie.
No, just
Oh,
imagining Loth as Omni-Man.
So,
I don't know who
I
it
thought of
is.
that as well. I need to watch that series. I need to watch a lot of series. Anyway, this is
I
Needleworm.
also need to.
Oh, I haven't watched it. I've only read it, so I don't know how different it is.
Bit different. They paced it better.
Guys,
Anyway, worms.
It's Needleworm. Sorry.
Needleworm.
It's-
But also, Vesper was saying
it's a worm,
something
It's a worm needle spot.
very quietly.
saying anything really.
Okay.
I was just agreeing with I should watch that show too.
Okay. It was just you were very quiet, and these guys just wouldn't shut up for a second. I'm like, hold on, were you saying something? Anyway, all right, okay,
I would,
Very common problem.
it's a Needleworm.
yeah, it's
This
Needleworm.
card is part of one of the most hilariously degenerate decks ever, and I love it.
Yeah, Needleworm. If you guys don't know what Needleworms does, it's very funny. Flips in the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck to the graveyard.
You flip. No, what you do is you flip Needleworm, and then you flip Morphing Jar 2, and your opponent scoops.
Huh?
There's a
part
two.
of- It's part of the empty jar combo. All
Yeah, no.
attacks, Needleworm, Morphing Jar 2.
Yeah. If you do that, the game ends. Because in Morphic Jar 2 will infinitely cycle Needleworm and kill you. It'll kill your opponent because they go first.
And we'll kill all our
Yeah.
attacks at the end because no more.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah, so Needleworm is the OG. Interesting, this is one of those handfuls of cards that is a tournament prize for a long time. It was originally printed in Tournament Pack 5 and then in Dark Beginning 2. It will get reprinted as a common in the Gold series, which is coming up for us personally in our progression. And then it's not reprinted otherwise, except as an ultra rare in Legendary Collection 3 Yugi's World Mega Pack. So, like, obviously the TCG distributors understood. Even though this was like a structure deck card, and like in normal boosters in the OCG, the TCG distributors understood this motherfucker's scary.
Yeah.
So yeah, but that's I think one of our first
No,
primary ones. But let's
It's also an ad card in Iron Chain decks.
let's find a good
Iron
art for
Chain Jax.
another funny boy. Here's another classic one of the. Oops, clicked the wrong thing. Another classic weird worm, which you may recognize from the anime. Let's also take a look at another old ass card. It's Dungeon Worm.
Oh right.
This is just a
The-
this is just a Tremors monster
Yeah.
or a D&D thing.
Oh,
It is.
right.
It is.
This card
yeah.
is also
Superbox
used bad.
Brothers.
Oh yeah,
This
no,
card
it's
is
a
also
vanilla
just
normal,
bad.
so it sucks butts. It's an OG card. It's a monster that's a 5-star with 1800 attack because we didn't understand
Yeah.
how cards worked yet. So it's fucking awful. There's no effect to talk about, but I mean, this is OG vanilla monster looks.
So I just want to just say one thing for the audience. The unfortunate thing about the insect worm cards is they come in 2 flavors: completely degenerate or completely useless.
Yeah.
There's really no in between.
I mean, I do think that for some of them there is a slight theme later that starts to emerge about being the mill deck.
Yes, but mostly what I'm saying, Omega, is the only way people have found that deck to work is by infinite combos that make it mill the entire deck out.
Well, yeah, in one go, but still, you can make an attempt with them. So let's pull up another leader one. Also speaking, it's another promo card, which is very interesting. But let's talk about Worm now.
The Scourge of Duel Links. Yes,
So
this
this, by the
card
way,
is in
was a Tag Force promo for one of the Tag Force games. Here's
Yes.
Worm.
I actually own this card because I got the Tag Force 4 game.
Artwork-wise, I actually think that Worm's okay.
I think he's adorable.
Yeah, he's got
it's
a cute little face.
It feels like it would probably burn you alive, but yeah.
Yeah,
This is also. I do want to throw out there though, just really quick. This is definitely a Pokemon.
no,
Yes.
this is a straight up a Pokemon.
So Worm's effect is when this card, or if this card is destroyed, send the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck to the graveyard. Just if it gets blown up for any means by anybody, mill the top 3 cards off your opponent's deck.
In Duel Links, that will probably destroy your opponent's deck.
Yes, no, that's why
Yes,
it's
no.
very bad. Because if you can get 3 of these, that's 9 cards. That's a big chunk
what
of your
you
opponent's
do
deck.
in Duel Links with it.
Yeah. Scorch.
No, so there's a fun interaction this card has. Is there's a card called Chain Destruction that you can chain on this card. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can chain destruction yourself.
Yeah, and the combo in Duel Links is you Chain Destruction Worm, then you activate Skull Lair, which is a card that is useless outside of weird things like this. You banish the Worms, and then you Necroface your Worms.
Yeah, and then you get
I've
it back.
thought way too much about weird degenerate strategies.
You like
And
them.
yet, you're the guy who yells at us for always saying you're about the bullshit. This is why, Dallas.
I've never actually played them though. That's the difference.
But you think about them too much. Also, by the way,
That's
I was
true.
wrong technically. So Worm
Omega,
is
crimes
like
aren't
09. But
Yeah,
actually
Worm
earlier
is
than that, in
10.
a set we recently opened, or 10, Azectipede.
Oh yeah.
Aztecapede, the Worm Warrior. Which some of us, I think,
this is
own
the-
now, because we have opened
Yeah,
Phantom Darkness.
This is the least worm-like card in the worms. Well, other than the generic normals.
Yeah. But
We
he
got this card
exists in
recently.
Phantom Darkness. Yeah, he exists in Phantom Darkness and was a rare there. Can't be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned by banishing 1 insect-type monster. Cannot be special summoned other ways. If this card inflicts battle damage, send the top card of your opponent's deck to the graveyard. So it still has the mill strategy, just not as intensely as the others, because this is a 1900, which are, while can only be somewhat special summoned. Its own method is annoying. If you're playing an insect-type deck, an extra 1900 beater to just banish a monster, keeping in mind if you're playing this with a lot of insects, you're probably eating stuff into the graveyard anyway. Spiced, very spiced.
Hey, it's like instead of an attribute beater, it's just an insect beater.
Yeah. Also, I gotta say, considering this is from like, what is it, like 08? Yeah, Phantom of Darkness is early 08. This art is good. Like, I get what they're going for when they say Aztecapede, right? Like, he's got that kind of Mesoamerican vibes to the patterns on his body.
Yeah, it's honestly pretty cool.
You know what? He honestly looks like he should be a part of, even though he's not. is the Earthbound Immortals kind of archetype.
Well, yeah, that
He
would
has
make
that
sense
vibe.
because Mesoamerica type stuff. All right, so we don't do Dungeon Worm. We did that already.
Also, he makes a completely useless card hilarious.
Oh, that's way later. Okay.
If another card you can use with him is Assault on GHQ, which normally would be terrible, but it's select one monster on your field, destroy the card, and send 2 cards from top of your opponent's deck to graveyard.
Yeah, which can fuel your material. So let's bring up another worm. This is an artwork, guys. Let's talk about Shield Worm, which came out in Absolute Power Force, the best set name.
It's not the worst set name, but it's pretty up there.
So this is Shield Worm.
It's so funny. It looks like the caterpillar from fucking Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah. This absolutely looks like this is a fucking crappy D&D module enemy. Like, the caterpillar priests in the dungeon. Like, this is a worm? Question mark? He's got arms though.
He has glove. Wait, no, that's
No,
not.
I think technically he has armor, but it looks like he's wearing robes. This could also be like a Dark Souls enemy. The worm priest.
Oh, Jesus,
I can see
what
that.
the hell is this art?
Well,
Sorry, I looked up Absolute
wait.
Power Force.
Oh yeah, you didn't know that guy?
What is that?
Is that Red Majestic Dragon or just
Looks like
regular
a
Majestic
hairball.
Dragon? That's definitely a Majestic related dragon.
Majestic
I
Red
think
Dragon,
Majestic.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that is Majestic Red.
Yeah, it's Majestic Red.
That's some art.
And there's only like 2. There's only like 3 majestic dragons.
I'm like, I know from the way that body is shaped, it's a Majestic. I don't remember which one it is. It's not the normal one, but
Majestic red.
yes, we said that already.
Alright, yeah.
I mean, technically, why is this considered a Majestic card?
What?
Sorry.
Because it has Majestic and requires Majestic Dragon.
Avendred Savior.
Oh,
Oh, because I think they were called saviors in the actual Japanese.
oh no, it says it. Yeah, because the dragon was Savior Dragon in the OCG.
Oh,
So
okay.
Avendred Savior got literally translated. They're very weird. Anyway, so
yeah.
I mean,
Shield
clearly it
Worm,
was-
by the way, is a 4-star 2K wall, which is very interesting in the year 2010, but okay. If this card is summoned, it's changed to defense position, so you can just normal summon it. Then send 1 card from your top of your opponent's deck to the graveyard for each face-up insect-type monster you control. So at least 1, and if you've got more. It's all right. It's a little weird in the strategy, but it definitely can work.
The fun thing about worm decks is there's not like the problem with worms is they're trying to do mill, but the only mill decks that have ever been effective at all have either been very degenerate combos like substitute, like zombie frog mill, morphing jar, empty jar, fabled monarch. Like they're not fast enough or combo-y enough to just like be cards.
Yeah.
Mill strats only work in Yu-Gi-Oh! Now if you can mill your opponent's entire deck turn 1 before they have a chance to use all of the resources you just gave them.
Yeah.
Because
So
that's the problem with mill.
Didn't mean to cut you off there. We're gonna show one last card, which is actually a magic card. Because there are 2 more worms, but they're also in other archetypes. They're actually Galaxy and Scrap cards, and I think Scrap is on our list somewhere. Junk is definitely on our list.
It is.
But let's do Worm Bait, which summons worm tokens from a dead dungeon worm.
Dungeon worm?
From a dead dungeon worm, where dungeon worm should be. Dead in the ground.
Kind of
Additional
creepy.
worm food.
Yeah, so
I
this
feel like they're
is
jumping at your face.
this is Worm Bait. It's a token summoner card. Let me read the exact effect.
So it has to be banned.
If you control an insect monster, special summon 2 worm tokens. You cannot normal or special summon any level 3 or 4 monsters the turn you activate this card.
No one's
But
gonna
you
play
can
insect.
summon Link
No one's gonna play
monsters.
insect Link. Unless they do.
I mean, it can't be degenerate because it's a card that is currently unlimited. So I know it can't be as bad as other cards, but yes, you can absolutely do some dumb shit with this.
The thing is, because insects are bad, guys. Did you know?
But also I do want to throw out there this card is a fucking weird printing. So this was a Tag Force 4 promo, same year as the Warm Worm, I think. It wasn't reprinted until 2018 in Legendary Duelist's Ancient Millennium, but was also in a Speed Duel set. This is a Speed Duel legal card.
Well, yeah, because Speed Duels is a fake ass format. It's fun. It's neat. It's a fake ass format where just for a while they just printed random ass cards.
There's so many weird. Waking the Dragons is in Speed Duels. What the fuck? Like, it's such a weird. I like it, but also I'm like, why? Why though?
All right, there's that card Worm, which is weird.
Oh, wait.
But okay. So, that is it for our Wormy boys.
Blow my notes. I figured that was okay.
Oh, let's make sure
I
for
figured that
yourself.
was okay.
I'm just gonna mute Dallas on my end.
I'll
Because
tell you what,
Dallas doesn't ever mute himself when he needs to yell at other people in his home.
For some reason.
Okay, he's back.
All right, we can
I
unmute
don't.
Dallas.
Well, you always
I left it on.
Yeah, but I wasn't even in the room though.
You should work on
You
that.
can hear it, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Anywho's,
Oh,
that's all our Wormy boys, and we have only been
So
going
how
for
many
2
other
hours.
other cards were you thinking about? I think.
Ally of Justice.
I mean, do you want to go to sleep, Axe, or something? You don't have to stay here. Loth went to took a nap.
No,
Oh,
I'm
God
just curious. Like,
damn it.
how many are there?
13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
It's because they don't have an archetype list they can build it to. They can't put a
Because Ally of
list.
Justice suck. I see 22 Ally of Justice cards.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I want to throw this out there. I do want to point out, I have a criticism against the Yu-Gi-Oh! Fandom wiki. Not only are just the editors clearly bored and have too much time on their hands, but they should put that time into every article that lists an archetype should list the fucking archetype. Don't make me go into the little hide box. Like, half of them are listed, but only if they have something interesting. Like, we talked about this off-stream because we were debating S-Force. And we'll actually probably do that as like a big collective episode because there's a lot of funny lore we can do there. But S-Force, an archetype which is only like 8 monsters currently, has a box because they can be like, this magic card, this spell card corresponds to this event with this monster, and also with this rival other card that they fight. I'm like, okay, but you can't just give me a fucking list of Ally of Justice?
We get to start. Also, I want to clarify to the chat.
Yeah.
This is important. I actually think this is the worst designed archetype in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! In terms of art design.
Ally of
Before I jump
Justice.
into Ally of Justice, can we please show the boy I posted? He's the funny boy.
Okay, yeah, hold on, let me...
The funny boy.
Oh, yeah, so we should bring up that if we didn't already, because,
Why is this?
remember how we talked about, Hidden Arsenal's
Dumb
lore, right?
lore.
It's a lot of lore archetypes, and Allies of Justice are made to fight worms. So, let's pull up the art. Actually, I kind of just want to pull up the card, the actual physical card scheme.
Yeah,
Well,
that's fine.
Just so you guys can see the whole of this man and what
and
he
it's not
represents.
effect.
He's
It's just not effect.
Yeah.
It should have been a stacking effect, honestly.
Let me see if I can find some appropriate music, maybe.
Or at least be level 3.
So, Flamevell Magician.
A fire, spellcaster, tuner, level 4. 1400 attack, 200 defense, so he can be rekindling. But, while you control an Ally of Justice monsters, this card gains 400 attack. Now, some of you may be asking, why? For what
Why,
purpose?
Because.
The reason is because the Flamvells, the Flamvell tribe came together with the other tribes of the dual terminal world to fight the worm. So therefore, they had to design a card to showcase that the Ally of Justice cards were made by the other combined tribes' power. So therefore, Flamvell Magician sucks butt.
Yeah, no.
This is poor design.
Okay,
There's-
so Flameville Magician is the mad scientist of the group.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. I can't remember what the good ally of justice was, but it's not.
Catastor?
Yeah, probably. I think,
Catastor's decent.
I
I
wouldn't
think no,
it's
Catastor,
the
Catastor
Necros.
is the good one.
Because
Oh,
because
really?
of Necros.
Yeah,
That's
Catastor's
the
the,
best?
yeah.
Caster is like the only Injustice monster that
Destroys
was
anything
good.
that's non-dark.
Yeah, it's the generic one that has the effect that is not the dumbest. So allies of justice are machine monsters, right? Which are all dark because they're meant to fight worms. So they're like, fuck light, bro. So actually, Catastor is first in my list, so we should just start with him. And so pull up what this man is.
If this is the best they get, this is kind
Arc.
of sad.
Can we pull up the Necros of this?
No, Necros is a separate
Okay.
video. No, seriously, Necros is separate in my list because it's got a lot of shit. So
Fair
this
enough,
is
because I
Catastor,
put all
though.
of
Yeah.
it.
It's a machine. It's definitely
is
very
kinda cool.
machiney. You'll
This
see a
is
lot of
a-
these design elements reflected in future past ones.
This brings up my problem with Ally of Justice.
It looks like a JRPG like Alien Divine machine.
Yeah. It feels like there's no cohesive design with Ally of Justice other than robots.
Well, so
Okay.
I just posted in the progression chapter. The reason is because they have no designs because they're designed by 4 separate groups, basically.
All of whom have wildly different aesthetics. X-Saber, Mist Valley, Flamvel, and Ice Barrier.
X Sabers and oh great.
Yeah,
Huh.
it's utter nonsense as to why they would
I've
be.
also never heard of Mist Valley unless I'm dumb.
You might have heard them mentioned before, but yeah, no. Mist Valley is an unfortunate archetype that did not
only-
get a lot of play.
The
So-
only misspell thing you probably heard of is the limited field spell. That's slightly broken, but not
Yeah,
really.
no.
Yeah, the rest of their archetype, unfortunately, is not very serviceable.
You know how a lot of sets have that one archetype that is just trash? Like in Lightning Overdrive, it's everything that wasn't Tri-Brigade.
Oh, there's
So Lop's gonna play Mist Valley.
I mean, there were 2
There's one of the
Tri-Brigade cards in
Mist Valley
Lightning,
cards that is
Lightning
good.
Overdrive,
It-
Dallas.
Apex Avion was actually really good for pendulum decks at the time.
No, what I actually mean, but in Lightning Overdrive, it's what is it, Starry Night, I believe.
No, Starry Knight's not in that set either. Also, don't you mock Starry Knight and the power of
I am
Holy
going
Knight
to mock
Dragon.
Starry Night. Starry Night is awful.
The actual problem with Lightning Overdrive as a core set is it doesn't have a lot of archetypes. It's got a lot of generic shit in it and expansions to past archetypes. Like there's a couple of extra Springans in there. It's got the Drytron Xyz. It's got the other Magistus Xyz. It's got like 2 new trap tricks in it.
It's got the hey, we know you want. What about better Stardust Dragon?
I guess
It's-
the main archetypes it has the other half of Warrock, which is not good. Spoilers, guys. The new Warrock cards don't save Warrock.
No.
It's a nice set if you bought the previous sets.
Although to be fair, I think Warrock would honestly be one of my favorite sets aesthetically. It's a shame they all
I
suck.
think I think Warrocks are too new for us to like have all the art assets for me to pull up.
Yeah.
But that should be an interesting one in maybe like a couple of months once the newer cards definitely have scans to like talk about because they are an interesting aesthetic. But yeah, the primary one is there's a couple of ZW type cards, Zexal stuff. There's Amazement, which are kind of middling. They do funny stuff, but they're mostly trap cards. And then I'm scrolling down the list, like every single thing is just
What?
a new card in
Oh,
an
yeah.
old archetype. That reminds
Yeah,
me, I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
pull any Kiss a Kill Frost. I gotta go buy some.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Simp, what's up?
I just saw something that made me be like, why are I guess it's they're releasing new alien support in the next set.
What?
Yeah, there's a new alien card.
I mean,
Alien
we
Buster.
talked about that one. It's actually good for alien decks.
Yeah. Anyway,
Anyway.
But
Catastor.
Catastor,
I like
the
him.
generic. Well, go yeah. Gonna talk about his art.
It's ugly.
Well, I meant
It's
Vesper was
ugly.
saying I like them. Like, is that like
I
it
like
just
it.
is it general type or?
the weird aesthetic of Catastor works for this weird mechanical bug thing that is meant to fight off an alien. Like it's
My issue with Catastor, and it's an issue I have with a lot of the Ally of Justice, is it has a lot of like weirdly like going for an animal style of design without fully committing, going for it's a hodgepodge mishmash of things, and also what the color scheme and the typing it's like we're the anti-light monster, so we're just going to be the most gold and silver angel.
Well, we're the allies of justice. By the way, that is written in the Japanese as big capital letters A-O-J. Like they do the full big abbreviation letters. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
We have
I actually think Catastor is one of the worst designs because it's like ironically for it being probably the best monster. I guess there's another one that's kind of funny.
Okay.
I mean, there's some funny ones, but yeah, Catastor is the best. Like actually sees meta side deck play.
Yeah.
I think the next one is probably the worst. Just lazy. As I will post the other card. We should put side by side with Colossalus.
Oh, Colossal! Oh God, Colossalus! Yeah.
I need to bring this up just so like, but do you guys do you think you're okay if I put Noble Knights on the list?
Sure.
No, why not? Whatever. If it's not already on the list, write it down. It's fine.
Okay.
Anyway, but while those guys were talking, I absolutely ordered me a copy of Kizakill Frost because I didn't pull one. Yay, singles.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
I dig it. The white and gold aesthetic works.
Yeah, it's an interesting, especially because this is a high rarity card. Like it was printed as a secret originally, and hasn't been printed lower than a foil because he's actually a meta tech card. So,
yeah,
what Catastor does is he is a generic level 5 synchro tuner, 1 non-tuner monster. Very easy to do. He does have 2200 attack, which is an okay stat line for a 5-star. And at the start of the damage step, if this card battles a face-up non-dark monster, destroy that monster. Are you not dark? Fuck you.
And here's the thing. This was actually from a time where there was a lot of non-dark monsters in meta because in 5Ds, the two main foil-like archetypes are wind and fire, which Stardust and Arcfiend specifically. So basically, and other than basically this Catastor is a tech card you put in your extra side deck.
Yes.
That you put against every meta deck except for Blackwings. Catastor just loses to Blackwings.
Yeah.
And Catastor was reprinted in Dual Devastator, the fixed set that contains meta staples, one of. So I own a Catastor in real life.
Next to our next card coming.
Oh, you want to pull up the other one? Okay.
Ally of Justice Colossus.
Well, we can leave the regular Claswest and I'll swap them out. But so I do want to throw out there. Also, by the way, I do love this. I wanted to pull up this bird's stat line because it amused me. But really quick, the thing about Catastor is that Catastor will always be a meta staple in the environment where A, you can synchro something, and B, if a non-dark deck ever rises. Like, let me look at example 4.
I believe it has been a tech card in modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks just because some of the current archetypes, i.e. Dragon Link and what the fuck is it called?
Dragon Link and Dark Warrior are both dark mostly, sadly.
No, Drytron.
Yeah, Drytron's light. Bird Up, Lyrilusk combos are mostly wind.
Well, no, Dragon Link does run a lot of wind and fire monsters in the extra deck specifically, like Gar Dragon.
Well, yeah, but the problem is that you don't get to attack those monsters. Is I think
that's
the
also
thing.
true.
Like they have a lot of dark effects monsters and
also,
dark
that
boss
is true.
monsters.
Just when they've gotten to the point of summoning World Chalice, you're just dead.
But yeah, so the reason why Vesper wanted to bring up Mistbird Clausus is because of the next Ally of Justice Clausus, who is a.
And if you look at them side by side, it's the same card.
Well, yeah, because it's. I'm fairly certain, Vesper, that the Mist Valley's contribution was, hey, we have this dead bird. You want to turn him into a robot bird?
It's just the same card, and I love it.
But Mist Valleys kind of suck, don't they?
They both become Necros.
Well, yeah, but
also the thing I want to point out is Ally of Justice Clausus is a vanilla 1 tribute monster with 2300 attack.
With
mighty monster in the Mist Valley, and the ultimate weapon designed from Soles?
That's
Oh,
not
yeah.
how you pronounce that, but yeah, apparently
Claim
that
Solas.
is what Clausuas is supposed to be translated as. It's supposed to be the Sword of Light.
Yeah.
Yeah. I should also say that Allies of Justice, they were partly in hidden arsenal archetype, but they were also printed in a really dumb set. Because what better set to have cards that are light-looking dark monsters than the Shining Darkness?
Oh, right.
I think Catastrophe might have actually been the cover card for that set.
No, Catastro's not in that. The cover card for that one is Blackwing Dragon.
I feel like Catastrophe was a cover card for some set.
I believe Catastrophe might be Hidden Arsenal too. I could be
Okay.
wrong though.
Yeah, I believe, by
there's-
the way, the proper way you pronounce that in the Gaelic pronunciation, because I hate the IPA system for how they handle Gaelic languages. Cleave Salish.
Yeah, well, I saw that word. I'm just gonna, but yeah.
Yeah, it's Cliff
It's
Slash.
vanilla, so it doesn't do anything. It's just a big bungus.
It's awful. It's like
It's a machine target who's dark, I guess, but yeah, it's not. It doesn't. It literally does nothing. It's a vanilla. Why are you running him?
It's a mechanical bird who is pretty neat looking.
So we're gonna see. Let's look at Baby Catastor now.
who is not the worst card. They're not good, but they're not the worst card.
It is much like FGO lore kits. It has a lore kit that hurts its effectiveness, but also Baby Catastor. This is Ally of Justice Core Destroyer. Way to waste that fucking name, Konami.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Core
I mean,
Destroyer, a level 3 with 1200 attack.
It's not even. You know what this card should have been,
Mhm.
if we're gonna be honest. Because I hate the design of this card because it just looks like derpy dog Catastrophe. But
It just catastrophe about its outer frame.
this card should be a tuner.
Yeah.
Well,
it
I'm sure
should
that
be a
you
tuner.
tune this with a level 2 to make Catastor.
Do Ally of Justice have it tuner?
I'm
looking
sure
right
Ally of
now.
Justice must have a tuner. If they don't, that's
They
even funnier,
don't.
though. But they have to, at least in terms of like later support, because they have synchros. They have a lot of synchros, actually.
They have 2 tuners for both level 3
Interesting. Okay, so you can't even do the
And-
combo. That's very dumb.
and 1 level 2 monster.
Let me guess that you're supposed to use a level 2 tuner from one of those other dumb archetypes. I bet.
Probably
Probably.
Flame Veil, because I think they do have one.
Well, Flameville
Wait.
has Flameville Guard, which is a 1-star, I believe.
That is the other good thing about Catastor is, like a lot of good synchro monsters, it's just anything.
Yeah,
no
he's generic.
specifics.
But so the reason why I call Ally of Justice Core Destroyer Baby Catastor is not just because of his design obviously being Baby Catastor, but also at the start of the damage step, if this card battles a light monster specifically, destroy that monster. So it's Catastor's effect, but shittier. Because it's just
Yeah,
light.
there's a lot of cards in here that are okay side deck cards sometimes, but like never anything else.
Well, that's the problem with the core design, the core destroyer design of Ally of Justice. They're designed to be specifically anti-light, except for Catastor, who is a good card. So the
There's
entire
a-
deck is a side.
Keeping
deck
in mind,
set.
though, I do want to throw this out there. Catastor was in their original support. Yeah, he was released in Hidden Arsenal 2 when the rest of them were released. So
I think there's like one other card I've seen used in other decks, but that's because it does a weird.
But I
it
don't
does a
think we
weird
have
thing.
anything else to talk about Core Destroyer.
Yeah,
he's
not
Baby
really.
Blue Catastor. Let's talk about a card that is a monster. This is absolutely a monster card. This is definitely not a spell or trap card. This
So-
is Ally of Justice, Cosmic Gateway.
This is a secret rare card. I just
Yes,
wanna point
this
that
is a
out.
high rarity card. This is a chase card in this set, Cosmic Closer.
It's
It's a
awful.
level
Not
8.
like continue- this is
It's a
so-
level 8 with
2400,
1200 attack. But if your opponent controls 2 or more monsters, including a light monster, you can special summon this card from your hand.
Is not bad.
Not the worst.
but it's
Theoretically-
not great.
Here's the thing. In the era where this is printed, I think this card is awful. In the Xyz era, This card is not an awful card.
Oh,
No, your opponent just has to have
because
2+ monsters, and one of them is light. Easy enough.
Oh, right, rank 8.
We're playing
plays.
Utopia. That's easy.
Yeah, you could just do generic rank 8
Or they're playing
toolbox.
Zeus.
where-
It's easy.
Well, yeah, and the fact that he's a special summon, you could use him as a literal rank 8 tech play. But in terms of Ally of Justice effect, it's bad. Okay, your opponent has 2 monsters on the board. Are we hoping that they're both lower than 2400?
Yes.
Keeping in
That's
mind
like
that the
cloudy.
year is 2010?
Yeah.
And I guess you could maybe do synchro plays with it, but it's.
I
it's
mean, they
very-
do. Ally of Justice do have some high-level synchros. Once again, I don't know if their tuners match up with this level combo, though.
No, because it'd be a level 11 synchro.
But the problem with the big Ally Justice tuners is that they require 1 tuner and 2 more non-tuner monsters, which makes Cosmic Gateway not great for the synchro plays.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no,
it's just a bad card. Also, gotta be real, the art bad. Like,
no, yeah.
I mean, in a concept, not bad. Like, if this was a spell card, cool. As a quote-unquote monster card, I'm like, this is way lazy. This should be a spell. What is this?
Omega, you're going to be saying that a lot this archetype, because that is my biggest problem with Ally of Justice.
Well,
is that they're
we'll
lazy.
see. I do not
Well,
actually think that our
wait.
next one is actually that bad.
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
think
not.
This thing just
Sorry.
is a spell card, but it has legs. That's all.
I don't even
That's
know
all
if
I can
like
think
those
of.
could just be weird. I mean, like they could be legs. They could also just be weird greebles that like anchor it to the ground.
Yeah,
Welcome-
it's a stretch.
Oh,
That's all I can say.
Are we doing a shitty DD Crow next?
Well, yeah, we're gonna talk about Ally of Justice Cycle
But-
Reader.
But Dallas, it's a better Decro because it does 2.
Sure.
So Cycle Reader, art-wise, not a lot to talk about. It definitely has the vibes we saw with Core Destroyer and whatchamacallit,
I still
Caster,
hate I hate the aesthetic, but it is on brand.
Yes, it's on brand. It's got a little bit more red in its coloration here. Not Cycle Reader. This is Cycle Reader. Core Destroyer was blue.
Holy fucking kind of is though.
Why is this card just a Black Wings card?
So during
Sorry.
either player's turn, you can discard this card to the graveyard, then target up to 2 light monsters in your opponent's graveyard, banish those targets. So yeah, it's double DD Crow, but only for lights. That can be very useful, but is an odd tech one. Psycho Reader's primary effect is that it is their first monster that we've seen so far that is a tuna. It is a level 3 tuna.
Yeah, but it's bad. Because well, it's double bad because the other Ally of Justice tuner, or at least the one that I know, is the card I thought Vesper was talking about when he said there was a good or when she said there was a good Ally of Justice card, because it is a card I've seen in several decks.
Well, I will say we should put aside talking about usability. We should assume you're playing a light deck against these cards, otherwise they're useless. So we should put aside the caveat that if you're playing against light decks, this is a good.
Well,
effect.
actually, no. So if we don't have anything more to
No.
say about the design of Psycho Reader here, I can go to the next one.
Yeah, no, Vesper, you don't understand. The next one has absolutely nothing to do with the Ally of Justice effect.
for that one, yes, but for the general Ally Justice effects.
Oh yeah, no, I'm only mentioning the next one just because it is a good card.
Well, and to be fair, I think it makes sense why, because it was printed in Duelist Revolution as in a core set as a secret rare, but in a core set.
Yes, this was a meta card. at a
So
point,
this
because-
was clearly like, and for all we know, judging by the fact that it's a secret rare tacked onto a core set, this could have been. I'd love to look it up sometime. Is it in like trivia or something? I'm like, is this a TCG exclusive? Like this could be. This could be. This feels like it. I'm not sure, but we're gonna pull up the art for.
No, it was in the OCG.
Okay. We're gonna pull up the art for Ally of Justice Cyclone Creator. Who, I gotta be real, this is a 2010 card. This card looks good.
Why does this card just look like a Black Wings monster though?
No, it doesn't look like a Black Wings monster. This is clearly a robot bird.
This is like the mechanical version of Tornado Bird.
Yeah, I literally think it's like what if we mechanized Tornado Wind?
But no,
Tornado
it's
bird.
I actually like its effect, well, I like its effect, but I like its look and its effect in there. Like it's got dynamic action, it's shooting tornadoes. It's kind of got the Ally of Justice color scheme, but I agree with you, Dallas, with the way they normally work with a lot of the white plating. The fact that this one is all like the black body and then the red and gold highlights works really well.
But I will say, this is one of the cards where it's like, if you did not know this was an Ally of Justice card, there's no way you'd guess that.
Yeah. So this is the other level 3 tuner I think we're talking about.
Yeah.
This is
And
Cyclone Creator.
Shadows, wings.
It's good.
Once per turn, discard 1 card from your hand to return spell trap cards from the field to the hand equal to the number of face-up tuner monsters on the field. So it has kind of a Trunade type effect.
And this was at a time where a lot of spell trap removal was limited.
You could say it's a giant Toonade.
Right. Someone kill the mic.
Whackity schmackity doo.
But anyways, it's a good card.
Also, to be real, you would, if you were playing Pure Allies of Justice, you would absolutely play this as your 3-star tuner over Cycle Reader because it does something.
It does a thing.
Actually, Omega, I disagree. Because if you're playing Pure Allies of Justice, Cycle Reader is actually better because if you're playing Allies of Justice not against the light deck, what are you doing?
Okay. You've got a fair point, but I do think that it has a decent amount of view. Okay, so hey guys, you thought Catastor was something. We're gonna get enswoled
Wait
now.
till we get to another Necros card, guys.
We're gonna become enswolioed if I'm
wait,
correctly
is it decisive
copying. No, I'm not copying and pasting it correctly. I'm trying. Give me the copy image. Stop trying to download it. Copy the image.
So this card is good if your opponent controls a light monster.
So meet Ally of Justice, Decisive Armor, or just Decisive Arms in the
It's a
OCG.
giant tank.
Why did most of the Ally of Justice become Necros monsters?
Well, that's Axe, have you ever looked at the names of Necros monsters? Like Necros of Trishula? Necros are just wearing the corpses of dead Duelist Terminal archetypes. That's kind of their thing.
I didn't know they were all
Necros of Unicorn. No, yeah, like the thing on that.
Right, Fable Unicorn.
Necros
Yeah.
just like
I assume it's because they're
Necros
based
are
heavily
cool.
on extra deck monsters?
yes.
They're all extra deck monsters. Yeah.
Yeah, so there are a decent number of Ally of Justice Synchros. Most of them are not super great. They're very techy other than Catastor.
I would say this one is not an awful card to side deck because this is if you can get this working.
Well,
it's
yeah,
fairly
and
powerful.
also to be fair, this is a big bungus. Like this guy's art. If this screams
30?
boss monster, it should 3,300.
Yeah.
3,300
Honestly,
both ways.
Yes.
Honestly, this card might be a tech option just for the bungusitude of it because it beats over
It is a
most
level
tech.
10 synchro. Now it does require 1 tuner and 2 or more non-tuner monsters, so you have to
But
triple
at least
synchro.
it's generic. At least it's generic.
And with being a 10, that's pretty easy to set up.
Yeah, 2/4/4 is not hard.
So all three of its effects though are pretty okay.
So once per turn, if your opponent controls a face-up light monster, you can activate one of these effects, and it's got a bulleted list.
Non-targeting MST.
Yeah,
a set
select one
card.
set card,
A set
your
card.
opponent controls, destroy it. Send one
Send
card
one
from your
card.
hand to the graveyard. Destroy all spell traps your opponent controls, so discard for a Feather Duster. Very rare in this day and age, by the way. And then this last one, oh my. Send all cards in your hand to the graveyard to look at your opponent's hand, and send all light monsters in their hand to the graveyard. Then inflict damage to your opponent equal to the total attack of monsters sent to the graveyard. So,
Honestly,
baby
that
said.
could actually be kind of good. Like, I feel like this card, so many decks at this time, especially, where they weren't playing basically Black Wings, had at least 1 or 2 big light monsters. Like, I think this was this when Lightsworn was fairly popular?
This was early 5D, like Hidden Arsenal 3.
Yeah, so-
this is still
yeah.
early 5D, so light
So
swords
yeah,
were a thing.
Lightsworns were popular.
What you would do is if you lost game 1, you would game 2 turbo this card, and just roll the dice and see if they drew a hand of Lightsworn monsters and say, I win
Fuck you,
because
buddy.
we have no hands. I have this.
You throw the hands away and then you just punch them. You just said them. You just said their ass. It's a very interesting card.
Yeah.
And also, to go back to this design, while a little over-designed, it makes sense. This is the big boss. This is a giant flying tank fortress
I'm gonna
thing.
be honest. I think this is my favorite Ally of Justice design, other than Crimson. I keep wanting to
bird,
call
Cyclone?
it Crimson Cyclone, and it's not.
Cycling
But
Creator.
You can
Oh,
also
man.
see,
Yeah.
perspective-wise, this thing is fucking actually gigantic.
Yeah. No, other than that,
Look at the mountains. For
I actually, because I think color-wise, this is what I would have liked the archetype to look like more.
Like this
Oh.
kind of dark night
Okay.
sky, midnight blue and gold. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
This color
I-
scheme is probably the best.
I like the design here. Also, I think it's if you look down, I think it's by that blue semicircle. You can actually see another monster within that monster.
Well, yeah, it's got a catastor type core plugged into it for sure.
It's called the monster in there is called Outline Mind, which is an Ally of Justice card apparently.
It's not on a justice, but it's the card. It's a level 5 tuner, which plays weirdly with.
yeah,
Oh,
and normal. No, it is an Ally of Justice card.
Well,
but
it's related.
it
It's
is-
not an Ally of Justice card because it doesn't say
No,
ally.
well, I mean, it says a highly, like, I'm reading the card. A highly performed unit developed to enhance the artificial intelligence program of the Ally of Justice.
It is related. It is not an
It's a
Ally of Justice
lore.
card because it does not have the phrase
Yeah,
AOJ
that's
in
true.
its name.
Yeah,
It's one of those weird things where,
related.
like, they really should have called it Ally of Justice Mind, but for some ungodly reason they didn't. We'll pull it up later.
Yeah.
Or Ally
yeah,
of Justice
very
Ally
weird.
Mind.
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause it's-
Ally Salvo both are weird.
because it works in the archetype, other than the fact that it has literal
Honestly-
dungeon worm stats,
honestly,
literally dungeon
I'm-
worm stat line.
Honestly, I'm looking at some of these future cards. I think the only bad Ally of Justice cards are the non. There's some not awful ones. Like, do you want to go to the next one? Amanda?
Yeah, we're gonna go to. By the way, I want to throw this out there because I haven't said it yet. I love the themes of the names of Ally of Justice. Like some of them are a little overblown. Like Core Destroyer doesn't look like a Core Destroyer, but a lot of these names are great. So we've just seen Decisive Armor. Now behold, Enemy of
Catcher.
Justice, Ally of Justice, Enemy Catcher. Look at this motherfucker.
I mean, it's namesake, yeah.
Yeah, it's that.
But also, its effect is 100% anti-worm.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh well,
Like-
this is obviously the thing that like captures the worms for science to be done or some
Yeah.
shit. You know.
Yeah.
Although you could do some pretty hilarious things with this.
Yeah.
So the only
Um,
unfortunate thing about this boy is that he's an 1800 level 6. But
Yes, that's the problem.
when this card is normal summoned, you can take control of one face-down defense position monster your component controls until the end phase of this turn. So if you know your opponent has a really annoying flip monster, you can just be like, mine, gimme.
Or if you want to be a dick, you could just combo it with like Book of Moon and some kind of sack outlet and just be like, no.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, creature swap's probably better than that because you have to have a tribute
It's
on
not-
board anyway. But like, if you're running Allies of Justice, this is okay.
It's not the worst card.
I
Um,
think the annoying thing here is that this is a level 5 machine or level 6 machine. And like for instance, we know that Ally Mind is a level 5 tuner. I feel like there's a lack of synergy here because of those monsters are
There's
2
a
plus.
There's a very distinct like a level synergy to actually make their synchro monsters, which is the very.
Which is a terrible shame because the synchro
Weird.
monsters are the really good bit.
Well, so here's the thing. I am not too shamed that they did that for the simple reason that like most of their synchro monsters, barring one, and we'll get to him eventually, are actually very playable. Like especially the next one, I actually think might be better in some ways than Catastor. It's debatable.
Yeah, a lot of the Allies of Justice were I don't want to say infamous,
could
but
just
were very
play them
famous
in better
for
decks.
having because they're generic synchros. They did not fuck it up and make them not generic. You can actually do a lot of interesting things. So I'm going to pull up the art for the next one.
The next, oh god, the art. for
Because
this
I
card,
got to
though,
be
is-
real though. I don't.
Oh.
Is there anything else to say about Enemy Catcher's art? Like it's a
No,
robot
a
squid.
We're gonna get to my least favorite art in Ally of Justice next.
He's coming to just global you up.
So behold, Ally of Justice Field Marshal. This guy has like cheesy 80s mecha anime vibes,
no,
like with
you
the
know what this
spotlights
card
and
is
shit.
you know what card this is exactly? This is a G Gundam mech from Hollywood. That's
Actually,
exactly
no.
what this is.
This is a big O mech.
This is the G Gundam
So I
mech
haven't
from
actually
Hollywood.
sat down and watched all of Big O, but that's my thought exactly. Axe with like the spotlight effect. I'm like, this has some Big O vibes.
God, I hate. Well, it's not a spotlight effect. The spotlights are attached.
But it works though, Dallas. The light.
No, it doesn't. It does not work.
Look at the framing,
it's
though.
more-
Look at this
it's more
power
about-
shot.
It
It's
looks
Now,
so
more about the-
unfortunately, I
it's
think
more about
that-
the arms and the spikes and the dress.
The thing I want to say is, yeah, the dress. That's my problem with this design primarily is the quote-unquote dress. Obviously, this is meant to be some kind of feminine
butt
giant
cape?
robot because it's got a tiny Gundam
Well,
waist and then huge
spoiler,
butt hips.
Spoiler: effective mechs are female, feminine design.
Well, yeah,
because,
we've talked about this
with-
before. It's the
Yes.
way the hip joints work, but like, no, look at this, and I'm like, okay, so it has legs and like a capelet. No, it's just got a robot dress. How does it move?
Yeah.
Does it float? I guess it
It's not
probably
even
floats.
it's not even a dress. It just looks like a butt cape.
Well, it looks like that, Dallas, but it's not though because all of it is enclosed. There's no gaps.
I don't think
Yeah.
there's actual limbs under it. I think it's all just one platform.
I actually just hate this design because there's random spotlights pointing in every direction for no goddamn reason.
Lens flare.
Yeah, this
But
is
so
the JJ. This is the
Field
JJ
Marshal,
robot.
In the same way that Inmate Catcher is anti-face down, so is Field Marshal. If Field Marshal destroys a face-down defense position monster by battle, which essentially it means if it attacks face-down monsters.
Yeah, because it's a 2900. It's a level 9 synchro that requires one tuner plus 2 or more non-tuners. So usually 333. Not a hard combo to set up in synchro decks.
If it destroys a defense position monster by battle since it's the graveyard, you draw a card.
Yeah, no,
which
this
is
card's
good.
not awful.
No, this is a good generic tech card. If you're expecting to run into, like, right now, this card isn't important because not a lot of decks involve slow playing face down defense position monsters. But this card could absolutely come back in as a synchro tech
But
card if people did.
If Konami somehow manages to slow down the mad train of Yu-Gi-Oh somehow, then maybe this card will be a tech card.
Oh, I looked at the art for the next one. Oh.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're going
Wait, just,
off the rail.
Omega,
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
wanna
go
say,
ahead.
'cause it's
No,
like,
wait.
why I kind of like the previous one reminded me of Big O because like this thing also exists as like a Big O thing.
Ooh, weird.
Big
But you get what I mean?
Yeah, I
Big O
see.
has some mech designs. I hate this design personally, but
The one we're about to pull up or the one that's on screen now?
yes.
Okay, fair enough. Behold!
Cardolga.
But what am I
No.
looking at?
Ally of Just, Garadholg.
It's like
It's beam swords. Okay, that's really dumb.
Garadholg.
Too much
This is
flash.
so bad.
What
Too
is
much
its face?
flash.
Oh, the good.
This
I don't
card
understand what its
is
face is supposed to look like.
legitimately. So I'm gonna say the effect first. If this card battles a light monster, it gains 200 attack during the damage step only. Not an awful effect. Now,
Yeah,
Chat?
it's not as flashy, but
yeah, how much attack points?
This card has huge attack when it attacks a light monster. Chat, how much attack do you think this card has base?
Yeah,
Mine-
talk to us,
mine-
chat. No, no,
remember-
Axe, don't guess. You'll get it right
Remember,
somehow.
Remember,
I'll get it right somehow.
this is a time where the meta-relevant light monster is Jane, the Light Sword Paladin, who has 1900 attack.
Also, we want to throw out there, we talked about worms earlier. Worms' bunguses are designed to reach, like, between 18 and 2k attack or more. They
Yes.
had that 2100 monster as well.
Is it 2300? Sorry.
No.
Oh, you're being too generous. Okay, we've
You're
seen
being
600
generous.
attack. Somebody lowballed a little.
Carlos,
1400 is
you're-
closer.
You're right
1700
there.
is very close, yes. Also,
is a
somebody said
six-
it looks like a nightmare frame from Code Geass. Yes, absolutely. This is
Yes, no,
this is a shitty one-time nightmare frame that you think is gonna last longer, and then the Lancelot shows up and just kicks its
Yeah.
ass and it dies.
yes.
No, we've had enough guesses. The answer is 1600.
So
Yeah,
that
no.
means if you add 200 to 1600, if this monster battles a light, it's a normal 1800 beater.
Yeah, if this card battles Jane, the Light Sword Paladin, it dies.
Jane gets 300 attack.
Very
Also,
Wait,
a level
bad.
4 monster.
No, it doesn't.
It's-
Jane only gets on attack,
So-
but it's still just a 1900 beater, which it dies to.
Well, it's a level 4 Dark Machine beater, which even for like 5 years before this card was printed was bad.
Yeah, no, this
Okay.
card is
Don't get
outcompeted
it.
by Mechanical Chaser. Yes, you
So
would
honestly-
be paying your arm and leg to buy
honestly,
a Mechanical
if-
Chaser, but
If this monster was an 1800 beater, it still wouldn't be good, but it wouldn't be a joke.
If it was a 1900 beater, it would make it work good as a counter Lightsworn card.
now
That's
to be
kind of-
fair, this is a first run of Ally of Justice. Like this is from Hidden Arsenal. The
but even in
OG,
Hidden
but
Ars-
yeah, it's
even in
still
Hidden
not
Arsenal,
great.
it's still
The
bad.
other aesthetic vibe, by the way, this gives me is you would absolutely fight this in Mega Man Zero.
Oh, the next one is the Synchro Monster that's bad.
So, but yeah, so I don't. do we have anything else to say about the design? Actually, I do have some positives to say. I like the color scheme on Garrett Holg, the majority
like
red with a little bit of
I
white.
like the color scheme, but it's ruined by the J.J. Abramsness.
Yeah, there's way
the
too much
blades.
light flare effect on this. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say like
Red
if he didn't
coloration.
have the lightsaber right in our faces, where you could see more of his like lower body, I think this would be a cool design.
Yeah.
yeah,
But
and
yeah,
and
no.
the fact that a lot of his back half and his other arm are obscured by his giant plasma lion's mane, it's the drawer of this card had too much fun in Photoshop. Too much fun in Photoshop.
Yes, no, this
It's
is
very
the
similar.
J.J.
It's very similar to Jet Eclipse, where we just can't see much of the design because he's covered in goo. But in
but the
this
thing
case,
of-
it's light.
But the thing about it is, at least with Jet Eclipse, that was the archetype. The archetype was we're covered in goo and we have sideways mouths.
This,
Yeah.
while I like the color scheme, this guy doesn't even follow the Ally of Justice color scheme. Now, to
the
be fair, because
archetype-
he's so early, he might not. They might not have established the rules, but
the archetype for our design for Ally of Justice seems to be lens flare, motherfucker.
well, it's very weird, right? They're dark monsters that hate light, but they have a lot of lights on them. It's unusual. It's almost like the
Also,
design team
I
didn't know what to do with
did
them.
not realize a certain archetype was actually in Hidden Arsenal.
Which one?
Scrap. I didn't realize that's where it started.
I mean, technically,
So-
didn't
It
we
was-
get a?
It was probably because Dual Terminal was still the 5Ds era, so on top of the Dual Terminal cards, they just threw in a lot of 5Ds bullshit.
Yeah,
So
probably.
what's the next one like?
Okay, so yeah, I'm pulling it up
Oh,
now,
yeah.
but I wanted to make sure to check when this guy came out.
The next one is a design.
So, hey, we'll opinion from this design to another design, a design that you can unfortunately see clearly.
Remember how we said all of the synchro monsters were good? This one ends
Behold,
that
ally of justice, light gazer.
this one ends
Omega.
that trend.
Gaze into his
So,
light.
Omega- So Omega, when you say that, it makes it feel like you're pulling a cloth off of these things as you're showing them.
Oh yeah, no, that is absolutely the vibe I want. Imagine me. I'm Jonathan Frakes sitting in a dimly lit room, and I've just got something on a table, and I whip it out, and I show you
Okay.
fucking light gazer. Look at this.
Have you ever?
Okay, so this
Terrible
guy
light.
literally just searches the light monsters, but it does not affect that. Does
He's
it.
got too many searchlights. Like I was okay with Field Marshal. Light Gazer has too many
I was
searchlights. His
not.
eyes are searchlights. His hands are searchlights. His butt is searchlights. He has a searchlight ring for no reason.
Is
Why?
there more to really say? I don't
First
think
light
there's
ring
more to
that-
say,
Why
actually.
can his effect be just like flip up all face down
So
monsters?
his
and
effect
destroying light?
is he gains 200 attack points for every light monster in your opponent's graveyard.
And
Which
this is a
isn't
level 8
bad.
synchro with 2400 attack. Now, luckily,
Yes,
this only requires two sync materials, one tuner plus one non-tuner, so you can do
No,
4 and 4 or
Dallas,
3 5.
Dallas, here's the thing: your opponent future fusions to play Worm Zero. You play this card, they lose.
True. That is the way that works. And it
does
makes a funny
counterplay
haha
Light
tech
Warrior.
card. I would also say there is also the thing of I don't know where DNA transplant works.
I believe if you're thinking of that
Okay, that's
graveyard,
face-up monsters.
that if you're thinking
The
of that
Samsara
graveyard
effect is
DNA
just types, yeah, the
transplant,
new one.
I believe that can target either graveyard.
Yeah.
There are some interesting effects where you can alter types in graveyard, yes. So you could shenanigans this guy, but I don't know if it's worth it.
I want to point out a card that was released at the same time as this card.
By the way, yes, because this
Ed-
card is from Shining Darkness.
Yes, at the same rarity for the same synchro level with I believe the same generic materials. Because I don't think he had any specific material. I'm not talking about Blackwing Dragon because that one definitely did. Let me see if I can get it. I believe this is just a generic synchro monster. It's one dark tuner. Okay, it requires a dark tuner, so it's that level more specific. You get
What is it?
Infernity Doom Dragon,
Oh right.
which is once per turn if you have no cards in hand, which is fairly common.
If you're
at the
playing
point where
Infernity,
you're
yes.
summoning, and also at the point where you're summoning synchro monsters. If you have no cards, select one monster your opponent controls, destroy that monster, and burn them for half its attack.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so let's keep on moving on. Keep on keeping on. I have another interesting name for y'all. I wish to show you the power of
Nullifier.
Ally of Justice Nullifier.
Nullifier.
Okay, so once again, we've realized Allies of Justice have a color scheme problem. It's because they're built by like 4 different dudes. They can't agree on the color scheme. But Nullifier, I like him.
He would be. I don't, because he looks like he just looks like a weird ambulance mech for some reason.
Kind of,
That's
yeah.
fine.
Also, he has weird Blastoise cannons.
No, those are the nullifiers, Dallas. That's how he nullifies.
No, his hands are the nullifiers.
This-
You don't know that.
Oh no,
This
Bladies are both beautiful.
This feels like one of those mechs smaller mechs that goes into another mech.
But also, this card is hilarious because of its wording.
Perhaps like
Yeah, I
This
should-
card isn't good, but its wording makes it funny.
I should look
any
at
light
the-
monster that has battled this card has its effects negated, starting after damage calculation.
So I kind of don't have anything else. I don't have anything to really say about this thing.
It's bad. It's a Ally of Justice main deck monsters, with the exception of Crimson. Their
Nope, Tornado
the
Creator.
bird, Tornado Creator, Cyclone Creator. That is the only good Ally of Justice main deck card so far.
Yeah, I'm looking at the rulings. Nullifier is weird. So like if Nullifier negates a monster's effect and then that monster's flipped down, its negation is set, but otherwise it seems like it sticks forever. So if you can absolutely just set this motherfucker face down, let him get run into by a light monster, and then they get negated forever.
Well, the thing with the card flipping face back down, flipping a card face back down essentially nullifies any previous game state knowledge
Yes.
that card has had.
It resets, but other than that, it does seem like there is no specific way
hang
that
on.
it gets.
Ironically, the archetype that it's bad against is worms.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you'd reset him.
That's just funny.
Like, I assume the idea is that because it says battles, and this is checked at the same, I believe it says in the rulings, it's checked as the same stat as damage calc, like, if you would take damage. I don't know where flip effects lie on that measure, but
No,
it might work.
specifically says before. It says before battle damage calculation.
Okay, starting after damage calc, so it's after that. But yeah, I guess it's in the phase of if you inflicted damage. So I
So
don't
it
know
does not
where
nullify- it
flip
doesn't-
effects count in that.
Yeah, it does not nullify piercing. I know that. I don't think it would work on flip effects, not if it's after damage calculation.
So, I believe what happens, because this is not a trigger effect, the flip effect would trigger, Nullifier would battle it. If the flip effect resolves after battle, it would be negated, but if it does not, it would activate.
Either way, this card is bad.
Yeah, no,
This
it's not.
card
It's
is
not a great card.
Very bad. Speaking
It's-
of not great cards, you want to go to the next one?
Meh.
Look at that face. Look at that face.
Okay,
Behold
what would
the
you say-
ally of justice, Omni Weapon.
That
Kidding,
is-
kidding, guys. He's
it
all the
does look
weapons.
like a
Also, I
giant
want to
weapon.
throw this out there. This is a submarine with a face.
This is a secret rare, also.
This
Uh,
this is just it's a Ushopti gun.
This is not just a secret rare. This is a secret rare in Hidden Arsenal 3.
Yeah, this is
I
3
mean,
sets of this shit.
I just noticed it
This-
looks like a Bayonetta enemy
This
considering
effect
its face
is
in the corner there.
pretty okay, I think.
It's okay for specific, but,
But guys, I want to point out this has a giant AOJ printed on the side. They gotta let you know who owns this punch submarine.
Well, it's got 2 fists, an axe, a mace, a gun, and
A
a
drill
giant
and a
drill.
sword.
It's got a drill. It's
So-
got a pair of. No, that's not a sword
no,
axe. That's a
no,
pair of scissors.
scissors.
Yeah. Hey, he's prepared to play ultimate rock paper scissors.
So I just want to point out the cards that this is the contemporary of.
We've listed
It's
several
the
of them
same-
actually.
It's of rarity in this set. It's the contemporary of Gungnir, Barrier of Ice Dragon of the Ice Barrier, who is a good card. Fabled Reigen, who is a good card. Dragoonity Knight, Dragoonity Knight Gay Bulg, who is a good card.
Yeah.
So this is the one you don't want to get.
But does he reverse causality?
Possibly. Anyway.
Worm Zero, who I would argue is
Okay.
better than this.
Yeah.
Well,
Worm
definitely,
Zero is
because
fun
that's a
to play
boss
Worm.
monster. So this is a level 5 Dark Machine. That is a decent number for Allies of Justice. But it's got 2,200 attack only. When this card destroys a light monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, draw 1 card. So it's got field not field. It is field marshal. Yeah, field marshal type effect.
You be drawing cards.
And if that card is a level 4 or lower dark monster, you can reveal that card to special summon it. So honestly, not the worst card.
Here's the
Definitely
problem,
not
Omega.
super the best. Okay, what's
Here's
the problem?
Omega. Two problems. One, I would say it's worse than Field Marshal because its effect is it has to be a light monster, correct?
I mean, so did wasn't Field Marshal that way as
No,
well?
Field's just face down. It's just face down.
Oh, yes, okay. All right, yeah, that's face down.
And the other problem is, how many good 4-star monsters has Ally of Justice had so far? Because I'm in at 0.
I
I
mean,
would think the next
Dallas,
one is
the
good.
thing is, you hope it's a level 3 tuner, so you can synchro in
That's true.
main phase 2.
But
That's
also,
exactly what this is for.
But also, Dallas, notice it doesn't say Ally of Justice monster, Dark monster. So
Yeah.
you can play shit like Armageddon Knight, Dark Refer,
I
other
mean,
bullshit.
I guess this just seems like a weird card.
It is
to
a
use.
no. It is a very weird card. I don't want to say it's great or even good, but it's not bad either. Like it clearly has a place in the strategy. You
The-
can
the
hunt for a
next-
level 4 or lower monster. If you draw a Dark Tuner, you can sink in main phase 2 probably.
The next card is funny.
Well,
because it's part
the
of a
next
funny
card is
combo.
both funny, but also usable for exclusively Omni Weapon because it's a level 4 lower Dark monster that has a pretty okay effect.
But also, it's usable in a really shitty, funny way.
Well,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a barrier
no.
statue.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what it is.
we'll
No, but
we'll bring him up.
But Despair, play it with various Statue of Blessings. No, there's no special summon.
Air set to the heavens.
Or have the heavens.
Because it is literally the opposite.
Yeah, if
effect.
you did both, you'd lock him down. Okay, so here is Ally of Justice Quarantine.
No,
Don't
that's
demonetize
what
me.
we're doing.
Don't demonetize me, YouTube.
God, what is this? What is this art?
So
They're
this
just
is a
bugs.
this is a bug that is capturing Worm Solid. It is a
No,
D8.
it's not just one bug. It's at least 6 bugs.
It's a team of bugs that form the D8.
Yeah.
I guess.
But yeah, so this is an interesting monster. As
It's
we
a
brought up
weird
before,
card.
it's a barrier statue kind of.
Honestly, I kind of want to play this in a modern game against a Drytron deck and just see them be like.
So
what the
this
fuck
is a
this
level
card?
4, 1700 attack. So a moderate stat line. It's better than most barrier statues. I think all of them are like 1k, 1k.
All of them are
Yeah,
1,000.
Yeah. So, and its effect is neither player can special summon light monsters. Guess what? If you're running Ally of Justice Quarantine, you probably don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You don't give a fuck.
And it's an okay body if your opponent can't special summon, especially now, right? Like, if you can get this on the board and stick it, and then it's like, okay, what's your opponent going to do to beat over it? They can't special summon.
Okay, Ally of Justice. Omega,
Sup?
I need you to read the next card's effect.
You want us to move on to Ally of Justice Reverse Break?
I just read the effect.
Apparently, the thing is called
Okay, well-
DP checker.
Why is this a card?
I mean, I get why it's a card. And also it's very funny. Let me pull up its art because I got a funny thing with its effect based on its art. In terms of
Okay,
like
but-
how it works.
But why? But why?
Why is this a
But
card?
why?
Oh no, yeah, no.
I'm excited to hear it.
Reverse Break is bad, but
Like
I'm excited
quarantine
because-
is they're tiny bugs. It's cute. Like
Oh, okay, so we've had the general caveat of okay, Algebra cards are bad, but if you're playing against a light deck, they're okay. This card is just bad. This card is bad.
before I
Bad.
remove Quarantine, I want to point out also this has the branding. This is branded. This is good branding right here, right on the front.
I'll say this. I honestly think that Ally of Justice
Eh.
Quarantine might be the best designed one. And now there's this.
Look, It's not a face, but it's definitely
It's just a
a
drill
face.
thing.
So-
One.
Reverse
So-
Break.
Also,
Can I
still
say-
branding. Still
Oh.
branding.
This looks like a magic card more than it does a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Okay,
yeah.
so I want to point this out because Dallas wanted to read the effect. Let me read this for you.
Before we get to the
audience at home.
effect, no, before.
Okay, talk about its look.
So, chat. So far, you notice the theme of Ally of Justice cards don't like light monsters. What do you think is the worst effect for a Ally of Justice card to have?
One that hurts your own dark monsters.
No, it's slightly. It's dumber than that.
Yeah, it's think of the dumbest effect that would be bad against a light deck, and then go like 5 steps dumber than that, chat.
Allow me to elucidate you as classical music plays. If there is a face-up light monster on the field, destroy this card. Full stop. If this card attacks a face-down defense position monster, destroy that monster immediately with this card's effect without flipping it face-up or applying damage calculation. So, for worms, okay, great, perfect. Except that it blows itself up. That's really dumb.
Unless they have Worm. Unless they have Worm King.
What happens is you attack face-up monster, it doesn't get flipped up, it just gets destroyed.
Yes.
So it doesn't destroy itself.
But
Yeah.
Worm King isn't a face-down monster, though.
That's
my
yeah.
point.
But yeah,
But
but
like,
you play this
what they
before
do
the
is they-
opponent gets their board set up.
But Omega, I wanna say something first.
Yeah.
Mystic Swordsman level 2 exists.
Well,
And this
okay,
is
so
better
actually
than
that's the
this card.
thing. I wanted to throw this out. I immediately, when reading this effect, I understand where they're going with the art. This is just shitty Drillroid, our favorite
It
monster.
is.
Oh.
It's, yeah.
Like it's a Drillroid but shittier. You should just run Drillroid in your machine deck. You'll probably get more synergy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Drillroid fusion,
reverse break
anyway.
is bad and should feel bad.
No, Reverse Break is possibly one of the worst designed Yu-Gi-Oh cards ever.
Also, as a dumb thing, you could also just play the Lightsworn Monk. But that
I would
actually-
also say
Oh, there.
it literally just looks like a magic card.
This card dies to Mystic Shineball, so it should feel bad.
This card dies to.
I mean, if someone's gonna play Mystic Shamble for a reason, yeah.
Mystic Shineball doesn't even have to.
I
attack.
mean, Axe. This is the Synchro era. Mystic Shineball Turbo is absolutely when that's relevant.
Oh no,
Oh.
yeah, no.
Get free
I mean,
sync.
you
get free sync material. Yeah. No. Fuck it.
Here-
The
here's
Agent
the
deck
thing.
is actually a real deck.
Yeah,
Like-
no,
like, it was
and we
actually
should
a
point
real
out
deck
it is
for a while.
it is a synchro deck because they are releasing Lost Sanctuary R with a new synchro version of Hyperion in Japan. It's the previewing of the
Also-
OCG. So like, yeah, no.
Also, here's
They
the
know what's
thing: the Mystic Shineballs actually work very well in everything that isn't the Fusion era or the era where they were printed, because they work for Xyz era. They definitely work for Link era. Like
Okay.
Axe, that's why Cloudians became meta relevant in 2020
I mean, yeah,
for some reason, because they
I
went.
have like I have
Okay,
5 things that
wait.
upload all the time. Yeah.
You can just infinitely link Smokeball cards. We're just gonna do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like when I played Mystic Shineball Turbo, it was a joke because it sucked for the time, but
Yes.
it worked for some ungodly reason.
Oh, Rudra.
Yes, Ally of Justice Rudora, or Rudra, just as it's translated. Sorry, I sipped away to get some water.
Okay, I guess.
Rudra.
I mean,
Oh,
other than the
art
fact
is
that
just-
once again the art design just who the fuck. Like
Okay,
clearly,
Allies of Justice. You said how many people designed these?
4 X Sabers, Flamevel,
Okay.
Mist Valley,
I
and
I reject that
Ice
because
Barrier.
these cards have way more than just 4 color schemes. They've had like 8 different color schemes.
yeah,
So-
like they're not very consistent. I want to throw out really quick before we move on what I was gonna say before Dallas talked about that. This is clearly designed by the same group though who did Garrett Hulk because of the
Yeah,
extra lens flares.
I wanted to play the
has to be
the
Flame
Pokemon
Veil.
chat again because this card is just better Garrett Hulk. This card's like a
Is
light
it?
monster.
Vesper, is
gains-
it better though?
Yes,
100
because
attack
it
in
gains a
there.
lot of attack. It's a 1900. It
Oh,
requires
I
a
wanted
tribute.
to tap against the attack value again, but it's fine.
1900.
Well,
But
yeah,
as a
sorry.
6-star
But it gains. No, it's 5 stars.
It's a tribute.
It's a
does
tribute.
That act,
I mean,
until
Parshath's a
XCs,
tribute.
Does that matter? Yeah, but Parshath you can also cheat out.
You can cheat
Yeah, no,
this
it's
out.
better.
You can special summon this. Its effects don't require it.
You can't cheat that out with Nova Summoner.
I mean, you can cheat it out through other ways, Dallas.
Yeah.
That's fair. I'm just saying, I don't think this is a very good card.
But it gains 700 attack during the damage step only, which is actually a good number. Like, considering this is, I think this is like Hidden Arsenal 1 or 2. Yeah, this is a super rare and regular ass Hidden Arsenal. It gains 700 attack during damage step. That means it goes to
600 is a
26.
solid stat line.
For a
I'm
1
not gonna
tribute?
say
Good.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's awful. I'm just gonna say it's not amazing.
I mean,
I'll
yes, it's not
definitely agree that
amazing.
it's-
But when we
Look,
put on the caveat that this is still an early ally of justice compared to other early ally
that
of
isn't-
justice, this is very
That
effective.
isn't a synchro. I feel like that's what I'm learning. Is like unless you're a synchro or you're that one tuner, you're just not good.
But yeah, so Rudra exists. It's very weird.
Now the next ally.
Like it's a robot dragon man. I don't really know what design ethos we're going for here. I don't hate it, but also I don't love it either. It's just weird.
I feel like the next ally of Justice has a good idea, but is too expensive for it. Also, its design is awful.
Also, I do want to throw this out there. Its name is dumb for what it does.
Yes, no, its name is awful.
So let's pull up the art.
Well, I do want to.
Also, why is it green?
Shh. What was that, Miss Bear?
I want to point out how Zed says to bring back Ojama Trio for Al Justice plays. Ojama Trio also kills Reverse Break.
It's true.
Look at what Ojama Trio is.
Also, but Ojama Trio is absolutely an ally of Justice Tech because it puts light tokens on your opponent's field.
Yeah.
And they can't. Well, they can sync them away in this era, I guess. But you know, if you get your board set up. But no, let us behold, ally of Justice, Searcher.
It doesn't search.
I'm gonna search ya. New.
And miss, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Dallas was mentioning earlier how it's green.
Yeah.
It does have branding.
it
That's
green?
good. Yeah, this looks like a fucking this is a cheap knockoff like late gen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles toy. Like whatever cartoon series we've made this decade is clearly over and we're running out of merchandise ideas, but we've still got enough plastic left to make like one more thing. We made this motherfucker.
For one, it's green, but with baby blue AOJ branding.
Yes, keeping in mind that I don't think any other allies of Justice have had green as a primary color. Now, this guy does have some gold, but still, what the fuck? He's green. He's also fat and has wheels. What is happening here? So what this boy does is, level 3, 1400. Once per turn, discard one card, select one face down defense position monster your opponent controls, change the phase of attack position, flip effects are not activated this time. So you get to discard a card to negate a flip effect, basically. I know you've got a flip monster set. Fuck you, actually, basically. Not awful, definitely a tech card, weirdly named.
So, well, the searching this card does is finding face a monster and saying, no, fuck you. Go up.
Honestly, what they should have done is they should have kept the original OCG name. Also, who is futzing around with their microphone? Please stop. Please stop juggling your microphone or opening boxes or whatever it is you do that make that noise.
Sorry. Dallas, we're going to put you in the Rose Archive if you don't shut up.
I'll dimension hole him. But no, the OCG name of this was Ally of Justice Researcher. I guess that would have mean they would have needed to go like a single font size smaller, but would have been a way better translation.
Yeah.
But also, how is this a researcher?
Look, with some of the card text that they have on card names, they have no excuse.
Yeah.
Like, me and Despair were talking about this earlier, that I don't even know what the full name is, but Don Thousand's card is a card that has a name box.
Yeah.
It's true.
Right, how's a researcher card because it reveals hidden information? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I know why its effect is, but effects are not real.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
It's number imaginary C1000 numeronia.
Yeah, imaginary numbers.
Okay.
Number lowercase I, uppercase C, 1000, numeronius. Or numeronius numeronia.
Lore just about...
Which requires 5 level 13 monsters normally.
Okay.
It's okay, you don't actually do that. Anyway, Searcher. Anybody got any more thoughts on Searcher?
Apparently the lore is just that captures and analyzes the worms.
Whoa. Whoa. Okay, you guys gotta see this shit. Okay.
Oh, what?
I know which one the X-Sabers built, my dudes. Okay, you ready for this shit? This is Ally of Justice. 1,000 arms.
Oh, those actually have 1,000 arms, Omega.
Look at this boy.
Maybe you could bust out 1,000 more arms. Probably.
Hey, you can tell the X-Sabers built this one because it has a giant fucking X on it.
I think they built it out of their spare armory.
Probably. But like I didn't have like a visceral like oof reaction. I just saw this guy and was like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, like you look at this guy and said, okay, I understand the idea.
Keeping in mind, once again, completely different color scheme and design theme. This is a robot knight who is dark blue with glowing green bits and has weapons. A lot of
robot.
I also only see 5 arms.
Omega, do you see why I have a problem with the Ally of Justice?
No. Yes,
design?
I understand what you're going with the design feature, right? Like when you actually look at them as a whole, they have no unified theme in their art, which again kind of makes lore sense. But come on, guys, you're fucking collaborating. This is like that one time where I think there was a problem with the ISS once because one module's measurements were in metric and another module's measurements were imperial because it was NASA, and we had a fuck up with like the screws. Like, guys, standardize. It's some ISO.
Like, I would get it with the lore thing if it was like 4 different design types, but it's like 50.
Yes, no, if they were clear, if I could identify any other Ally of Justice that was made by X-Sabers, like, I don't know, if all of them had swords and had big red X's on them, that I could follow.
Because that's the thing, like, with
enough,
Rudra and Gazpacho, I fucking
Garrett
Holg.
Like, they look like they were. I'm like, okay, these 2 were made by Flameveil, but there's nothing else like them. So it's like, did they just make 2 and say fuck it?
Omega, I will say, Next Boy also has a giant red X on his.
Okay,
design.
okay. We haven't. I
before you go
believe that in the armor. I think. But yeah, what's up?
Before you go, something people counter on chat. If you told me this is a super heavy, I would have believed you.
True.
Well,
Also,
I just thought, look, it has the same design philosophy as a lot of the worst not X-Saber, D-hero monsters of like. I
Spikes.
just hate this design. Spikes.
So this is a 1700 attack monster. If this card can attack all face-up light monsters your opponent controls once each. If this card battles a non-light monster, destroy this card before battle calculation.
So it's
He's only
so
a
it's a
700
weird.
attack
So
monster,
it's objectively shittier. Sure.
he's not even getting over most worms.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Like-
biting.
Like
This, by the way, this was a common in Star Strike Blast in a core set later.
Oh
Ugh.
God. You know, the Ally of Justice is in contention for worst archetype ever.
I mean, Dallas, we haven't talked about Gen X yet.
I said in contention. I never said they were.
Okay, but so Vesper mentioned this boy earlier.
Together or individually?
Well,
I mean,
Axe, here's the problem. So there's actually 3 Gen X's, but they're also still all called Gen X because the first version of Gen X sucked, so we just threw it away and we made new Gen X. And then they sucked, so we threw them away and we made a 3rd Gen X.
And
How
then
many
that
Gen X
Gen X
cards
was
is
too
this?
good, so we stopped.
how many?
Wait, was the
Gen-
3rd one Gen X Ally?
Okay, hold on.
Oh, you looked at the next one I said yes?
Well, no. You guys should be able. Well, you might not because you're on your phone now taking a walk. I can hear the night insects. But let's try this. So this is our next Ally of Justice card. Definitely an Ally of Justice. We're on
Very
ultra
evil.
low, so I'm gonna wait for the people.
So this is Ally of Justice Exciton Knight.
I mean, hold on.
Like
Nobody's got it. Nobody's got it in chat. I don't know if I want to say it yet.
I mean, I've seen.
Well, you are correct, Zed. This is a common writer, but that's not all this is. I'm waiting to see. Other than Marth shitposting in chat, I'm waiting to see if anybody else in chat gets it.
Someone's talking about the Legacy of the Worthless. What the fuck?
Oh, you didn't know about Gen X Legacy of the Worthless? Yeah, Gen X are awful.
Gen X have like
I
4
need to watch.
different.
How old is that video?
Have like 4 different.
Yeah.
Yep, someone. We
Zed
pulled
got
up on
it. Zed got it.
guys. This is in fact not just a monster. This is an evil storm monster.
But if you couldn't tell, now I would be shocked if if
yeah.
you couldn't tell. Not surprised. But what I wanted to say there was when we brought this up, it could be an Ally of Justice monster because of how Elswarm works. The fact that they are also just corrupted versions of earlier monsters. But yeah,
but
no.
Omega, here's the difference. That monster's good in some meta-relevant play.
Yes,
So
correct.
it's not an ally of justice.
This is an actual like meta card. I'll pull up the actual one. Ally of Justice Thunder Armor.
We'll talk about X tonight because we might actually talk about Evil Swarm, and he is actually a meta-relevant card that was banned for a long-ass time because he's broken.
Vesper was correct. This man also has a big red X on him, but guess what? He's also all red.
Yeah.
Like,
Can we just skip this one? Already,
God,
just,
this
I
part.
don't want to look at it anymore.
No, Omega, you have to read the effect.
Well,
Okay,
yeah.
that's-
So the art design of Thunder Armor, I don't like it very much. Like I was okay with Nullifier. I don't.
Kind of boring.
Thunder
This
Armor.
is
I
Shared
also
Nullifier.
want to point out that Thunder Armor has the Mega Ranger belt buckle, which I'm just gonna post in Progression Tournament.
Yes,
He
he
has the
has
Mega
a
Ranger
power.
belt
He has a Power Ranger style, specifically the Mega Ranger one belt buckle. He's got a Tesla coil on his back, so Thunder. He's got plasma arms, plasma sword arms, and he's got the red X. It's all over the place design wise. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Yeah, look at his back. He's got a little coily do.
I figured out what Ally of Justice have to be. This is the only thing that makes sense. So Ally of Justice are designs they want to make into Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but they were like, this doesn't really fit the archetype. Let's just make them an Ally of Justice.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
I can
so
see you there.
this is a level 8 Dark Machine monster with 2700 attack and
It's so
2200
bad.
defense.
Not
This
a-
card
Summon.
cannot be special summoned. The
Yep.
worst words we hate to
Wait.
hear them.
Wait, I for some reason thought you said it was a synchro. Wait,
Nope,
never mind.
nope. This is a
Nope.
main deck monster. This is a main deck 2
No,
tribute
no,
monster
remember,
that
Ash,
cannot be special summoned.
Yeah.
The Synchro Monsters of Ally of Justice actually have a theme.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
do look similar, and they are usually good. During the battle between an attacking Ally of Justice monster you control and a defense position monster whose defense is lower than the attack, inflict the difference as battle damage, so no PCST. Basically, when this guy is face up on the board, your Allies of Justice have piercing. That's it. That's all he does. Can't be special summoned. Why can't it be special summoned? No fucking clue.
Because fuck you, that's why.
Because
Yes.
piercing is
Level
too
4.
powerful.
Why can't this just be level 4?
But here's the thing, this wasn't even at a time when piercing was too powerful. The only possible explanation is because in the specific situation of hidden arsenal battles, piercing would be too strong. But if
yeah,
we're
no,
doing hidden
it's-
arsenal battles, Ice Barriers just win anyway because they have Trishula and Broniac. So
Yeah.
they just win.
Well, I mean, they win if they can actually do their synchros. We will do Ice Barriers at
That's
some
true,
point,
the
but that will be
the
a
Ice
long
Barriers,
night because there are like
Mendek
many
monsters
phases of
Oh boy.
Ice Barriers.
Best
But
barrier, you have to like tour guide us through the ice barrier.
the main deck of Ice Barriers for a long time was a literal joke. They are, I think, very similar to Ally of Justice in that a lot of their OG main deck monsters have a theme that's very fucky, and then their synchros are just, holy shit, I'm dying.
Here's the thing. I would say they are the extreme of Allies of Justice. Because, like, as good as Catastor was, I don't think Catastor ever got banned.
True. Catastor
I'm
is
pretty
good
sure
as a tech
every
card, but is very
single
easy to
Ice
get
Barrier
rid of.
synchro other than Gungnir has been banned.
Oh, hey, David.
So
And
let
two still
us.
are.
Also, I mean, I wouldn't. We're on
You're
stream.
doing
I
the
wouldn't dog anybody out unless they want to say hi.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway.
We're gonna bring up the next one though. We'll keep going. We've only got a few Allies of Justice left. We should
What is
should
this?
wrap up.
Oh, that's an
This
elephant.
is Ally of Justice, Unknown Crusher.
So you hear
Yeah.
Crusher. This should be a big boy. This should be one of
It
this should
should
be
have
cross
piercing.
competition. 1200 attack.
I don't know why I've seen this in a deck once.
So okay,
What's it do?
when this card battles a light monster, remove that monster from play after damage calc. So. Again, as a meta tech card, as like a going second in your side deck, not awful. Like if you run into a light deck, this has a really annoying effect. Oh yeah, just banish that motherfucker after damage calc. Also, I'm gonna be so glad to see all these cards with PCST when they do that reprint set of the first 4 hidden arsenals. This still says remove from play, guys. That's how fucking
So does
old
that
this
mean
is.
it goes into a separate zone from Banish zone?
No.
Dallas,
Remove
no,
from play is how banish used to be written. Then they
No, I know,
simplified
I
it.
know.
But also, Dallas, you're assuming that there's a name for the banished zone. There actually is not. It's just the zone where cards are banished, what it's referred to as.
Okay, I actually didn't know that because in Magic there is specifically a remove from play zone.
Yeah, they just have never just they just decided
when
to never
they-
actually name the
Yes,
banished
when they
zones,
do
so it's
mats,
just-
when they do mats now, they have a specific zone where you can put your banished materials. But historically, no. Monsters that are removed from play or banished are just gone. Like I think Vesper's joked about this before, but like when that happened in some of the old animes, you would just literally take them out of the game state. You would like put them in your pocket and shit.
yeah,
They're
like,
gone
like, yeah,
forever.
people essentially had a deck box like on their hip where they would just put cards that were removed from play.
Yeah.
Can I talk about the anime and how some cards are so shit in comparison to their real to their anime counterparts?
Yeah.
They've definitely some cards have been hit with nerf bats. Do you have something in specific in mind? Because guys, I don't think there's anything to talk about.
Utopia comes to mind specifically. Like its effect where if it has no materials and is attacked, it explodes. Like. I'm like, why? Did you really need to put? Is it that strong without that effect?
I'm pretty sure he always had that effect in the anime. Did he
Yes.
not?
Yes.
Oh, because I guess it's just not come up yet. I don't know. I'm only 25 episodes in. I'll be honest.
I mean, it could totally just never come up because Yuma's an idiot and he doesn't read his cards.
Yeah.
really
By the way, I
doesn't-
wanted to throw
not
this
an
out there. The reason why I was okay with this diversion is because there's nothing to say about Unknown Crusher. It's an
It really
elephant
isn't.
with a laser trunk.
Actually, Dallas
Yeah.
is right.
Okay, so it does not have that effect in the anime.
The anime is just cannot be destroyed by battle attack with a number
Well,
monster.
okay,
It does
that-
not
and
have
I under-
the
well, I
destroyed
understand-
with no materials.
I understand why they didn't put the numbers thing in. That makes sense. But I just don't understand the extra kneecap.
All right, guys, we're gonna cap off the primary allies of justice. Though we do have a couple of stuff to talk about. I'm not gonna show you guys the art yet. I want to picture in your mind, everybody. This is the final Ally of Justice card we have to deal with. Ally of Justice Unlimiter. So in your mind, Ally of Justice Unlimiter, Ally of Justice Unlimiter, Ally of Justice Unlimiter.
Can I give my guess description first?
No, because you're gonna take too long. Ally of Justice Unlimiter.
It's a tiny robot.
Giant enemy crab.
Oh, okay, it's a giant ship.
That stabs.
Is
other
it
allies
giant?
justice.
I don't
Is it?
know.
Enemy
Not
crab.
sure.
It's,
Well, one,
I thought Space Needle.
It looks like it has the tiny little bird beak.
It's a space mosquito.
Star
Yeah.
Wars thing.
It's got
Wait,
Mangekyo
wait.
Sharingans on its arms.
It has the alien branding, so you know it's not a justice monster.
But I would like to say I don't think this thing is huge because it's a 2-star with 600 to attack.
Yeah.
It
It-
also has,
honestly,
has an
I'll say this.
AOJ tramp stamp on it.
It's not bad.
No, honestly,
That's
if
fair
you
comment.
do have an effective that gets some summons out there, like for instance, if you did this off the effect of what's his face? Was that Omni
Big
Weapon?
Fungus.
Yeah, Omni Weapon.
No, it's destroyer armor or something.
Is it a
Omni
refueler
weapon.
station?
Yeah, it was Omni Weapon.
No, or
But yeah,
if you get it
there's
out
a couple of
destroyer weapon,
if you can get some special summon stuff up. But what it does is you contribute this card to double the original attack of one face-up ally of justice monster you control until the end phase. So if you can get these guys on board, and Machine Dupe works on effect monsters, right?
Yes.
Yep.
But Machine Dupe is 500 or lower.
Damn it.
Yeah, 500 or lower.
Okay, they wrote
yeah,
this
no,
specifically.
I wanna
to
point
do
things out,
very
though. Hey.
careful about that.
Do you guys know what spell exists that doubles my monster's attacks already?
Limiter removal.
I mean, but limiter
Yeah.
removal does blow up your monsters if you're not winning.
Also, limiter removal was either limited or banned at this time.
I guess that's fair, but still, like,
Oh yeah, no, like
Yeah,
doing it as a monster you have to tribute in archetype, very slow. Limiter removal way better. But it's not
Well-
awful. It's just really clunky.
But once again,
As-
limiter
as-
removal at this time was banned.
And I assume
Yeah.
that's what they're going for with its name, Unlimiter.
Yeah.
Yes. The names of these guys very.
So it's funny, by the way. I want to throw this out there. It's funny, filthy casual. You say this looks like a Shadoll. I don't believe there are any Shadolls drawn from Ally of Justice, but
There's a shadow with the same name as an ally. Oh no, that's a worm. Never mind.
first of all, I want to throw out there just a little. Okay, we'll have to pull up an.
Hey, we missed out on all the worms.
Yeah,
That's
we basically
probably
chewed through the
fine.
worms.
I probably it's probably for the best. I don't want to bring a flamethrower to this voice chat.
So
No,
we've
no.
run out of main. No, it's not. God damn it! Did we like reorganize right clicks? I keep accidentally like hitting save instead of copy. I don't want to save these images; they're bad.
Yes, no, save the allies of justice images.
Well, no. So first of all, this is a to talk more about L swarms. This is Evil Swarm Golem. It's Catastor. It's just Catastor.
Oh, are I going to bring up Azathoth?
Wait, is it?
I mean, you can bring up Azathoth. We can show that off as well.
Azathoth is interesting.
What is this?
This is Evil Swarm.
You never seen Evil Swarm?
Evil Swarm monsters are just corrupted.
Their corpses possessed by bug goo.
Oh my god! There's a model of Azathoth in Dual Terminal.
What I'm hearing is get the heavy flame.
No,
Yes.
because they're actually ignoring that. But
Yeah.
Don't say that, Max. Don't be negative. You don't know.
Get the heavy flame.
you haven't seen.
But anyway,
So-
no,
This is Azathoth with two Z's. Not to be confused with Outer Entity Azathoth, who is banned, super banned right now.
This is just a
And
pile
so-
of worms that died and got.
Omega, that's one of those cards that should always stay there.
Yes. So yeah, Evil Swarm as Azathoth with like 2 or 3 Z's is just all the worms
Do
clutched
like
together.
yeah,
I
I
do
was
like
gonna
that
say
Victory's arm is still doing the sun. the beast.
Yeah, Victory.
the-
You can see
they,
Victory's arm.
They decided they needed to be a Super Sentai team,
Well,
all
know.
posed together. in
so
their-
basically, the first race of evil aliens from outer space all exploded. So another one went, "Hey, these corpses look nifty. I'm gonna use them."
Yeah,
Pretty much.
L swarms are interesting. We will get there eventually, but I do want to pull up the other ally related cards we know of. Let's pull up Ally
Look,
Mind.
as much as I make fun of Yu-Gi-Oh, honestly, its lore is very nihilistic.
Yes, no, I usually
Yeah.
joke about this, but Yu-Gi-Oh lore is almost always everything was happy and bright and cool until somebody touched something they shouldn't have, and then everybody became evil and died. The end.
And then they were, and
But
then
it's
they were
almost
born, and then
always
started-
what happens is
at
somebody
least
touches
Magic-
something sinister and evil demons fly out and get everybody covered in evil goo so they become evil versions of themselves, and then the lore just ends.
Like
Or in the
basically,
case of World
Omega,
Legacy,
what
or
it
some
is like
stories, they actually
they
saved each
blatantly
other.
stole that plot line from Magic, because that's basically what Magic's been doing for the last 20 years. But someone in the higher ups just went, "What if we stopped the ending where they fixed everything and just went, no, and everything was evil and sad in the end."
Yeah,
But when they think about-
very rarely do Yu-Gi-Oh Yu-Gi-Oh will eventually like
There are some
resolve stuff. Like Axe mentioned World Legacy. World Legacy does technically end on a quote unquote positive note where the Demiurge shows up and Avram goes Super Saiyan God Super Mech Knight and blows it all up, and
then it
Lib gets
reincarnates.
reborn and just gets to come back and be like the only person left.
And the Guardian of the World, yeah.
Yeah, but it's still very like there's
Yeah.
there's like multiple generations of fucking around and dying to evil monsters, and
There's
Yeah,
also
no,
a story about.
absolutely
There's
gets
also a
like
story
taken
about
over.
like the 2 summoner twins and
Ma-
how the sister saved her brother.
Magic is usually
Yeah.
someone with either good or evil intentions finds an omni-powerful artifact that can destroy everything, unleashes something terrible, and then the planeswalkers come in and save people and turn it into a moon or something.
Now,
I want-
there's a couple things I want to bring up. One is for Hidden Arsenal specifically, for dual terminal storylines and related storylines. Part of that is similar to World Legacy, where it's obviously cyclical. Like, oh gee, the worms aren't a problem anymore because Jurek Meteor blew them all up. Well, then we need new shit. We need a Fabled guy to come out, and then this has to happen. Like, it kind of cycles, but it almost always cycles in like, hey, remember all these cards? Well, they died, and then they became evil. Elswarm, Shadow, everything. Yeah.
Remember, Mega, it's like the undead ninja army. They have to come back to
For a show that preaches positivity, barring 5Ds, which has some weird messages at the end of it that I'm not sure I'm okay with, it has some pretty negative lore.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and this started with children's card games on an island tournament.
Well,
I mean,
that was still torture.
I mean,
5D's moral
the-
ending seems to be, no matter what happens, in the end, there's going to be a robot apocalypse and everyone
David,
is going to
you
die.
didn't know that the.
well,
always start with,
also,
like,
yeah,
equal
David mentioned
sacrifice.
that it's called a children's card game, but no, the OG game is super occult. Like there are games
Oh,
of
yeah,
darkness and black magic and shit going
Yeah,
on.
it's like for all of the satanic panic stuff, like at least with Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm like, okay, I kind of understand how you got to this conclusion. Like Pokemon, it doesn't
Yeah.
make any goddamn sense.
But so
Yu-Gi-Oh!
I
is like,
do want to throw this out there. We are looking at Ally Mind, not Ally of Justice Mind, Ally Mind. But this is a level 5 tuna normal with 1800
What?
attack, so it kind of sucks.
So, I thought
Yes,
you were
no,
showing
it's
an Elsform card right now.
No,
Nope.
this is Ally Mind. You may notice this because Ally Mind is
in Destroyer armor.
it's also
I think
built
it
into
has for-
Catastor. Yeah,
Even though you can't summon it with it.
yeah, because
It's
it's the same
built
level.
into
It's very weird.
everything.
So yes,
Wait,
this
don't they
is
do
very
negative
similar to when
tuners?
we do get to Gen X. We're going to talk about Gen X controller. This is a very similar concept of like
I know that card.
this archetype is clearly meant to use this tuner as a baseline. And it is very similar to Gen X controller because the original Gen X controller is a normal monster. Gen X's are shittier because they ask you to specifically have a Gen X controller, whereas you can absolutely play Ally of Justice without Ally Mind, even though it is a machine tuner that is dark.
I mean, some of the Gen X's can be worth it in some situations.
Well, yeah, and also Gen X, they realized their problem, and subsequent generations of Gen X do actually like make alternate Gen X controllers.
Oh, well, and then they make Gen X allies and went, okay, too far.
The only
It's just-
other thing that is relevant is, by the way, once again, would like to point out, I'm about to put a monster card on screen. A monster cardo. This is Ally Salvo.
It should have rockets on. That
Yeah.
does not have rockets on.
Yeah, this card is the only one that appeared in the 5D's anime.
Because it is technically generic.
This is
And it beat
monster,
up you
right?
say.
It
this
is...
isn't like some weird spell.
Nope, this is a monster card. I assume the idea that this is what the Allies of Justice shoot out to blow up those worm apocalypses in the background or whatever. Maybe that's a worm prince getting blown up there. Basically, what its effect is, this is a level 2 dark machine weenie. When this card is destroyed by battle with a light monster and sent to the graveyard, so fuck you if you're fighting macro, I guess. Select 2 cards on the field and destroy them. Again, non-targeting destruction, unless like this gets reprinted and they say it to say target, but it just says select.
Wait, how is this? Never mind.
But it has to be blown up by a light bolt.
Yeah, so it's an Ally of
Yeah.
Justice card that's not an Ally of Justice card. That's their
Which,
big theme.
I mean, it could be worse. It could say has to be blown up by a fire monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff. Like, again, as a side deck option, if you're playing pure Ally of Justice, not awful, but still very, very clunky.
I do think the only Ally of Justice cards that are worth a damn is the one tuner
Yeah.
and the Synchros.
Yeah, original. Yeah.
Which is
original
obviously
names
why
are
Axe was
Ally
confounded
Ball.
earlier when he was like, oh, there are like, why are all these Necros cards named after Ally of Justice? There's only actually 2. The problem is that Decisive Armor and Catastor are very early, so you actually get to see them because they are the meta-relevant ones that were meta. Like, you could actually
Yeah,
play them in decks.
Yes.
Also the bird, which is also the searcher for Necros.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tuner bird. Yeah, that was the other meta relevant card.
Well, so
Yeah.
if there is a Clausos Necros, that's probably after the Mist Valley one. It's just
No, other bird, Cyclone Creator.
No,
Right?
it was, Costos.
No, it's
Oh,
not
okay.
Cosmos.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
know
he's your-
Necros. I'm gonna be honest.
He's your starting play usually.
But also, Necrosoclosilus has bird. It's very clearly bird wings and not mechanical wings. So it is
Yeah, yeah.
based off of the
The
wind
synchro
valley
card.
one.
Synchro Colossalus, not the.
yeah. But and
mechanical.
also again the way that the Necros works.
Because for Necros, you use your extra deck as material.
Also, I'm pretty sure Ally of Justice Clauses might be one of the worst Yu-Gi-Oh cards ever printed.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, not. It's got to remember, Dallas, as a vanilla, there are way shittier vanilla one tribute monsters. We looked at Dungeon Worm earlier.
That's
What if you-
true, but
what if
I'm
you
okay.
play
Let me
Genzo
rephrase that.
instead?
The worst Yu-Gi-Oh monster printed in 2010.
But, yeah, the thing is, like, what do you just play a Monarch?
Is
with
that fair?
instead?
Possibly. I would have to
Or
look
just
at all
any
cards.
effect monster that has, like,
Just play a Monarch.
Well, I mean, yeah, no, this would absolutely. If you just want tributes, you would just play Monarchs. There's a Dark Monarch.
I mean, if you look at the meta relevant decks, that's exactly what they said.
Yes.
That's why
Monarchs.
I'm pretty sure like half of the Monarchs have been limited at some point.
Yeah. Most likely.
I know-
I mean,
I know
considering that
Kai's
there's
out.
a couple of them that can be a little spicy.
Meh.
Well, no, Caius and Ryza definitely got hit for a little bit.
I mean, that's fair because Ryza can be painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Ryza and Caius are very universally good. Did Mobius ever get hit? I feel like it got hit once.
Ryza.
I'm gonna say Mobius. I would tend to suspect the least.
Then
Rise is the one that sends him back to the deck, right?
Yeah,
Top of the
Ryza puts the
top of
card,
the deck.
a card to the top
Yeah.
of the deck.
Yeah.
Ryza's
Ryza was
Caius
absolutely
banned.
limited and banned.
And I would assume was it Thessalos Fire?
Thessalos,
No,
maybe.
I don't think so. I'd have to double check. Maybe early because he was one of the early Monarchs.
And
I know.
also-
But I think we can all agree the two that have never been limited are Kurez and Grandmark. They have never been limited.
Who plays
They are
Grandmark?
bad.
I was gonna say who?
Okay. So
Grandmark's
Mobius,
the Earth Monarch. He blows up a face down card.
yeah, Mobius has
Yeah.
never been banned in TCG at least.
Well, no, I know he's never been banned. I don't think any of the Monarchs have been banned.
Yeah, I think only Ryza and Ether appeared on the list, and then a couple of their.
Yeah, no. So I've got the list pulled up historically. Ether, the Heavenly Monarch, which is a very late gen monarch, did get limited for a little bit, or a couple of years back then. Pantheism of the Monarchs was limited for many years until 2020. Ryza was limited in the past, but he is, by the time we are now, he's already unlimited. He's back to 3, because in like 2011.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Well, yeah,
Monarch
we're about
Stormforth. Monarch Stormforth got limited for a couple of years before people were just like, but wait, do we actually give a shit?
Yeah,
But wait, what if tributing was bad?
yeah.
Yeah, so Stormforth is a card that is currently back at 3.
You don't want to know what? I'll tell you why Rise was unlimited at this point. It's because at this point everyone was playing some form of DDT.
Well, also the other thing is this is the kind of era where you can get other more extreme nonsense like, oh, Ryza can stack some shit. Hey, if you pull off Gishki correctly, you can hand loop. Your opponent doesn't have a hand. Or if you can spam Trishula, your opponent loses. Like, there's some big dick stuff.
Or if you play Broniak, your opponent loses.
Yeah. Hidden Arsenal is so funny, and it's why I like to bring up these archetypes and discuss their mechanics, audience at home, as we wind down, as we are done with all our allies of justice. And we've been going for 3.5 hours, so we'll wind down from here. But the reason why I like to discuss them is because Hidden Arsenal monsters and archetypes have left a lot of impressions on a lot of the players because they have a lot of eclectic art styles, and they have this weird polarity between utterly fucking awful trash monsters like Flamevell Sorcerer and stuff like that, cards that have absolutely no impact, Flamevell Magician, and are awful, and then a lot of them, especially in the extra deck, have horrifying Bungus boss monsters who have required erratas or bans. Trishula is still limit 1.
Broniak was banned and would never have come off the ban list without an errata, just flat out.
Yeah, like
Ever.
What was its original effect?
Discard a card, I believe. Tuck? Was it discard a card Tuck or discard a card Bounce?
I'm pulling
It was a non-once per turn was the thing.
Oh yeah, no, it was a do as much as you want.
Okay, Brionac, Dragon of the Ice Barrier. Discard any
Pre-errata.
number of cards. Target the same number of cards your opponent controls. Return to hand. It now
Okay,
reads
so it was
once per turn.
Bounce, so it wasn't as disgusting as if it was Tuck, but that's still ridiculous because it's not once per turn.
You get to bounce. It was not a once per turn originally, and then also you can return as many cards as you can discard. So you also get your graveyard set up, which is scary.
No, Broniak is the fact that Broniak is generic because I believe it's just one water tuner, right?
No, one tuner, one or more non-tuner monsters.
Oh yeah, no, it's just
no.
it's super generic. It's like because in Ice
he's a
Barriers,
level
yeah, no,
he's
it
a
doesn't
level
matter,
6 synchro, so that's abysmally
4, 2,
easy
3,
to make.
3. This is when shit like Quillbolt Hedgehog loops was happening.
Oh, that's easy. Yeah, they just force
And
it,
again, and then you can discard any number of cards to return the same number, and you can do it as many times as you feel like.
Quillbolt, Doppel Warrior, Dandelion, all of those stupid ass cards.
Yeah, Rescue Cat pre-errata.
Synchro is a really interesting era that I think will probably not be atrocious for us because a lot of these erratas exist.
You mean Synchro Cat won't be the oppressive meta deck because they killed Synchro Cat outside the back with a shotgun?
Yeah,
No,
there's a
no.
lot of really dumb synchro shit.
Guys, they didn't kill him with a shotgun. They stabbed him with an X-Saber sword.
No, they
No,
I
that was
mean,
a slaughterhouse errata. That was you can't do this anymore.
Rescue Cat is still a viable card in Xyz era, but as a Synchro era card, it is actually useless now.
Okay, fair enough. Yes.
I
mean,
I don't think so.
I mean,
Somebody's trying to say in chat. Zed is saying that Flamevell is a level 4 tuner without any sort of downside, but also it doesn't do anything.
Like, there's some good Flamevell cards, like Flamevell Hound is a good card.
Yeah, but they're talking about Flamevell Magician as a good tuner. I don't think so, because it doesn't have any of the broken-ass tuner effects.
No, because all of the other Flamevell... Here's the thing, all the other Flamevell... Here's the thing, though. All the other Flamevell tuners are better tuners.
Yeah,
like guard
especially if in archetype they're better. But no, Flamevell Guard, that's a dragon, I believe, Flamevell Guard.
Yup, and it's a 2100 defender.
Yeah, Flamevell Guard is a
good card.
Yes.
Especially when they release is it Salamangreats or what takes advantage of it?
Salamangreats might, but mostly I'm just thinking it's a very good card with certain Dragoonity and other dragon-related cards because it's a low-level monster you can summon, and it's tuner.
It's a level 1
it's a level 1 tuner with 100 attack and 2k defense, so it's abysmally easier.
Apparently.
Yes, Heraldics make a lot of fun shenanigans.
See, like, tuners are a weird case, because there's a lot of tuners in the beginning of 5Ds that were good, but then, like, there are certain tuners that are just better. And the unfortunate part for that is a lot of the best tuners, or some of the best at least, come out fairly early. Like Dark Resonators, like in the first 2 sets.
Yeah, the Resonator series.
Copy Plant is in the second set.
Oh, Crossroads of Chaos.
Yeah, which is it has the Gagaga Magician effect, kind of.
Oh yeah, target I think it's like a synchro, make it that level.
No, it's target another monster on the field, copy its level.
Okay.
Yes, copy plant tuner once per turn. Target one other plant type monster on the field that has a level. This card's level becomes that monster's current level.
And if you're playing synchro plants, that is laughably easy.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's a tuner, so hey, summon a level 4 plant, or hey, guess what? Remember, Gigaplant Lonefire exists.
Yeah.
Lonefire. Look, Gigaplant, synchro plant is a fun deck.
What's a good level 12 synchro you can make with Gigaplant into Lonefire comp? Oh god, no. Oh, Naturia.
What?
Oh, Naturias are a brutal synchro archetype. There's some pretty nasty shit in there. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Synchro Plant is like a combination of bits from Rose Dragons, bits from Naturia, and there's like 2 other plant synchros.
Yeah, there's some brutal stuff you can do with synchro.
You're also playing things like Lone Fire Spore, Dandelion, all that shit.
I mean okay, sure. If in Hidden Arsenal 1, Flamevell Magician was the best level 4 tuner, but there's a lot of sets that come out that get us good tuners, and to be fair, you don't need just to have a level 4 tuner. That makes it easier, but like you can pull off a lot with just level 3 tuners.
We all know what the problem tuner plant card is. It's the one that's still banned.
Needle fiber.
No, I was gonna more go with glow up bulb, but
there's a lot of bad news stuff.
Yeah, no, plants are funny.
Synchro era is gonna be really interesting, and it's coming up very soon for us. So we're almost at 4 hours, and it's getting late. I want to wrap this stream up. If you enjoy this kind of chatter, tune in for our next episode of Progression Tournament. If you haven't already, watch the one this week, watch that one. But next week, or technically later this week, the current week we're going to do, is going to be Phantom Darkness.
And it's going to get sacky.
We're gonna have some interesting decks on display, and hopefully there's enough new shit in these decks we can actually like throw up some real new and unique decks for you.
It's gonna get sacky, and people are gonna be mad.
If I win
what's
this
gonna
week,
happen
I still have
is
actual protagonist powers.
what's gonna happen is everyone's playing Teledad without the Tele and the Dad.
Correct. We're all
So we're
playing
not
all the
playing-
Teledad shit, but nobody who pulled Dad is playing that, and you can't tell it yet because E-Tele doesn't come out until Super
I mean,
Era.
but you can Omega. So I figured out why DDT was hilarious. So
What about it?
I just want to talk about this interaction because it's funny. You know the card Monster Gate?
Yes.
So when Diamond Dude pings that, you don't have to tribute a monster
Interesting.
because of how effects are worded.
Okay, because it's a cost, and the way Diamond
Yeah.
Dude works,
Diamond
he
Dude
just
does it, yeah.
activates the effect.
Yes.
Ooh, that is spicy. Okay, I see.
I was like, why are all these Diamond Dude turbo decks playing Monster Gate with barely any monsters? And then that happened, and I went, oh, that's why.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
see it now.
Yeah, there's some pretty nonsense shit out there. But yeah, we'll have some fun in these coming up. So stay tuned for that. We're gonna shoot that tomorrow evening. And we're gonna see how
Also,
spicy it is. We're also gonna
another
unban
fact.
cards, so that'll be funny.
Another fact that is hilarious, and I bet you've discovered this because you play Evil Heroes. Stratos doesn't have a limit on the level it can search.
Nope. No,
Which
I have
is-
absolutely. I didn't get the chance to show it because the camera hates
search-
me, but I have absolutely Stratos into Evil Hero Malicious Edge.
You
I
can
have,
search Honest Neos.
You can search a lot of
so
things with
A
Stratos.
really funny play is Stratos into Plasma.
There's a lot of dumb things you can do with the
Yeah.
Stratos.
Uh,
Strato,
Yeah, that's a funny one.
if we actually start to play meta hero decks, Stratos may take a timeout for a few weeks.
if I play my D Heroes deck, I think I might get Stratos
If
banned.
if we get some real high level DDT Airblade shit, that's it's over.
Yeah, no.
Like Stratos will get his timeout. But
honestly,
we'll
I
see
think
how it all shakes
Stratos
out.
is his most broken in D Heroes as opposed to E Heroes.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like right now, D heroes are having the ability to search any D hero is way more fucky.
Well,
Right.
no, not even just that. It's a lot easier to swarm the board with D Heroes
Yes, as well.
because you have shit like Malicious and stuff.
Like with E heroes, usually what you do is you search another Stratos or you search like an alias or something as a
or
bungus.
Prisma, or when he comes out, is it Woodsman that does the poly or
Yeah,
search? Or is
Woodsman
it
has the
Ocean?
slow poly search, like that kind of stuff. But also a lot of the time, it's I think what they're aiming for with Stratos was search specific heroes so you can do specific fusions. But yeah,
But they pulled the unfortunate that they do a couple of times where they went, what if we just made it hero monsters so Destiny heroes could get some support too? And then they printed Disc Commander for some godforsaken reason.
oh, wait, actually, hold on, and I can even
then they
give
eroded
the people at home.
Well, pre-errata Disc Commander is not okay at all. No, the pre-errata effect was just if it's special from graveyard, draw 2 cards. That's it.
yeah, period.
Oh, okay.
It's loopable.
Yeah, with Dark Creator, Disc Commander was not okay.
Oh, that's fair.
So I wanna give a little preview of the people's home as we wind down. Here's the bracket for this week upcoming. I'll talk about it all later and say the funny jokes.
Yes.
Funny joke. But yeah, here we got going on.
No. I'm surprised I'm facing Omega so quickly after what I did.
Oh
to
yeah,
him.
no, I
Oh,
talked
right.
about this. I
Maybe
talked
you
about taking
mentioned
my
that.
life into my hand, but it works out for the bracket. It would either have been you and me or you and Dallas, and I decided to give Dallas the bye so he can't complain for at least 4 weeks.
I always
No, I'll
forgot you never
complain
looked at the
anyway.
record.
You misunderestimate me.
But we've got some interesting
Wait, wait,
matches.
wait,
We're trying to
there's
do some
one too
different
many.
stuff. We're gonna keep experimenting with some matches and see how things go. And
We know for sure we won't have the same finals we've had the last like 4 weeks.
There's one too many negatives in your statement, Dallas.
and also to like we've talked about this a little bit off and on mic, but we are also debating like we're coming to the end of a season of an era. We're talking about doing some switch ups, like if we can get matches to go a little faster, we're gonna switch to a actual like best of 3 match format for our first round, so people can
I
start
want a side deck.
side decking and actually have some interesting interplay. And you know, if you're me or Loth and just you have that one match where your deck doesn't give you the cards you have 3 of that are supposed to make the deck go,
We can test how far Lost Breaking ability goes.
you can actually like play around some stuff and show off
I
your deck a
still-
little bit.
I still
Um,
feel like I have a problem when I have to. I'm asking, how many turns you put your deck this time, man?
Also, we can side deck mask, which is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yes,
Are you
transformative
asking
sideboards are going to be fucking
Lothar,
funny.
who isn't here, Axe?
I mean, I also bird Loth, but that's because, I mean, have you seen the guy play?
No, but I think Axe asked Loth a question when he wasn't here.
No, he's talking
Oh.
about the times he does ask Loth, which, to be fair, I also occasionally am like, okay, but Loth, how many tributes are you running? Why do you have so many 2
I
tributes?
just ask him, why are you running Vanilla Gaia the first night when Swift Gaia exists? Like, please, explain.
It's because he wants to summon Dragon Champion, but he shouldn't want to summon Dragon
Why?
Champion. It's not that cool.
Of
I know you can do a funny haha thing with Dragon here, but it's not worth it. Anyway, Loth, if you're here, don't do that. Do something different. But no, we're also talking about this. I've also discussed we do have kind of a problem with the bottom half of the bracket kind of being the same for a little bit. No offense to Dallas.
it would help-
I'm gonna lose.
I have a very bad back and forth record as well. I have currently
God, it would
managed
help
to
if- it
crawl
would
my
help
way
if
back up
me,
to
you-
50-50.
It would
I'm gonna
help if
lose
me,
just
you,
gonna
and
start
Loth knew
more
how to
again.
play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Hey,
Or
I know how to
Death
play
Note.
Yu-Gi-Oh! My problem is that
The evidence is overwhelmingly to the opposite.
I have 3 tournament wins, motherfucker. I know
have
how to
two,
play.
and I'm shit.
I know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Just my deck refuses to give me the cards that make it go, which is really annoying.
Omega, our front runner is Axe. I'm pretty sure this isn't a test
How
of
many
skill
wins do
anymore.
I have again?
I scrolled up to find our match results. If Omega wants to speak them out.
Okay, yeah, you reposted them. Yeah, so
10 freaking tournament wins.
our
Axe.
rate currently is Axe is the best after last tournament with an astonishing 35 wins over 13 losses and a 73% win rate. That's right. Axe has almost reached 3 out of 4 wins. He has a 3 in 4 chance of winning a match outright based
put
on
that,
stats.
to put that in perspective, Seto Kaiba has a 75% win rate.
Yeah, that's how this is. Our next best player currently is Vesper with 24 over 20 and a solid 55%. Nearly 20% less than X. Martha's just behind Vesper with 21 over 17, 54%. I have once again achieved the perfect 50. I am 19 wins, 19 losses. David is right here with me with 15 wins, 15 losses, 1 technical at also 50%. Dallas is unfortunately at 13 wins, under 20 losses at 39%.
I have taken it my personal mission to pad my stats. I'm going full sweaty mode.
And unfortunately, Lothram is our worst rated player with 1 technical win, 4 wins, under 18 losses, and a win rate of 17%. So I am willing to do something to shake this up a little. Axe is winning a lot of matches and a lot of tournaments, which means he is getting a lot of the prize packs. We are starting to develop the progression
Not
problem.
that great.
I'll say this. The deck I'm planning on bringing into the tournament, or the one of 2 decks, has a 75% and 66% win rate against the Blue Eyes AI.
That's pretty good.
So if I lose, something is cosmically against me.
But yeah, so we've got a little bit of a problem where our stats are starting to settle.
Dragon Turbo and you'll win. It's easy.
I am
So as
willing
long
to
as
do some
David
things
doesn't
to shake this up.
Play like War Crime Stall, we're probably okay.
Oh no, one of my decks hard counters War Crime Stall.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I also want to throw out there, Dallas has told me.
Oh
I don't.
yeah, no.
I don't.
If I
Are you
lose
okay to
this-
bring it up? You want to say
no,
your
I'll
secret
do it.
tech?
If I
Okay.
lose this week, I am going all in on Final Countdown Stall.
I'm
I'm
gonna
just doing
cry, but I mean, I can't stop the man. I can't stop him.
Wait a second.
I have the deck
Sorry,
built.
no, not. I'll bring it up later once we're all.
Final
3
countdown is an interesting choice, but
3 Thunder Ruler, 3 Threatening Roar, 3 Gravity Bind, 3 Level Limit Area B.
I'm in pain. But Dallas is number 2. Like he's second bottom in the tournament. I want to tell him no, Dallas, fuck off, but like I don't.
3
feel
Chain Energy.
I mean, I
Omega.
personally think if you're sweaty, well, I don't know. That might be one of your decks right away. But I think your ultimate win strategy should be the Turbo Nurse Burn, because damn, that's fast at least. If having been on the other end of this OTK, if Dallas procs the Nurse Burn, you just die. You're immediately dead. It's over.
Omega, having been on the receiving end of an infinite that took about this long to do, are you gonna let Dallas do that?
I mean, that's the thing.
no,
It's
that's
the
not
thing
it.
with Final Countdown is it's not an infinite loop. It's just Dallas
It happens.
kicks over his recycling bin or something.
Well, The least.
With Final Countdown,
Well-
it's Dallas makes you wait 20 turns, which, to be fair,
So,
most of our matches that go super long go way longer than 20 turns, so it's not the worst, you know?
David, I'll address you. One of the decks I'm running is an OTK deck, but if
Oh,
I
okay.
assemble the OTK, which is an infinite loop, I'm just going to tell my opponent and go, do you want to concede to hurry this up because you're dead?
Which, having
Fair enough.
faced that deck in testing, and that is in our current rules document, infinite loops for life point gain or other effects I try to discourage because they just make us take a long time and don't do anything, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know there was a strategy to what David was doing, but in general, it just sucks up a lot of airtime for making all of us suffer. If you have an infinite loop for damage, you can just say, hey, my dude, you're dead, and we can just call it there. And having seen Dallas do the combo, and I asked him the question, how much is this for? And he says, oh, this is game. I'm like, oh, okay, I scoop, I'm dead.
This is for all of the life points.
Okay, well,
The-
that's over.
The only person who will not do that is me out of spite. I will make everyone suffer along with me if I'm being FTK.
I don't know if it'd be an FTK, but yeah, sure. I mean, hey, you can, because it
So-
honestly shouldn't
so-
take
well-
that long.
So Omega, if I open 5 specific cards, it is an FTK, but it is literally basically opening Exodia.
Yes, to be true.
So,
But yeah,
right.
so we're discussing a lot of interesting things to like shake stuff up a little because, like I said, I think in general our way we've done progression is fairly healthy. But now that we're basically coming up with the end of a second season, you know, we're about to transition into the synchro era. There are a couple of things I do want to pad out. Our games are starting to speed up in general, knock on wood. Never mind, we had a 35-minute game match time, but
As long as
we're
no one
trying.
plays Begone Knave.
we're trying to speed things up. So, and like I said, Axe has firmly settled into being the winningest player in the game by a lot, and that does unfortunately mean that the prizes and stuff I wanted are not being distributed as evenly. So I am considering the pity pack mechanic, like in addition to bans, maybe first round losers also to get to open like one of the prize pack that week to try and see if they can shake things up, or at the very least get some in-demand trades, you know, like something just to like push up people, because even with 3 bans a week and arguably ultimately 4, once Robin actually gets in here, and Robin is also very pro side decking, I still feel like the ban list is not necessarily as transformative as it is for other people. Like, maybe it's because we're not petty enough with the ban list, but
I guess I'll be blunt and say sometimes we make bans that are stupid.
correct.
Yeah.
No, that is not a bold statement.
Yeah, fully.
Oh no, not blunt.
Fully,
Oh, I said blunt.
I
Sometimes
fully-
sometimes people ban super cards out of spite. I understand why they ban those cards, but if you ban those cards, you don't change the format. You just say, "Well, I lost to that card and I don't like it, so I'm just gonna say I can't lose to that card, but I'll lose to these other 5 cards." That
Yeah,
lost me
it's
the game."
it's the because it is a subjective choice, the ban list can be transformative, but can also just be, well, I'm very annoyed at Fissure this week. Fissure has to go.
I'm very afraid of Ladybug
I mean,
as a joke.
Well, I mean, you say that as a joke, and also a subtle dig at David, but also several of us were kind of like, was burning Ladybug so important? Anyway.
I will say I
It
understood the concept, but it was not a worthwhile ban because no one when I played that card, it was first time I saw that card played in like 5 weeks.
It was a very
and then-
minor tech card in a deck where we realized much later clearly the problem was Rising Air Current.
Yeah.
I would say the other thing is, I
It
think
wasn't a win deck. It was my Hamon deck, not a.
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay,
no,
sorry, my mic
can't hear
died.
you.
Oh, okay.
What I was gonna say is I think we took too many cards off the ban list last time.
Possibly. We were trying to open up the format, and we kind of did. I do actually think that this week, because that'll be an unban, we will not actually, because I've only greenlisted a couple of cards, and I think we've got a
there's a
lot of
card
room
I-
for debate.
There's a card I want to plea for, and I've explained my reasons, but
Yeah.
I would like to see if Magical Dimension gets off, but I doubt it will.
Magical Dimension right away? No, I don't think so, Axe. That is the unfortunate
I mean, I'm not
price of
gonna-
you being a winner and then winning with that deck. You will have a harder time arguing for bans because it just enables you to win more.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not
it
gonna play.
does
I'm not
do
gonna play.
a lot of
My
it.
plan is not to be playing Spellcasters for at least 4 weeks. So
But still, we can work on that.
Yeah.
yeah, my plea is for Apprentice Magician because it's for a deck I specifically want to play in week 29.
I would.
'cause it
And
makes the
we
deck
can
work.
have that discussion because Moth is banned right now, and Moth will not be unbanned this
Yes,
week.
no.
No way. Way
No.
too soon.
Yeah.
Moth should not be unbanned for a while.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the list. I have literally 3 green listed, which is bottomless just because, guys, we banned bottomless in like really early, and now we've developed a problem where people can just summon as many monsters as they like. So
Yeah.
it's kind of coming around the cycle. Smash and Ground is
Yeah.
green listed because shit like people still play Fissure, and now Shield Crush is in there, and like there are a lot of just target spot removal anyway. So I think Smash and Ground can come off just to keep it clean. And then I think it's been 5 weeks. Zaborg can come off. People are playing other more annoying monarchs.
Why would
Other
you
than
play
that,
Zaborg
like
at this
everything
point?
else is, I
Well,
think,
but
up
we-
for debate. Maybe.
We banned Zaborg along with other light boys because light beats was good.
Because I was
Yes.
doing it.
Well, you
Well,
were
yeah,
one
that
of, but
too.
several
You were
people were
winning it.
strong on
That's
light beats.
Also me. Also me.
And hey, David has some tournament wins under his belt too. Like it was a valid choice. But now that we're
Well,
5 weeks later and there are way more
it's like
annoying
this-
monarchs,
It's not
And-
just because we banned it because you played it. We banned it because you played it and won like 2 weeks in a row with it. That's the thing.
yeah, Axe, if you played light and then you did like a lot of us do and jobbed out immediately turn 1, we wouldn't give a shit.
Why do you think Horus? Oh wait, no, Horus didn't win. I forgot.
No, I took Horus to a victory.
No,
Yes.
you didn't. Omega,
He
you lost
did.
the finals.
No, I took it to the win 1 week.
Yep,
Oh no, wait,
see,
I lost with it. 'cause
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
lost
can't.
that week.
Yeah.
I took it all the way. We'll have to
Yes.
listen. We're gonna have a talk about Horus too. I think. I don't
No,
know
oh,
if it's
oh.
right, but
Yeah.
Omega, I lost with Horus to Mystic Shineball Turbo.
Yeah.
yeah, very, very. sick.
I mean, Mr. Shineball should be banned, guys. Let's be honest.
That's fair. Let's go sleep now. I think we're
But
good now. I think we should
like,
end the
there's
stream now.
there's a lot of cards I think we can discuss, but I don't know if they should go away or not.
Also, I'm gonna be very honest. If I blow out this week and certain cards are banned in my deck over other cards, I'm gonna hit someone with a crowbar. Cause
Understandable.
If someone bans
Good.
Gigaplant, they need
I
to
mean,
go.
okay, Dallas,
think
if
about
you
the life.
play Mass Driver and Mass Driver gets banned even if you lose, I don't think you
Oh,
can
no,
say
no.
anything. But
No,
there are
no,
other
no.
cards that I agree
no,
with.
I was more talking about Lone Fire or Gigaplant. If
Yeah,
you
yeah,
ban those over,
So this is
the
this is
other
again this is the
cards.
thing talking about the ban list. Sometimes I also think we go too hard the other way. We double down on ban lists on decks that don't need it. Like if you debone Gigaplant OTK by removing Mass Driver,
that's fine.
that okay. You don't need to go further than that. Gigaplant's not going to be fucking up your shit. Just play Dark Hole.
If someone bans Eye of the Typhoon, I don't even know what the fuck you're smoking.
Well, no,
Yes, if you ban-
Axe, if you somehow protagonist out and win with Cloudians, if you are still doing that deck, I don't know. You haven't locked in. But if you win it anyway, I don't think there's anything we could do. We should all ban ourselves. Like, what card do we hit of Cloudians?
I think we already made
Well,
that joke.
obviously, what we do is we ban tier 0,
No, I
and that
actually
takes
do
Axe
think.
along with it.
Here's the thing, I do think there's a card in your deck that is ban worthy, but it is not a Cloudian card.
I mean, yeah, you guys would hit all the generic staples.
Yeah, you hit Salvage, because that is good for more than just Cloudians.
Oh, no, not my salvage. Hi, Robin, coming in for the last minute meta
It's
talk.
me. Yeah.
But yes, no, if you hit a Cloudian card, you were bad at Yu-Gi-Oh. I'll just say
You should
it.
feel bad.
Yeah.
Hey, Robin. Now that you're here, what are your thoughts on Danger Crystal Beast Turbo as a competitive deck?
Sounds
Oh,
bad.
okay,
It's
right,
fair.
okay,
Sounds
question,
bad.
please.
I didn't know.
That sounds pretty
I
terrible.
didn't know. I didn't know.
Well,
Okay, disagree.
I think that's the perfect time to actually
Yeah.
do the exit because that was how we started,
Bye.
and that's
go to
that
hell.
should be how we wrap around and get the fuck on out of here. But I hope to have tomorrow an interesting recording of Progression Tournament.
I'm going to
I'm
murder.
gonna
If it
go,
actually
so-
goes fast, we'll probably be back. I don't know what we'll pick.
Let's pick something
Um,
small. Maybe security. Actually, no, we can't do that. We're
Well, yeah, that would actually be a big episode. There's some smaller
Hey,
shit we
Omega,
can figure out.
let's do something fun.
Like what?
Winner of the tournament picks the fail portrayal. They
Okay,
can't
sure.
pick
Win
numbers.
security force like a jackass.
Well, with the caveat, they can't pick something stupid like
Yeah,
numbers.
specific small.
Yeah. We'll see about that. We'll see if that works. We can do that. We can do that gentleman's agreement. But yeah, so
Also
we'll
not
see you
something
guys
I
Friday for that. We will try not to spoil the tournament if we do a fail portrayal. Though depending on people's various assault levels, we may or may not give it away.
Yes, if multiple people aren't talking to certain people, it might give that away.
If some people are inordinately smug, You never know.
God, I want to win a Cloudian so bad right now.
Max, if you win with audience, I very may well drop out of the tournament.
We should all take a week off. We should all just take a week out of the tournament and not tell Loth, and Loth wins by default. We all just take a vacay.
No. I'll be there still. I'll fight.
Here's the thing:
So,
if
Omega-
you beat my Axe, I'll say this: if you beat my Gigaplant deck with your Cloudian deck, I will stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh forever.
Don't say that, Dallas.
Dallas, don't make.
Oh no,
bets
I'm
you
making
can't-
that promise.
Dallas, the only time I ever beat you was when you utterly bricked, and the only one hand you could break in that deck. So,
No, I
yes.
know.
The
Well,
only time I ever beat you.
Also, Omega, I think you would have to be here to record the episode.
I mean, yeah, but it
So-
doesn't mean I'm participating. You know, like I think Marth showed up for some of the matches he decided to take a vacay on the week of.
Yeah, I did.
I could still show up to record, even if I'm like, oh no, I'm skipping this week.
I just
Anyway,
decided to show up just to see what's going on.
we should do the wrap up
Yeah, I'm gonna go now.
and
so,
pop downs. We've managed to stretch this out for over 4 hours. Thank you so much for turning into Fail Portrayal, your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Guerrilla streaming series. Because we didn't do D&D today. We didn't do D&D today because one of us was asleep, and when I posted a gif of cats looking at people, my game master said nothing. So I assumed we weren't doing it because we talked about not doing plans. So we're here.
And I posted creepy giants.
Yeah, I don't know why you did that, but whatever, it works. It was showing how eager you were. But we're here and we're ready to sign off. So be sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't to get more failed portrayals. Make sure to hit that bell for notifications so you always know when I decide to stream these in the middle of the night randomly. And like I said, stay tuned for a progression tournament this week, Phantom Darkness. Or Dankness if you want to do one with the memes. All right. Goodbye, people. Goodbye,
I
Potter
cast
people.
Magic Missile.
Yeah, see ya.